All right. All right. Issue Divin. I don't have a fire extinguisher at home because it's a waste of time. All right. You you you're going to regret your words and your deeds when your house is set on fire one day and you're like, "Oh no, I wish I had a fire extinguisher," as you lose at least one room of your whole entire house. You should have a fire extinguisher. Even in an apartment, you should have a fire extinguisher. Every home should have at least one for each floor. Live streamer. Just like you should have a plunger for every bathroom. Every toilet should have a plunger. Sounds expensive? No thanks. Fire extinguishers are not that expensive. They're not like dollar store cheap, but they're not that expensive. They're heavily subsidized. He said, not knowing if that's true. Not this again. I have probably saved a chatter's life at some point. Okay, all of my creatine just stayed in the bottom of the bottle. Oh, for fuck's sake. All right, 1 second. God damn it. I'm back. I'm back. Ooh, exists. Ooh. Creatine paste? Yeah, I know. Can't wait for Signalis on Wednesday. Well, at least one of us can't. Is mouse here too? No, we're rodent free today. No mouse today. No mouse in the house. Sorry if the sound is annoying. Or can you even hear it? You can't, can you? If I'm talking, does it show up? Does it like go through the microphone or what? Wow, the noise suppression is really powerful. Okay, what if I do it close to the microphone? No. Still no? Wow. Okay, stop that. Why? There's some crinkling? I don't know what it sounds like. I'm just shaking some water around in a bottle. Damn you, Uther. Hey Ma, how's it going? Jelly Raiders. Some of your yells got cut off yesterday. What? Okay, we're turning this off. Yeah, it was funny though. What does Balder think about this? At several points, it sounded like you fell in a hole. Well, that's only probably happened when I fell in a hole. Umi Fanner today? No, I think Umi Fanner is on Tuesday. That's when we're choosing to do it. Boulder is too busy seething over Jelly's sideways power poles. So you're playing Satisfactory, huh? So this will be the first Umi stream I watch. Have you caught up to the rest of the story? Because you should watch the other ones first. We have to do fan art before the cliff show. I think we've already gone past the cliffs. I don't think there are any more cliffs left to fall off of. How you doing? Mm. 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 Hmm. 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 There you go. That's the answer. Hmm. Oh ho. Ho, ho, ho. Any new insights? I don't know. I feel like I just need to be more assertive with people. Maybe a bit more confident in myself and my surroundings, you know? Should be so afraid to talk to some people, you know? Shouldn't feel so self-conscious all the time, you know? Yeah, that sort of thing. New insights. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Wuggy. Have you hotkeyed the gnome sound? Yes. No. No, no, no. I don't know what would be going on unless you've got the noise suppression filter on. The expander and compressor shouldn't be silencing yells. Okay, so I have at the top of the list, I right click on my mic aux, and I go to filters, and top is noise suppression. RN RN noise, good quality, more CPU usage. Then underneath that is gain at plus 20 decibels. Then underneath that is compressor, which is the same settings that you saw when I shared my screen with you, Balder, last time that we spoke. And then below that is expander, which is just the default settings on expander. And then below that is the limiter. Should I turn the limiter off? Is the limiter what's silencing it? Because it sounds like that's a limit to me. Ping in Discord. I'm doing it, my weeb. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. When are you streaming Signalis? We already streamed Signalis. You missed it. Go watch the VOD. I've been told you're giving VIPs for people who made emotes. Yes. Would you like a VIP? Tep forever? Can I just do VIP? There you go. Enjoy. 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 If you are someone who has made emotes and you want VIP, but you're also a mod, I can't VIP you. Sorry. You can be a VIP or a mod. You can't be a VIP mod. Is there a limit on artists you can tag? Yes, that's why we're doing VIPs instead. I can only tag 5 artists. If I could tag more, I would do that. Rodney, can you get on this, please? That's so late. I know. Rodney, why are you doing this? Who are the 5 artists currently? I don't know if we use all 5 slots. I think we use 4. Better Call Saul. I haven't watched it. Sorry, I haven't watched Better Call Saul in like 2 weeks. I've been too busy. Would you let Battler represent you in court? Absolutely not. No. Stream announcements. It is Saturday, so that means it is Umineko day 2 of the week. Signalis is being re-streamed starting Wednesday. How do you spell Wednesday again? I got there. Wednesday. Eternal is after that. Twin Peaks. No, I haven't watched any more Twin Peaks yet. That's a weekly thing. Why am I saying that? Is there still a mouse in your basement? The cat got the mouse. I think like 4 or 5 nights ago, the cat got the mouse. After being a freeloader for so long. I don't know who ate the mouse. I don't know if it was the cat or the dog came over after the cat killed the mouse. But yeah. Was it a fat mouse? No, it wasn't. It was a very, very, very small mouse, actually. The filter should be from top to bottom, just expander compressor, and you can use the output gain setting in the expander instead of a separate gain filter. Okay, this is different information than what you told me when we were on Voice 2 weeks ago. And I showed you the screen. This is not the same. This is an updated filter report. How'd you know Mouse got killed then? I saw the killing blow was witnessed, but the consuming was not. Yeah, because I figured out the expander was better for not clipping unrelated noise. Okay, you know what? We later on we'll do the screen share thing again, and you can show me, Balder, because I can't follow what you're saying right now. Sorry, I'm too frazzled on stream. Okay, thank you for helping me though. I appreciate it. Council is sad to inform you that ever since the noise suppression is utilized, Chaz has not heard a single twang. There was the twanging was probably happening a bit too often though, wasn't it? Do we want the twangs back? Twang. Twang. Oh, there's a poll. I'm a twang centrist. So you're a Trump voter. Okay. Oh, my computer parts got delayed. They're not going to be here for another like week and a half. I'm really annoyed. I'm really annoyed. I'm really annoyed. I'm just sitting here like on a computer that I think could just fall apart and break at any time. Not stolen though. Yeah, not stolen. Yeah. Who's gonna be the Signalis Domino pro tag and watch a show with you? Naya? I think Mouse is gonna remain main character for a while. Sorry to break it to you. Why would centrist vote? Don't they just flip a coin when they get in there? That or voted Democrat because both parties are right wing in the grand scheme of things. Oh, we're not gonna talk about this. I don't want a serious political discussion. Okay, here we go. We're going into episode 3. Okay. I have been informed of where to stop. Like a good stopping place. So let's hope that I remember where it is. The story is very obviously fictional. I should read the episode thing before I go, shouldn't I? And also we should talk to chat for a little bit too before we get into there. Can I get a Joms? Joms. Yeah, it's a black screen. Give me a second. That also means you can't hear it, can you? Shit. I can't hear it. Why is it so quiet? It's very quiet. Okay, how about now? Is it too loud now? Maybe loud? Okay, what about now? Too quiet or what? The vase was very beautiful, rich with history and value. The vase was very beautiful, rich with history and value. The vase was very beautiful. Okay, hold on. Let me turn up a little bit more. The vase was very beautiful, rich with history and value. Hey, it's Joe Tinkles coming here to read. The vase was very beautiful, rich with history and value. The vase was very beautiful, rich with history and value. Can you do a full stream as Joe Tingles? I could, but you'd have to pay. Fine, too loud, too quiet. Wait, but for what setting? Look at what setting. For the music? Yeah, but I changed it as the poll was going on is the problem, right? Music is really quiet. All right, it's at -5. If I crank it up to 0, some people are saying this is too loud right now, right? The vase was very beautiful, rich with history and value. This is fine. You got one guide? Okay. So when it's Persona 3, I have to put the game capture audio at -22, but when it's Umineko, it has to be cranked to 0. Okay. Hi, Joe. Hey, how's it going? New PC specs. Pretty much the exact same build as this one. Except with a 2TB M.2 drive instead of a 1TB M.2 drive, and a Windows 11 instead of Windows 10 because I can't get Windows 10 anymore. I think it has a slightly beefier PSU. I think this one's at 1,000 megawatts or whatever, 1,000 MW. The next one is 1,200, and I'm getting a gigabit motherboard on recommendation of Naja for the first time instead of an Asus. So. But the rest is the same. It's the exact same CPU. I'm not transferring the CPU over. I just bought a new CPU because it wasn't as expensive as it was when I first got it. So I just bought the same CPU again. Why is the audio so low? Is it too quiet? New pulse so you can have some security. Game audio now. Good. Too loud, too quiet. 27 weebs think it's still too quiet. Why not buy a 9800 8X3D? You know what? I've been asking myself the same question for a while. Why not indeed? Maybe I should have. Play the not game already? No, I have to stall. I have to stall. Because we're on a schedule, and what if I just somehow don't do enough speculating today? Then we're going to be off schedule. And then people are going to be mad that the stream wasn't long enough, even though it can't be that much longer because the reading just kills me. So we're trying to give like a placebo like length of the stream. Start? Why not stream on a potato? Well, usually I'm sitting on one, so does that count? Can you read subs for another half hour? I need to go take a shit. Yeah, that's the plan. Don't worry about it. Go for it. Go for it. Go for it. You take a half-hour shit? Dude. What are you doing? Is it just like 5 minutes of pooping followed by 25 minutes of like doom scrolling or playing your Nintendo Switch? I'll help you out. So if I was getting started at the gym, what do you recommend? Sarah, you don't know what you've done. You don't know what you've done. Actually, we already answered that last stream, right? I should make a video about getting into the gym. I want to do that. Should I just turn the mic on and start talking, or should I write something and record it? Gym is a weird word. Gains are not a joke, Jim. 12-hour gym analysis. Why is there a vase? I don't know. What's a gaim? Oh, a gaim. Okay, thank you too. What do you think about Persona 3 ending yesterday, chat? Was it okay? What do you think? Thank you, Remy Now and Toshaz for the new subs. Welcome, welcome. Thank you, Leluit, for the resub. It's a VOD frog from the Offline Minds. Oh, you started reading Umineko and going to the gym. Wow, well done. Thank you, Tacos Debira, for the resub. Also, 24 cents subscribe for the first time. Welcome. This is right at the stream start. Thank you, Dr. Alburn. Remember me? Resub. Thank you very much. Thank you, Pyriate, for the resub too. Back to the good part. Umineko. Thank you, Elf's Gamer, for the resub too. Strange start to stream, but Hydro. What'd I do? Oh yeah, I was ranting at someone who didn't have fire extinguisher. That's true. Just to have another distraction. Let it be said that I never let it be said that I can't take an L. I'm here to own one of my L's. I have started using conditioner in my hair. And it's better. You weren't using it? I wasn't using it. No. No, I wasn't using it properly. I was putting conditioner in my hair like it was shampoo. That's why that's the problem. I was putting too much in my hair. Yeah. So yeah, it's better. It's better. I respect this. Yeah. Cancels preview progress. Thank you. Thank you. It's for no reason at all that I'm accepting this L and telling you all this on the day that Mouse isn't here. Yep. So, yeah. Apparently, if you are like me and you didn't know how conditioner is meant to work, you're meant to like get some in your fingers and just kind of run it through like the midsection to the tips of your hair and not really at the base. Although I'm guessing there might be some conditioners that you could put in your base because it doesn't say that on the bottle that you can't do it. But I was like putting like a big glob of like conditioner in my hair and then just running it over my scalp like it was more shampoo or whatever. Yeah. So I think that's probably why. Who's meant to teach you how to do these things? How much moisturizer would you use for your full body? I do full body moisturizing after every single shower. I use aloe vera most of the time, but if it's winter and a particularly dry day, a little later I'll put some CeraVe on afterwards. I like CeraVe moisturizer. It's a little gunky for me. I have very sensitive skin, but it doesn't give me a bad reaction like some other moisturizers do. So I just do I just use aloe vera. It soothes my skin. I had a really bad reaction once to the soap. It was oh man, what's the like the anti-acne soap that has some sort of acid in it, salicylic acid or something like that? Someone in chat will know what I'm fucking talking about. It's some like cleanser that you're supposed to that's in some of that stuff. And I don't know if people are just repeating the word next to me or if they know the word I'm saying. That like burned my skin or something, or it completely fucked me up. It made me like I had like broke out in all these a rash and big bumps all over my shoulders and my arms everywhere that I had put it. And like I woke up in the night just scratching myself like fucking crazy. It was really bad reaction. And like putting aloe vera all over it like just made it go away instantly. So like obviously like some of the redness like persisted for a bit, but it wasn't itchy. It really calmed me down. So my skin reacts quite well to aloe vera, and it moisturizes me too. So I use aloe vera quite a bit. Try Vaseline. Vaseline is way too thick and gunky, man. I don't like Vaseline. They gave me Accutane for mild acne because I said I will not suffer through salicylic acid ever again. Sorry, I'm not saying it right. Salicylic, whatever that is. I was on Accutane when I was a teenager. I had really relentlessly bad like cystic acne when I was a teenager, and I got on Accutane when I was like I think 18, and it changed my life. Salicylic. 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 Am I saying it right? Accutane is that old? Accutane wasn't it banned for a while, and now it's back or something? One of the side effects of Accutane is suicide. So maybe they've got a new formulation, okay? But like one of the side effects of Accutane when I was on it was suicide. Yeah, so yeah. How is that a side effect? I don't know, but that's what the doctor said. Thoughts on Ozempic as a gym bro? I think if you're someone that can benefit from Ozempic, then you should go for it. Yep. I don't think you should feel bad about using anything like Ozempic. If you think that it's if some of you don't know what Ozempic is, I don't know where you've been, but Ozempic is do you inject it, Chad, or do you take it orally? What do you do? Ozempic is a drug that will promote weight loss. in a much in the simplest way that I can say it. You know how they've always said that, okay, where's the miracle drug for weight loss? How wouldn't we be able to get one yet? We do have it. It's here. It's called Ozempic. It's here now. There are better ones coming out, from what I understand. Please remember, I am a streamer that streams video games, and sometimes I can't even do that well. Do not take medical advice from the streamer, but you should take information from the streamer that you can go off and, like, you know, see some sources that you do trust and see what they're saying about it. Go talk to your doctor. Blah 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 blah. Okay, so you can go and do that. But from my understanding, Ozempic can dramatically change your life if you are suffering from like too much weight. You know, like if you want to have some weight loss, you know, balance your life, that sort of thing. Ozempic can really help a lot. My understanding is that it is an appetite suppressant. If you are someone that just cannot control your appetite, you're very food motivated, that sort of thing, Ozempic can really take the edge off, and you won't be hungry all the time. Some people are I am not one of these people. Some people are hungry all the time. But yeah, so it's not going to work for everyone, and there's different versions of it, and maybe it's bad for you, and maybe some studies will come out later and see that, oh, you know, this version was actually not that great, we need a different version, that sort of thing. But it seems like we're living in a world now where there is a weight loss drug that's effective, that actually does fucking work. It's changing a lot of people's lives already. My dad has to take it for diabetic reasons. Yeah, I think it was originally for diabetes, and then they found an off-label or whatever the fuck it's called usage of it, and a lot of people are using it for that. Yeah. But do they need to take it for life to keep the weight off? No, that's not how weight loss works. If there's someone that is just going to YOLO themselves back into a huge caloric surplus, then maybe they will. Maybe some people have to, but that's not how weight loss and weight gain works. Maybe I should talk about that in my gym video too. I feel like a lot of people don't understand macros, calories, that sort of thing. And I feel like there's a lot of magical thinking, mystical thinking, that sort of thing when it comes to how a lot of stuff works. So I don't think it's taught very well in schools. Yeah, I'd like to do like a gym video. Not for like, I'm not going to post it on the main channel or something like that. I'll probably have it unlisted on the second channel. Like, if I said this statement, a lot of people would disagree with me in chat right now, I'm guessing. Maybe not as many as I'm thinking. You don't lose or gain weight doing exercise or going to the gym. You lose or gain weight in the kitchen. That is the only real way that you're ever going to lose or gain weight, is in the kitchen. Like, everything else is just for conditioning and adaptability. So if that's news for you, then you don't understand health and fitness probably as well as you think that you do, that you might understand other parts of it more than me. But that is something that I think a lot of people don't get. Yeah. Is a non-established gym bro tutorial joke link? It could be, but my what is it? My intention behind it, Merrick, is that I want to get people in my community into fitness, and I think that if people are in my community and they know me, hearing it from me is, even if the information is not as succinct or not as good as from another source, it's worth 10 times more because it's my voice saying it. You understand? So I think that's my idea behind it. And I will say that in the video too. Like, there's other sources that you could have that you can jump off from here. Do you issue cult membership cards? Should we have them? They have jobs on them. Hey Joe, quick gym question. Are you doing pull-ups with assistance or not? I am doing assisted pull-ups at the moment. I can tell you what my last ones were if I can just pull up my thing. My assisted pull-up is not that great. I think I could do one unassisted pull-up at this point. Might not have great form, but I think I could do it. I should try next time. The cycle I'm on right now, I do 3 sets of 10 reps at minus 90 pounds assisted. And I weigh between 180 and 190 pounds this week. What is an assisted pull-up? Assisted pull-up is when you have a counterweight that helps you do the pull-up motion. So it's over. It's kind of like the same thing with an assisted dip. So you go over and you put your knees on it and you kneel on it and then you hold the pull-up pose and you kind of sink down, and then it helps you be able to lift it up and down, because otherwise you're doing your whole entire body weight. And pull-up is actually very difficult, and doing a full body pull-up, supporting all of your weight, especially if you're a bigger dude like me, is very difficult. How much in kg? I don't know the kg. Sorry. I thought only being able to do 5 pull-ups was horrible. Dude, if you can do 5 unassisted pull-ups with proper technique and form, like 3 sets of 5, that's amazing. Like, what are you talking about? That's really good. That's really, really good if you can do that. Like that's not, like, that's in like top, like what, like 5% of fitness in the world if you can do that. Like that is like amazing. Now, if you're someone who is oh shit. I don't know. There might be someone who is, if you are a very slim person, maybe it's different rules for that. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what consideration to do that there. You're not meant to be here today. You're not meant to be here today. If your skating's not hard, yeah. If you're like underweight, then I don't know. Maybe it's different rules at that point. Yeah. Mouse exists. We're doing gym talk. We're doing gym talk. We're doing gym talk. Thank you, Elfsgamer, again for the resub. Thank you, Kirkanes, for the resub. Twitch won't leave me alone if I don't send a share. What the hell? Have fun reading, Joe. Thanks. Thank you, Pincerata, for the resub. Happy Umi Day. Joe inspired me to go to the gym and do cardio while watching VODs. Hopefully I can keep it up. Good job, Pincerata. Good job. Thank you, Terraflop, for the resub. Thank you, Xerxes Lafan, for the resub too. Hi, Joe. Do you know who the Protomen are? The bands? No, I don't think so. Sorry. Do you want me to link me a song on Discord? I like it when people link me music on Discord. Usually I do listen to it and get back to you and tell you what I think. Thank you, Chrome Cadet, for the resub. Year of Threes. Thank you, Cav99 or Cave 99 for the resub. Thank you, Donut Enjoyer, for gifting out 10 gift subs. Thank you very much, Donut Enjoyer. Thank you. Jelly's here, rating. Thank you, Chrome Cadet, again for continuing their sub. That was fast. Resub, then continued it. What's going on there? Thank you, Punished Baldus, for the resub. Umi Pico. Thank you, All's End, for the resub. Starefax. Can I have some Starefax, please? I am subscribed to Starefax. Can I have one added me in the chat, please? Thank you. Welcome. Welcome. Thank you, Magical Bacon and Pocatello, for the new subs as well. Interesting names, back to back. Thank you, Thea34, for the resub. Hey, I'll keep the message short. Just want to say I love the streams. They're a highlight of my day every time. Oh, really? Thank you, Thea. Even when it's gym talk? Because I forgot that I have extra reading to do today, not less. Oh no. Thank you, Interior Crocodile. No, it's just his crocodile. Interior Crocodile Alligator for the resub. Thank you. Thank you, Nova Nixus, for the new sub. Welcome. See, I told you I'd help. You said already you did what I said, but Jim Talk did as you desired. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. What do you think of the music in Umineko? I really like it a lot. It's really good. I want to listen to some on my own time and see how it is without the game reinforcing the mood. Thank you, Not a Robot 444, Jackaboy 6677 for the resubs. Thank you, Piccolo Arancion for the new sub. Welcome. Hopefully I'm saying your name right. Thank you, Burndy 777 and Bluxin 97 for the resub. Lots of numbers in people's names today. 20 months, like half the number of streams we'll need to stream Umineko. Yeah, at the rate we're going, we're gonna get to like what, like 60 streams, I think. I don't know. Thank you, Kenix Kill, for the resub. Chessboard Thinking, Julie Gordot for the bits. Thank you, Mouse and Joe, for getting me into Umineko. Legit having a great time by episode 5 now. Also, mandatory One Piece mention. Nope. Episode 5. Wow, you're really far ahead. Thank you, Terraflop, for gifting out 5 subs. Thank you, Terraflop. Not the first gift subs from Terraflop. Thank you very much. Thank you, Bert the Puppet. Bert Thank you, Sakamander Sally, for the resub too. Hello, Joe. Longtime VOD Frog, still on Umineko stream 7, so I'm just dropping sub now to eventually catch up to it. Can't wait for more Umi Pico. Well, I hope that you enjoy me reading your message out when you get here, Sakamander Sally. Thank you, Puka Boy, for gifting out 10 subs as well. Thank you, Puka Boy. Lots of gift subs. Damn, thank you. Thank you, Tibalths, for the new sub. Welcome, welcome. Gourmet Selection for the resub. Nice man, for the new sub. Welcome. Zorgox for the bits. Here's my donation to the full stream as Joe Tingle. Thank you, Wedya, for the resub. Contact Relay, also for the resub. Powick for gifting a sub to Bat to the Heavens. Interesting name. Thank you, Soups, for the resub. Science Gate Sunday, it is. It's today. Thank you, Adper, Sambi, Jexk9401. Username, all for the resubs, only for small pittance for all the content you've given me. But here you go. Oh, it's not pittance. Thank you very much, username. Thank you, Ironwrath, for gifting a sub to Nanjo is best girl. Oh, and the last set on my list are Elaine Meow5, would fit in well on Jads, for gifting out 10 gift subs. Thank you very much, Elaine Meow. Bimimimi for the new sub. And Azel Mazeltov for the resub. Very fun to say. Thank you very much, Azel Mazeltov. Okay, was there any more gym talk that we want to do before we start reading Umineko? So far, would you say that Umineko would work just as well as a book, as in it didn't have to be a VN? We spoke about this last time, and the answer is no. I think that it gets a lot of value out of the visuals and the music. Yeah. It would have to be changed a lot to work as a book. Yeah. You could do it, but you'd have to change it a lot. Yeah. Any theory top for episode 3? No, I don't think I have anything more to say about what happened in episode 2. I've been trying my best to just delete every scene that I saw in my head that didn't have Battler in it. If Battler wasn't there, I was like, I don't trust it. So how do I piece together the murders then? And I was just having so much trouble keeping it all together that I would have to like go through episode 2, almost probably reread it and just be like, I don't care about the scene. What were the bodies like when I got there? That sort of thing. So yeah, I don't know. And then I got kind of stun locked and trapped on like, well, what does that mean for like Fanon showing up on the back door, and then then he goes nuts, and like how do you, and then Goto is like, he did something, we don't understand it. Like I don't know, man. Like I don't know how to parse that in my head. Like, is that just completely untrustworthy? Like, yeah, and if that's the case, then who is the killer? Like, can I even trust that there was no letter on the table when we got back to the parlor? Because if that's the case, it's definitely definitely Rosa or Maria was doing something on the orders of Beatrice. But then what was really weird about that, and this is maybe I should talk about this because it's the most interesting. I feel like the final scene when she became Rosa May Cry was the only time that it felt like Maria was scared of Beatrice. And that's new and different. That is like whoa, what the fuck does that mean? Like, Maria seemed to be like, let's get the hell out of here, fam. You know what I mean? Like, that was a very new development, that she was like so in with her mom, let's get the fuck out of here. She didn't want anything to do with what Beatrice was cooking. So like, I don't know. I don't know what's happening there. What's an example for the solutions to the murders being satisfying or unsatisfying to you? The murders themselves, I don't know. Another idea that I was thinking, like literally cooking with, because it happened right after they were making the food and they spoke about the poison, is that there's some sort of hallucinogenic in the food that was in the kitchen. So Rosa was right. It is poison, but it's not poison in that they're getting killed. It's that they're getting like, they're on drugs. And if that's the case, I don't know. Maybe if they explain that well, maybe that would be satisfying. But at this point, I don't really know how they're gonna make those scenes satisfying without some bullshit like that. So I have no idea how that's gonna go down. I think I will be unsatisfied if one of the murders, or enough of the murders are some sort of Beatrice somehow brainwashed some people right away into killing other people or killing themselves because she promised she'll give them the gold and resurrect them at the end or some shit like that. I would be pretty upset if that was the case, if enough murders are like that. So I don't know. I feel like that would be an unsatisfying answer if that was the case. Because I thought about especially with the locked room with Goda, Shannon, and George in it. There were some vibes there that one of them killed the other two and then killed themselves. So I don't know what's going on there. I would probably be unsatisfied with that answer if that's one of them. I don't know. I also am very unsatisfied. Not in terms of the story. I'm unsatisfied for my own curiosity that at no point in episode 2 did Rosa have to contend with, wait, weren't you in the chapel and admitted that the witch was real? That's annoying me because it's an unresolved thread in my head, and I really want to know like what the fuck that was about, right? So yeah, I want to know what happened there. Anyway, so let's start. Episode 3, Banquet of the Golden Witch. Good morning. I'm quite surprised to see you still haven't surrendered. The Golden Witch has extremely high hopes for you. Have you figured out the structure of this world by now? You have no chance at victory unless you know the rules. Please enjoy your game with the witch to your heart's content. Difficulty level is equal for both you and the witch. Okay. So again, it seems to me that magic definitely does exist, because if magic didn't exist, we wouldn't be able to have the restarts and do the different let's go again. There has to be some level of magic that exists, but that magic might not be what Beatrice has, or if enough people believe in her, can she go again? Like, I don't know. But I don't think magic is being used to commit the murders. If that makes sense to you all. Very sorry, can you remind me what you mean by that? The part with Rosa in the chapel, am I forgetting? The night before, the 6 people were killed with the Happy Halloween. Wait, how many people knew about Maria wanting Halloween? Oh shit, who knew about that? Who knew about Happy Halloween? Wait, hold on. Just because someone knew, someone could have told someone else about that. So that could have just spread, like, or overheard or anything like that. That's probably not a clue. Okay, never mind. In the before the night before the 6 were killed around the table with their stomachs ripped open and the candy all over the table. All of the squabblers in the family. So hold on, let's just get into it. What is this? Did we see this one before? Okay, so the question was, what am I talking about Rosa in the chapel? When these 6 were killed, the night before, these 6 plus her met with this black square, met with Beatrice in the chapel, and even she, the best person in the world, said, I must admit you're a witch and I believe in you. And Rosa was there for that. And Rosa was not forthcoming with that information, that she had already been in the chapel. She didn't say that she met the witch, I don't think. I can't remember, maybe that didn't come up, I don't know. Was Rosa there in the chapel? I'm pretty sure she was. Do we want to rewind and see? Because I thought she was. Let's go. Let's figure it out. Hold on. Let's do it. Hold on, let me save it. Oh, we already have saved it. Let's go. We're doing it. We're going back. Back to the shack. She was, I remember. Yeah, but what if you're all in league with fucking Beatrice? Who knows? We start here, right? Maybe you're lying to me to try and get me to make sure that she exists. Trying to cast doubt on Rosa. Whose side are you on? You may perform witchcraft. Okay, cast the spell. All right, magic does exist. We're here. All right, where was it? New rule. Halloween, it's wedding ring, right? End of wedding ring? Oh man, here we go. Why should I always make fun of me for being dyslexic? What the fuck? Holy shit. I'm gonna sneeze. I'm gonna sneeze. Okay, you know what? Just in case. Did I break it? What is he doing? We're checking to see if Rosa was at the chapel. We're just gonna save it just in case I overshoot, okay? Alright, here we go. Here we go. So they're all in the chapel. Okay. Kraus, Natsui, Hideyoshi, he's not hiding, we can see him. Eva, I acknowledge it. I have absolutely no complaints. I can't believe you have my honest respect. She's here. Me too. Incredible. I genuinely respect you, so I have to acknowledge it. I acknowledge it too. I still can't believe it. Still, what can I do? You've proven devils. It's your victory. Cackle, cackle, cackle. The devil's proof was a convenient excuse you like using to handle unprovable matters, but now it's become your mortal enemy, has it not? Don't torture me, mighty witch. I've already acknowledged you. I resign. Kyrie, do you still have objections? I must have everyone in agreement. If you alone will not acknowledge my existence. As the witch laughed boldly, the siblings started getting frantic. They were afraid of displeasing the witch. The way this is worded is kind of weird, isn't it? I genuinely respect you. What did she do? Did Rosa ever open her letter? I don't remember. No, she didn't. I think it's implied that it's the version of the letter that that says, "Hey, I'm gonna take all the blood from you. I'm gonna take my inheritance or whatever." But did that happen in this timeline? I can't remember that either. I wonder if Beatrice showed them the 3 gold bars and that made them admit magic is real. Just a theory, not a spoiler. I don't know, man. I feel like there are some shenanigans with that scene that we're not seeing enough. It could be something like that, but if that's it, that'd be kind of cheap to me. Do you think that scene is reliable? I would like to end. You know what? It's faster. Just restart at this point. I think that anything where Battler is not the POV is not reliable. But I don't think they would just make up a scene wholesale that didn't happen. I think they did meet in the chapel, but you can't trust anything else. Even at the end of episode 2, Rosa did a fucking Bayonetta kickflip, punched a guy in the chest, stuck her shotgun in the goat's mouth and pulled the trigger, dog. Yeah, the end of episode 2. Yes, of course, unreliable. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, yes, even that scene. Yes. Thank you, Zero Vault, for the bits. Umi, please. Thank you very much. Thank you, Damn Fool, for the resub. Witcher laughing in the English version be like, cockle eve. Thank you, Nozo2727, for the resub. I want to go to Rukkenjima. Thank you. Okay. Okay. I mean, even Battler gained chained by the witch. Oh. Oh, you mean that one? Because Battler's in it. Oh, okay. Shit. I don't know. Anyway, how's it going, Vase? Live Vase reaction? All right, here we go. The vase was very beautiful, rich with history and value. Even as young as I was, it still forced me to take a deep breath when I witnessed its beauty. Of course, it was a member of grandfather's favorite collection, so that I didn't accidentally destroy its fragile but not that fragile beauty. I was always given strict orders never to touch it, but that just made me want to touch it. Are we Maria? It looked light and yet so elegant that just glancing at it gave an indescribable... Is this spelt wrong? With sense of dignity. That looks weird to me. Why does it look weird? I wanted to see what it felt like to touch a vase like that. However, just as grandfather had said, it was a thing that shouldn't be touched. Something this beautiful should never be touched. Such beauty can only dwell in something so easily broken. Is this subtext? Because of that, just a brush of a finger by someone like me would. Just like how a fun dream disappears with a poof when you wake up. It disappeared, fell and broke into pieces. I realized that, because of my own foolish curiosity, I had done something that could be taken back. No matter how much I regretted it, no matter how much I apologized, the broken vase would not be returned to its original form. Grandfather will probably scold me, probably very harshly. I ended up breaking into tears and sobbing, frightened. As I did, I noticed something beautiful. Lightly dancing golden butterflies were coming towards me. As mysteriously golden dots shone in the air, the butterflies began to gather one at a time. Oh, it's Beatrice. Beatrice, that reliable golden witch, had arrived. What English high school teacher is this? The butterflies kept gathering until they formed a cloud, and then she was there. She was always there for me. Whenever I was in trouble, she'd always appear and save me. Oh shit! This is Maria's fake imaginary friend, the witch, that she thinks is the real witch that isn't the witch. Oh no! Oh no! Good day to you, princess. Beatrice! Why, kick? Oh my, why are you crying so, and on a day so well suited for a tea party? I broke grandfather's precious vase. Wow, grandfather's gonna get mad at me. I don't know what to do. Hick? I see, that is worrying. The master really treasured this particular vase, didn't he? Ho ho ho. Imagine how he'll punish you scares even me, Beatrice, because that's who I am, that's my name. Grandfather was a very frightening person, and when he failed to follow something he said even once, he would become so mad, with a rage that would make even the fallen angels in hell quiver. Since I knew that down to my bones, I couldn't do anything but tremble and cry. Tremble and cry. I possess no magic that can scoop up your fallen tears, princess. Oh, sorry, one second. Chat, I'm gonna set an alarm, but just in case my phone breaks, I need to go and put, antibiotic drops in the eyes of my cat in 4 hours. So please remind me if it doesn't go off, okay? But I have a cat alarm. Here we go. I possess no magic that can scoop up your fallen tears, princess, but if you need magic that will prevent the master from scolding you, I might be able to manage something. Really? Yes, if you'll be gracious enough to believe in my power, princess, the power of belief is the source of magic. Miracles only appear before those of great faith. I believe in your power, Beatrice, so please fix this vase, please. If that is what you want, princess, then leave it to me, Beatrice. When she extended her index finger, a golden butterfly softly landed there and changed its form into her favorite cane. But even that was enough to give me a small glimpse of Beatrice's wonderful and awesome magic power. She pointed her cane at the broken vase, and just like a child's lullaby, she began speaking the magic words. Come, try closing your eyes, and try to remember. What form did you have? It was surely a very, very beautiful form. Please, show me that form one more time. Were they words, or was it a song? No, it had to be magic. After all, can't you see? The pieces of the vase are rapidly gathering together, gently returning to the place where they'd been on display, reassembling into their original form. Incredible. See? Now it's back to normal. This way, you won't have to get yelled at by the master. Okay, so Maria's daydreaming about breaking a vase and her imaginary witch friend coming to save her. Interesting. There are 3 Beatrices. Oh, it's like a Witcher book! Sapkowski loves, like, just dropping the title in as many different ways of the Witcher books as possible. Beatrice, you really are amazing. You can fix broken vases like it's nothing. Let's have 3 series. That's not true. Returning something broken to its original form is a very, very difficult thing to do. There actually are 3 series. I'm not kidding. There really are 3 series. My magic can only make it remember what it once was for a short time. Huh? But the vase really turned back to the way it was, right? Correct. But that doesn't mean the vase has avoided its fate of being broken. All I did was temporarily get the broken vase to remember its form before it broke. I have not yet attained the high levels of magical power that might be used to restore a broken fate to its original form. At that time, the high-pitched scream of a servant could be heard from inside the mansion. When I went to see what had happened, I noticed that several of the servants had gathered and were cleaning up the remains of the broken vase. From what they said, it seemed a black cat had sneaked in from somewhere and had climbed up on the vase, causing it to break. There are cats on the island? I understood the meaning of Beatrice's words. At the moment I broke the vase was broken. It exists. Beatrice let me see the vase being restored, but that was a temporary thing. It didn't mean she changed the fate of the vase being broken, and so the vase remembered its true fate and broke. Via cat. However, the one who broke it wasn't me, but a cat that had snuck in. That's right. Beatrice never said, let's fix the vase. She said she'd prevent the master from scolding me. The fate of the vase breaking hasn't changed, but the fact that I broke it certainly has. Beatrice cleverly saved me from danger with that magic. I mean, we could have just framed a cat with it without the magic. What are we doing? It is very easy to break something. After all, you didn't need magic to break that vase, princess. Then, is fixing stuff really hard? It is. It's so hard that you broke down crying, unsure what to do. Does that mean magic is easier to use when doing terrifying things? That breaking and killing is really easy, but fixing and reviving things is really hard? That's right. With magic, it is far easier to break and kill. That's why weak witches lose the temptation and become intoxicated with gathering easy power for themselves, neglecting their true magical training. Reversing entropy. Real magic is the power to repair, to revive, to summon happiness that has disappeared, to summon love that has grown cold. And it can even summon a smile to the face of a princess who has forgotten how... Beatrice is going to literally rip your head off and wear your skin as armor. Like, what do you... Then Beatrice, since you managed to fix that vase, does that mean you're an incredible witch? My days of training are far from over. After all, I couldn't make the vase forget its fate for even an hour. I'm sure my teacher, who taught me magic, would have been able to restore the vase to its original form forever. So if it kept breaking and breaking, she'd be able to fix it over and over again? Yes. When one reaches that level, they are considered to be an endless witch. That is the endless level that all witches ought to reach. We offer the utmost respect to those witches and call them by that title. They're really good at Tetris. An endless witch, that's right. To witches with the power to mend things endlessly, the concept of breaking doesn't even exist. They are released from all the sadness caused by losing things and are promised eternal bliss. Certainly, the human world is full of sadness caused by separation and loss. To escape that sadness, people pray to gods and ask for the power to withstand their sadness, believing it to be a test of their sadness. In other words, a human's life is a journey of sadness, searching for a way to withstand sadness. In that case, a witch who could revive all things would be freed from all sadness in the world. Simply put, that would mean eternal bliss. I wonder, if I could become a witch like you and gain eternal happiness. You, princess? Ho 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 ho. It is a long, long, difficult path, you see. I want to become a witch. I want to find happiness. Beatrice, I want to become your disciple. I want to... Do you have even a trace of doubt in that feeling? No. I want to become a witch too. I understand. Then, until you get tired of me, I will make you my disciple. Will you call me teacher? Yes, teacher. That's a good answer. Then from now on, learn the depths of magic along with me. I am also in training. Let us both learn the proper use of magic, doing our best to reach that blissful level. I feel it together coming on. Yes, teacher. No together? Uh-oh. Man, Rosa hired a really good babysitter for this island visit, huh? Really didn't want to deal with her shit. Ah, a dream. That face takes me back. An endless witch, was it? That rank I'd yearned for in the past as the highest possible achievement was now just another one of my titles. No, you might even call it my calling card. Every once in a while, being called that can be quite satisfying. I trained so many days to achieve that rank. It'd be a bit of a waste if I never got a chance to appreciate it. Cackle, cackle, cackle. She shook her head lightly. If it's the highest possible level, that means there's nothing higher. An eternal dead end, the beginning of eternal boredom. I remember what teacher told me. When one is released from all sadness, it is the same as eternal bliss. That's what makes me think. The teacher couldn't even ever have reached that level. The audio is a bit low, is it really? Why? Okay, what about now? Is it better now? It's too loud now? Okay, you know what? I'm on Team AI now. I want some AI fucking bullshit to come and just fix audio forever for me. I'm on Team AI now. How do I invest? Fuck this shit. Eternal bliss. Bliss means eternal boredom. True. And that's the beginning of eternal torture. It all depends on how you look at it. Eternal boredom is the same as a sketchbook that doesn't run out of pages. It means you can draw whatever you want. You can try to have as much fun as you want. Ever think that maybe you're in hell already, and this period of stability that you have in your life is just, you know, to reset your expectations so the torture can slowly ramp up again, and then you have 1,000 years of that bullshit, and then after that's done, you go back to just baseline again for a little bit, and like, hee hee hee, you're fine, and then just wump right back up to the torture. Yeah, it means you can draw whatever you want, can try to have as much fun as you want. Boredom is the worst sort of poison, which kills all witches. Even those great witches who are given the title Lady fear it. It's the eternal poison that tortures them because of the eternal bliss they've reached. Now that I've earned the name of Endless Witch, I truly wish I could speak with teacher again. Is happiness really what lay at the end of our training? And just what is happiness? I wish I could talk with her about that now. Training has no end. When you think you've reached the eternal level, that's exactly the time to bemoan your own immaturity. I recalled those words as though she'd answered me directly. Cackle, cackle. See, so I'm immature, am I? How amusing, how truly amusing. Cackle, cackle, cackle. The sound of painfully shrill laughter rang out. It was coming from my furniture. What, did they break their toy again? This guy stopped moving again. And I haven't had nearly enough fun yet. What a pathetic man. But I haven't got a chance to play at all yet. Let me play, let me play. Be silent, filth. If you keep devouring him like starving dogs, of course he'll keep breaking right away, no matter how well Beatrice-sama fixes him up. You broke him the most, Satan. Satan-y? You just don't know what holding back means. Baka, my apologies, Beatrice-sama. Please forgive my stupid little sisters. Fix him quickly. I'm next, I'm next. Must you keep up that infernal racket? Eep. This is a great story, by the way. A single yell was all it took to make the noisy sisters of the Seven Stakes vanish. All they do is mess around, having as much fun as they want breaking him. They only come to me to clean up afterwards. Truly, this furniture never leaves me bored. Once the furniture hid themselves, all that remained was a sloppy mess, the last remnants of a broken toy. It had no form anymore. It's hard even for me to remember its original form in this state. Better to make it remember for itself, perhaps. Oh well. I waved my golden pipe, then I spoke. I chanted. I made it remember. Come, try to remember. What form did you have? After all, right now, you pretty much look like a huge lump of scrap meat. I've no idea which part is your arm and which is your leg. Unless you remember, I won't even be able to recall your face. Cackle, cackle, cackle. By the power of magic, the pitiful pieces of meat began to remember what their form had been. Which part should go with which part, and where should join with where. The hip bone's connected to the... That's right, just like that. No, you should be a finger on the left hand. That's the right hand. Your other right. That's it. Good, cackle. Good morning. Have you woken up, Ushiromiya battler? How ironic that your true nightmare begins after you've awakened. Oh, even his clothes came back. Cough, cough. Ugh, ow. If you would just accept that I am a witch, you'll quickly wake up from this nightmare and I'll send you to heaven. I am the king of Mount Purgatory. There's no escape from this hell without my approval. You call this hell? That's just useless. It's all useless. I really enjoy my time with the Seven Sisters of the Staircase. I'm impressed you can still talk like that after experiencing the pain of death not once, like any normal human, but more times than I could count with all of my fingers. Okay, so 9? He's been killed 9 times? Cackle. This is why I never get bored. I never get bored of you. Yeah, no boredom problem here. After all, I get my pick of those massive tit Nichans with the dazzling asses in my harem. Loves getting torn apart by the sisters. Thanks to that, I'm not likely to get bored for a while now. Joke's on you, Beatrice. He's into it. Cackle, that's splendid. Otherwise, I would get bored too. So my furniture, I fixed them so you can play as much as you want. Thank you very much. Okay, yay! Yeah, all mine. I told you, your turn's over. I'm next. Get away from him, wah. Wonderful, isn't it, Battler-kun? Look how popular you are. Popular guys have it rough. Get in line, freaks. If you just stayed obedient instead of acting tough, this would go much easier. Nah, he's good like this. His screams feel so much better. Okay, let's not break him so quickly this time. Did you all hear me? You aren't running the show. Battler-kun, let's continue where we left off, okay? After they locked Jessica Chan's room with the master key, how did they return the key to the corpse's pocket, which is inside the room? This is like... This is so tailor-made for Battler. What the fuck? He actually probably is loving this. What the fuck? Oh. Well, maybe. That's it. They used a fishing line or something, sending just the key into the room through the crack of the door. Yeah. I'm thinking of the McKeezy comics so much right now. Wrong. So naive. Of all the oh, you can do it too. Of all of the doors that exist on Rikkinjima, none has a crack through which a key can slip. He was wrong, right? Okay, this time it's me. My turn. Where should I strike? Me, back of the hand. No fair. Okay, then I've got the back of his other hand. I'll take the tip of his nose. Why? Let me do it too. Let me strike too. Wow. Meanwhile, as he's being like ripped apart, Battler's like, yep. Got a new red statement. I can eliminate that possibility now. Gonna sleep well tonight as a pile of fucking gore on the floor. Can't be so slow, Leviani. We've always done first come, first serve. There we go. Okay, I'll take the top of his foot. Wow, me too. I'll take his shoulder, okay? Yeah, your sister's right. Play nice with each other, okay? I can't believe you're still resisting. Why haven't you realized that your false courage actually gets us fired up? Sorry, but I'm into that. False courage and being stubborn are my specialties. No matter how you all try to confuse the issues, I definitely won't accept witches and magic. Even though you can't explain anything with human tricks? Are you stupid? Know your place. It's okay, we don't have to force him to accept it. Soon he'll want to accept it so hard he'll start crying. Even now, he really wants to kneel down on the ground, pitiful, and beg for our forgiveness. He's broken already. Beatrice-sama. Ah, well. Since they know I can revive him over and over, my furniture won't even hesitate to break him. Good grief. Giving eternal rebirth and eternal death at will. Before the endless witch Beatrice, all death in life has no meaning. Even death can't become the key to escape from my cage. Come, Battler. Remember your original form again. I'll toy with you to my heart's content, understand? I see. How truly pleasant to have a toy to play with for all eternity. This could be the endless bliss, which is gained at the endless level. I see, I see. Yes, this bliss certainly is amusing. Cackle, 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 cackle. I'll revive you over and over, kill you over and over. Let's see, what kind of murder play will unfold on the next game board? Come, bring it in. Let the next game begin, Ushiromiya Battler. Ooh. Oh shit! Loud enough for you now, chat? Loud enough for you now? Yeah? What's George's endgame? Welcome to Rockin' Jima. Do we think that any of the Ushiromiya children are capable of killing the others for the inheritance? I think no. Maybe some of them are, but I don't think all of them would be capable of that. I don't think I get that they are like out for money and everything, but I don't think they're so desperate for money that they would kill multiple people for it. I don't get that from them. I don't think they would do it. But maybe I'm wrong? Dang. Too bad Aneki hates cigarettes so much. Sorry, she's been pretty grumpy since last night. Please don't hold it against her. Rudolph and Hideyoshi went out onto the deck and took out some cigarettes. Eva had always hated the smell of cigarettes, but when she was in a bad mood, she got even more sensitive to them. When they decided to smoke casually until they reached the island, the two of them had gotten yelled at and chased out onto the deck. Is this the first time we're learning that Rudolph and Hideyoshi smoke? Because I don't remember that. Like, that might have just been a throwaway line somewhere. Excuse me. Hideyoshi tried to use his lighter, but the strong winds gave him some trouble. Rudolph took out a Zippo with a smooth gesture and let Hideyoshi borrow the flame. Dark Souls? Dark Souls? Thank you, Master Peak, for the bits. My mom once put eardrops in my eyes instead of eye drops. Are you okay? Were you Master Pink Eye for a bit? I'm sorry that happened to you. Thank you, Transitional Bird, for the new sub. Welcome, Transitional Bird. Cool name. Thank you, Guitar Himi, or Jaime, for the resub. Good morning, day, evening, or night to you, Joe. Thank you kindly for all your streams. It gives me a chance to still experience games and some VNs while in medical school. Given the chance, I shall name a protein JOMS for you. Oh, thank you. Good luck with medical school. Yeah, having some stuff on the background you can still like keep in touch with the hobby is probably a good method of streaming. Yeah, or a method to consume streams. Yeah. Glad we can do that for you. Thank you, Vitor for the new sub. Welcome, Vitor. And thank you, Powick, for gifting a sub to Ushiromiya Eva. Do they all have gift subs at this point? I think they might. They might. Yeah, Ironwrath did a lot of them. When did you start smoking cigarettes, Hideyoshi Nissan? Right now, just after the war. In the beginning, I was rolling them. Then I started using what I sold. Wahahaha. So you were already smoking when you met Aneki. I bet she's always telling you to stop. I never listened to her, so she's already completely given up on that. Wahaha, men gotta be stubborn in times like these. Hideyoshi laughed heartily, but Rudolph snickered. After being scolded by Eva, they escaped the deck together with their tails between their legs. There was little doubt who had gotten her way in that exchange. She isn't usually so short-tempered. In fact, she's usually a more gentle, quiet woman. Every year she changes when this day comes. Is that so? To me, she looks just like the Aneki we've all known so long. That's just it. She's back to being Eva of the Ushiromiya family, but that ain't the Eva I know. Ooh, trouble in paradise? Well, I know why she's grumpy. This family conference is going to be a pain. Got that right. There's that plan to threaten money out of Kraus-Nissan. We may call it a family conference, but it's going to be just a sibling fight at this rate. Yep. Before the family conference, 3 of the siblings had made a secret pact without Kraus. Yeah, we know. They were all facing urgent situations and needed a lot of money fast. Therefore, and the only one they could turn to was Kraus, who spoke for the Ushiromiya head now that Kinzo spent his time shut up in his study. Man, I wish I had some lemon cake. God damn it. I was at the store today, I didn't get any. Fuck. For a long time now, they'd vaguely sensed that Kraus was taking advantage of the fact that Kinzo had lost interest in his own wealth, and they suspected that he'd start embezzling that wealth to suit his own purposes. Despite being disgusted by this, they turned a blind eye to it while everything was still going smoothly for them. But now that they needed money, they really couldn't afford to let it slide. Eva had asked Rudolph and Rosa to form an alliance, and they were now scheming to take that money away from Kraus. Rudolph-kun, both you and I are company presidents. We're responsible for the livelihood of our employees. Rose is a president too. Well, as a hobby. That's right, sorry. Hobby? Basically, we've all got responsibilities. Now that I've thrown down the gauntlet in front of the executive board, I've got to bring in the money, even if it means getting down on my knees or drinking mud, or killing everyone on the island. Same here. I can't betray the employees who've trusted me and followed me for so long. That's why I need to get some money out of Krusty-san, even if I have to grab him by the neck. Aneki and Aniki have always been in each other's throats, and now she's got to challenge Aniki head on. It's no wonder she's on edge. So Eva really has had a bad relationship with Krusty-san since long ago? Hasn't she talked about it? They were always at each other's throats. She never talks about the past, even if I ask. She probably doesn't want to remember. She's always been brainy and shrewd. Her grades were good too, excuse me. Her grades were good too. Compared to that, Aniki was just average. The simple fact she existed would have been pressure enough, but she kept boasting about it and driving him into a corner. That fool. Why drive him into a corner so openly? I'd hardly call that shrewd. No kidding. Aneki regretted being born a woman, so she probably couldn't forgive Aniki since he was chosen to succeed the head just because he was a man. He was also born first, wasn't he? She'd always boast to Dad, letting him see that she was better at every little thing. Father really is an old-fashioned person. Gender discrimination was part of his system of values. I'll bet Eva's eagerness to prove herself made him dislike her a bit. Yeah, because you just don't do this at all, bro. Yeah, okay. Would you say schooling for women is like sugar in black tea? The taste is dull and flat without it, but too much ruins the whole thing. Holy fucking shit! Since you can still drink black tea without sugar, he was in effect saying that there was no need for a woman to study. Those infuriating words were what Nissan hurled at me in my despair, when I asked to go to college, only to be denied by father. I protested I need to build up proper dignity and an education as the oldest daughter in the Ushiromiya family, making college an essential next step. But when it came down to it, father's and Nissan's answers were exactly the same. How conceited for a woman. I've never taken the Ushiromiya name lightly, not once since I was born into it, and I've been even more careful not to take my father's name, Ushiromiya Kinzo, lightly. Our family is an old one with many traditions, but it lost its... Are we gonna humanize Eva? Is that what we're gonna do? I don't think I'm ready for humanizing Eva. Oh no, no. She's already fine. She's so entertaining. You don't need to tell me why he's named Han Solo. I get it. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Queen, you are who you are. I understand it. I get it. Our family is an old one with many traditions, but it's lost its wealth and businesses in the Great Kanto earthquake, pushing it to the brink at one point. That was when father took control with his ingenious talent, reviving it to be even greater than it had been before. Not once did I forget that I was the daughter of the great Ushiromiya Kinzo. That's why I always made every effort to become worthy of that name. I needed dignity worthy of the Ushiromiya family, schooling, manners, and leadership. Even if I couldn't quite reach father's level, I deepened my knowledge in economics and finance, trying to improve myself so I could be of use to him at any time. However, in the end, father never acknowledged my efforts. To father, a woman who was only meant to support a man, nothing further than that was permissible. When it was, okay, do I want, I might say something that might make some of you angry with me, but I feel compelled to say it. I just want to like disclaimer this by saying that I'm talking out of my area, and you know, someone else might be able to say this better. I feel like that from some of the things that we played on the stream, and I usually I'm fond of this thing too, so even when it's not done to the best extent, I still support it. Female representation in media in this story is on like a whole entire upper echelon from anything else that we've had on the stream for the most part. Okay, like this is like they still have their flaws and their troubles, but they're very empowered, and you're seeing their character development. Like it's not just like a lot of the other stories that we've had that have had like air quotes strong female characters. It's just hand waving. We just have to fill a quota. That's how it comes across to me, and I don't like it. But I understand that it's hard to do, and it's still better than the alternative. But like this, if you want to know another reason why a lot of people are resonating with the story, I think, and why I like it so much compared to all the other things that we've had on the stream before, it's like this, man. Like this is a very, very mature take on this sort of thing, and it's quite refreshing because it's so rare. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe someone else could word that better than I did, but that's just my feelings right now. With like we're on the third episode in a row where they're really going into that. Like episode 1 was, like, it seemed to be really all about Natsui. It's always not always about those characters. Other ones have had their moments too. Last time was about Rosa. Now we're seeing some stuff about Eva. You know, yeah, I like it a lot. When was it that I came to understand that? It may have been as early as my childhood years, but I was going to have to wait until I grew up before I could truly accept it. Compared to me, you couldn't have said that Kraus, my older brother of 2 years, worked hard at all to become deserving of the Ushirimiya family name. He told me many times since my early childhood that he would naturally succeed father simply because he was born a man. He kept on repeating that as though it formed an uncrossable gap between us. I couldn't stand it. Even though I always got better grades than Nissan, even though I became class president when he never managed more than vice president, even so, Nissan was considered to be the appropriate successor to the Ushirimiya family just because he was a man. This also probably explains why Jessica was way more upset that it wasn't just that both her parents died. She has a strained relationship with Natsui, but it seems with the way Kraus is talking, Kraus probably has no relationship with Jessica whatsoever, is my guess. Or, nah, sometimes that might go the other way. Like Kraus might be like really sexist towards his sister, but very nice to his daughter. We haven't seen them interact yet, so that could go the other way actually. But my guess right now is that Kraus and Jessica have very not much of a relationship, but I might be wrong. Of course, you could find gender discrimination everywhere in those days. No, it was even considered a virtue in that era. During that despicable time, people said that when a woman is born, she obeys her parents, when she gets married, she obeys her husband, and when she gets old, she obeys her children. But that was exactly why I wanted to turn that on its head. Innocently, I kept trying to prove that I was the most fit. However, I eventually realized that all of my efforts had been doomed from the beginning. This is some real shit chat. Like, I don't know how it is growing up now. Like, there's been a lot of progress in this area, but like this shit was still alive and well when I was young. Okay, and again, I don't want to get too like harpy on the soapbox here. Like, men have a lot of problems in modern society too, but like, holy shit, like you like all the problems are relative, but like sometimes you have to take a step back and go, okay, all right, yeah. When you say schooling, it's not a competition, okay? But sometimes it can come across as that, yeah. Wouldn't you say schooling for women is like sugar and black tea? Oh, we're back at this now. The taste is flat and dull without it, but too much ruins the whole thing. Yeah, what do you mean by that, Nissan? Oh, look at this! Just as there are roles that only men can fill, there are also roles that can only be filled by women, correct? I do believe giving birth to children, raising them, and supporting the master of the house are roles that can only be filled by women. Are you trying to say there's no need for a woman to work or study? I wouldn't go that far. Talking to an unschooled woman is tiring and nothing more. However, women are even more tiring when they're too smart. I do believe that a woman is so cringe, my dude. What the fuck are you talking about? I do believe that a woman is as violently as assertive as you would bring no end of hardship to her future husband. You know what? I respect Hideyoshi more and more every day. Every day I respect Hideyoshi more and more. Are you trying to say that a woman has to marry and hide in the shadow of her husband? That's none of your business. Though you're my younger sister, I can look up to you for the respect you hold for father and your desire to become a daughter worthy of him. Even I am capable of feeling respect for such noble sentiments. That's just disgusting. What's this about noble sentiments? I'd call that flowery prose coming from you. Are you pretending to be the head already? The decision that I should succeed the headship has been established from the very beginning, and yet you seem to be laboring under the illusion that you might become the head, hence the useless and reckless efforts you've expended thus far. Reckless efforts? Is it really that bizarre for me to say I want to go to college? Yes, it is bizarre. Yes, you undoubtedly are the oldest daughter of the glorious Ushirome family. Yep, basic maths, yep, it's true. One day you will support that family crest by being wed to the partner most valuable for father. However, excessive learning is not what's being asked of you. What you need are gentle feelings that will allow you to care for your husband, the ability to handle housework, and a humble demeanor that will reflect well on the master of your household. Okay, so it completely makes sense why she knows how to do the, was it Taekwondo she knows how to do? The kickboxing thing? It completely makes sense, yeah. These are all skills you lack utterly. In the end, can you really call yourself a suitable daughter of the Ushirome family? I have no intention of being some secluded lady. I just want to become the person most capable of assisting father at his work. Then shouldn't you do so in a manner befitting an Ushirome family daughter? What is it with you? You're still mannish even at your age, and you've never learned how to wear makeup in a way that will please men, much less how to cook and do housework. I hear you've even been learning how to brawl. That's rude. The martial arts aren't brawling, they're a perfect way to train and discipline the mind, and when it's needed, I take more than enough care to act as a woman should. What are you trying to say? That women should be slaves who work for men, so I mustn't be so forward? It isn't elegant to say it out loud, but I think a few unpleasant words are necessary in order to correct your mistake, so let me say it plainly. Women exist to serve men, and men exist to provide for women. A woman's job is to protect the man's back, to protect his house and raise his children. Most women realize this without being told. They realize it on their own. But even after all these years, you still haven't realized that about yourself. Okay, this is a little on the nose, but it's probably authentic to the kind of conversation these two would have. Okay, so I've decided to clear away that misunderstanding for you before you leave this family. You ought to thank me. This is an insult to all women. No way, I've never thought of myself as a woman, and I've never depended on anyone because I'm a woman. How am I inferior to you, Nissan? In grades and accomplishments and everything, I'm better, so how can you look down on me when you have nothing I lack except the fact that you're a man? It's about knowing one's place. Every day I've been raised with the readiness of one who will be head. In the future, that preparation will surely become essential, but you are different. Even though you will marry and lose the Ushirome family name, you're being trapped by this unnecessary illusion. How did you convince Kinzo to keep the name and, wait, hold on. Did Hideyoshi take the name or did he keep his own name? Yeah, he took the name. Okay, alright. Huh. Okay. I'm sorry, I was not familiar with your game. I misjudged you. I kneel. I hope that you don't become crazy Yoshi later. Like, I kneel. I was... What's your complaint? Even if you had been born a man, the successor to the headship still probably wouldn't have been you. Why are you so unsatisfied that you insist on attacking me even now? What's my complaint, you say? Nissan, you're always like that, looking down on me because you'll succeed the head. Even though... read the Hideyoshi description. We did already, didn't we? Is it different? He took his wife's name upon their marriage and became a member of the Ushirome family. He therefore does not possess the spiteful genes passed down through the Ushirome family members, and his bright smile is very refreshing at the family conferences. He started his business from scratch and now works as president of a medium-sized restaurant chain. This chain seems to be growing and performing extremely well. Yeah, I remember this one. I don't really remember the spiteful genes part. Maybe I did read that. I don't think these are different. Even though, what's my complaint, you say? I've got a billion of them. Grudges, hard feelings, humiliations that I'll never forget kept floating through the back of my mind. They all built up at the same time, coming out of my throat as a shameful moan. Ooh. What's all this noise? God isn't the only one who holds silence as a virtue. Father. Father! He'd probably overheard our sibling fight. Father entered with a clearly unhappy face. Kraus, are you fighting with your siblings again? Why don't you have the dignity to act as a leader for your brothers and sisters? Brother and sister, sorry. How shameful. I'm embarrassed to hear this from my eldest son. In a flash, he struck Kraus's face. I readied myself to be struck in the same way, but I wasn't hit. Rosa in the corner was taking notes. My apologies, Dignity isn't the only thing you lack. There's much more. You're immature in everything, and even so, you pretend like you're an adult. Realize that it's 100 years too early for you to talk like that and devote yourself to your studies. Don't make me lament my son's incompetence anymore. Yes, I will continue to strive so I can become a person worthy of succeeding you, father. It was as if those words were directed at me. Even when he was being yelled at by father, he was still bragging to me about how he was special. About how he was the successor. I just couldn't stand it. I finally spoke what was on my mind, even though I realized that it would be improper for a member of the Ushirimiya family to do such a thing. Father, please tell me how I'm inferior to him. I've tried so hard, studied so hard to become a person who won't bring shame to your name. Please, tell me how I'm inferior. How can I improve myself enough to earn your acknowledgement? That again? How many times do I have to say it before you'll understand? I expect nothing from you. Women should be women and just learn how to cook and sew. You aren't prepared at all as a woman. In you, I don't see a trace of the mindset needed to serve one's husband, to earnestly devote one's self to a man's needs. What good are you as a woman? Don't you realize that you're a daughter of the Ushirimiya family, and yet you only want to learn things so you can act like a man? Your duty is to not imitate Kraus. Don't you even understand your own duty? As a member of the Ushirimiya family, I won't bring shame to your name. Oh, that's it? That's it. That's where you're already wrong. Your duty is to marry out of the family and bring me a man who is profitable to me. And then you will devote yourself to your husband, give birth to children, and multiply. Be a good wife who brings praise to your husband's family. Just what is it that you can do to please a man? Do you think you can make tea? Do you have any talent in cooking? You have nothing. All you've done is try and mimic Kraus, haven't you? Kraus will succeed the Ushirimiya family. If you are unsatisfied with that, then you are disobeying me. Are you saying you will refuse to listen to what I say, even though you're my daughter? Get out. You're disinherited. I won't let you call yourself an Ushirimiya. Disinherited. Disinherited. Oh, ooh. Cough, cough. Father, hang in there. Please calm down. Genji-san, could you bring some water? Sorry, I'm distracted. Yes, immediately. Eva, leave this place. He doesn't mean what he says. I will calm him down. Cough, cough, cough. Disinherited. If you won't listen to me, you're disinherited. Cough, 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 cough. Father was coughing pretty badly, and Nissan patted his back. How long ago was this? Because Kraus looks really young here. I know it's only the side profile. This is hard to judge. College? Probably a while ago. Alright. Father was coughing pretty badly, and Nissan patted his back. As if it was a duty that was naturally his. It was so vexing for me to let him take that duty all for himself right then. If I carelessly approached Father at that moment, then I would probably be the next one to get hit. I didn't read that properly at all. However, I fearlessly tried to approach Father's back. Genji blocked me. Iwa-sama, perhaps it would be better if you stepped aside for now. The master is not in a good mood today. But... Cough, cough. Why are my children so incompetent? Kraus is lacking dignity. Eva is always a stubborn tomboy. Okay, hold on. So, George is 21? 23? Rosa is at least wanting to go to college? Okay, I don't know. What age do you go to college in Japan? Is it still like around 18, 19? $18-ish, so she's at least 18. Let's just like that. Let's say 20, just to make it easy to add. Okay, at least 20. So and I'm gonna guess that it took like, you know, a year after they like met and got married, and that's a really fast pace to get pregnant and have George. But and let's say that she meets him like tomorrow. Okay, so you know he's 20 something, so this was at least 20 something years ago. Okay, at least 20 something years ago. All right, okay. And Kinza was already like coughing hack at that time? Damn. Huh. Yeah, it might even be 30 years, yeah. So how old is Ava now then? Ava is like almost 50? Maybe mid-40s, almost 50? Looking good. Rudolph, yeah, Rudolph, okay, yeah, Eva looks better than Rudolph, okay. And Rudolph is younger than Eva. Okay. Why are my children so incompetent? Kraus is lacking in dignity. Eva is always a stubborn tomboy. I have no son who's like a man, and not even a daughter who's like a woman. Where did I go wrong raising them? Why Genji? When and where did I go wrong? Why is he not talking about the other kids? Master, you haven't done anything wrong. Kraus-sama has grown into a sturdy son, and Eva-sama into a lovely daughter. You haven't made any mistakes. How can you say that? What's so lovely about her? Far from a lady, she's always acting like a man. Cough, cough, cough. Disinherited, disinherited! Cough, cough. Father, that's just what I'm always telling Eva. Eva has promised that she will have a change of heart and act like a lady. Couldn't you postpone that decision for just a little longer? Who's a lady? Cough, cough. Disinherited, disinherited! Cough, cough, ooh, ooh, cough, cough. Go quickly and leave this to me. Kraus gave me a look telling me that. Starting to think that Kinzo's might be kind of a bad guy. Did I take the wrong path, just like Father and Nissan said? True, I never studied how to be a lady. Everything I've learned was done in the hopes that I could help Father someday. But is that really true? Haven't I always been trying to compete with Nissan, with whom I've had a bad relationship since I was a young girl? Because I wanted to steal his position as successor and show him a thing or two. Every chance he gets, Nissan tells me that men should be manly and women should be womanly. I've been tormented by this unfair discrimination just because of my gender, something people are born with and can't do anything about. I resisted, endeavoring to this very day to study and prove that I'm not inferior despite being a woman. But doesn't that mean my love of learning comes entirely from a stupid complex I've got against Nissan? Father wanted me to become a lady with whom he could go out in public and not be embarrassed. That I betray his hopes, earning good grades and threatening Nissan just to satisfy childhood resentment. Umineko is a feminist text. I was kind of saying that a bit earlier. Why are you back? I was trying to kind of saying that earlier. Maybe you want to talk about that next time you're on. I think you could handle it better. Who the fuck is this? That's not it? You swore to me, saying I will become the successor to the Ushirimiya family. You. The one whispering to me was the me of my years as a young girl, born inside my heart on the day I made that oath. That's right. She was my only ally. When things got difficult, when I felt like I was about to get crushed by it all, she would always quietly appear and support me. When I ran into roadblocks and despaired, she would always appear and support me. When I grew up and the memories of my childhood years faded, I also started to forget my conversations with her. I, Ushirimiya Eva, will definitely become the head of the Ushirimiya family, and I'll triumph over that irritating, arrogant Kraus. On that day, we promise to do our best together to achieve that. There's a really good Amazing Devil lyric in Battle Cries, which is one of their best songs. And it's about, he says, after summers of fasting, I feel hunger at last. For that person, 15-year-old me would have been proud to have known. I really love that line. Like, who you thought you were going to be when you were a kid, and as you get older and older and older, like, you lose sight of that, like, what you want. Like, if your 15-year-old self could meet you right now, would they be like, you know, you're cool, I want to get along with you, I'm glad where we ended up, that sort of thing? Yep. Kind of straightforward, but I still like it. That's right, we promise. On that day, I promised that I would become the successor of the Ushirimiya headship. On that day, when I had been overcome with sadness, wondering why I was even alive, you appeared from inside me and lent me your strength. Father didn't accept me. I wanted to teach Nissan a lesson. I believed that doing this would let me say goodbye to the wretched creature I once was. For a time, I truly believed that my life had no purpose other than to be looked down upon by Nissan. It's painful just remembering those days. They're a wound, a crack inside my heart. She taught me how to sew up that wound. I turned my anger into effort and improved myself, trying to become a person more worthy of the headship than Kraus was. Trying to triumph over him by making Father accept me. Okay, the fact that this gets a sprite is suspicious. It was my perfect revenge. I was vaguely aware that a woman couldn't possibly become the family head, but I thought that maybe if I could prove myself valuable enough to overturn that premise, then surely even Father would select me to be his successor. If that happened, then I'd be able to have the greatest and most perfect revenge against Nissan, who always acted like his succession to the headship was completely inevitable. That's right. If we can manage that, the wounds in our heart will be healed. We promise each other to do our best until that day comes. And now you're saying you're gonna break that promise? Scum. Coward. If only you'd just give up and die. Even though she looked like me as a kid, she was still another me. Her tongue was sharp because it was mine. It makes me pretty mad hearing that even from myself. You have no right to speak to me like that. Okay, so this is 3 scenes in a row with an imaginary friend. Maria with Beatrice, and then Battler with the stakes that he's pretending that he's banging, and now it's Eva with her younger self. Okay, then let's use that anger to fuel our learning. Changing anger into power is my magic. I've saved you from a bunch of tight spots with that power, letting you succeed when you shouldn't have. As long as you have my magic, there's nothing you can't do. Okay, magic? That's right. Anger has always been my driving force. I wonder when it was I forgot that. If you can remember me again, that magic will become ours once more. Come on, let's turn that anger into power and study even harder. I know we still got a lot to learn. Let's go to college, study more and more, get excellent grades, and drive Kraus into a corner. That guy acts like we're nothing, and I'm sure it feels pretty well cornered on the inside. Bro thinks that was Maria. Was it not Maria? Did I not read the line properly? Hold on. I thought it was Maria. Oh, is there no line? I still think it's Maria. Let's read around that. It's Maria. Just listen to the VA? Yeah, it sounded like Maria to me. Let's go to college, study more, and get excellent grades, and drive Kraus into a corner. That guy acts like we're nothing, but I'm sure he feels pretty well cornered on the inside. If only he'd just learn his place and die. If he did, we could become the head. Rudolph won't take the job. That kid can't go against us. Stop that. No matter how much more I study, Father still won't accept me. Why not? Father told me to be womanly. Because I'm a woman, no matter how hard I tried, Father wouldn't have passed the headship onto me, even if I had been born before Nissan. No matter how much effort I put in, I can't become anything more than a woman. I won't be acknowledged. Nissan doesn't try at all, but I can't surpass him. He'll look down on me forever. Father and Kraus are the worst kind of male supremacists. If only they'd just die. She cursed them for my sake, words that I couldn't say so easily, she said for me. Even though I understand that she's just another part of myself inside of me, I feel like she's the only ally I have who can sympathize with me. However, while sympathy might do a lot to calm my heart, it won't do anything to improve my current situation. In the end, she can only console me for however long it takes me to be dejected by reality before I can finally accept it. Okay, is Eva gonna survive the first Twilight this time, but Hideyoshi isn't, and defense mechanism kid Eva is gonna come back or something? Thank you. You've done enough. Now that it's come to this, I'll become such a good lady that it'll even shock Father. I'll find an excellent man that Nissan can't even compare to. You can't do that. She rejected my timid thoughts. I understand. Because she is me, I understand. All Father said was that he won't let a woman succeed the headship now, but even that's just a rule Father made up. Since he made it, he can get rid of it. Human feelings can change far more often than the number of sand grains on a beach. Kraus is such a stupid man that Father's eventually going to realize it, even if we don't prove it for him. When that happens, the wall that separates man from woman will be demolished by Father himself, who set it up in the first place. That day will surely come. How can you be so sure? Because that's my magic. If you just believe, this magic will surely summon a miracle. The basis of my magic is nothing more than your believing heart. If I use this magic, then surely I'll never have to doubt until the day I die that I'll eventually become the head. But I don't know if that's the right thing for Ushiromiya Eva. Maybe I should aim to become the kind of lady Father wants, someone who can proudly participate in high society. And if I'm reborn, maybe Father will change his opinion of me. Okay, so there's obviously a parallel being drawn here between like the other Beatrice that maybe Maria was talking to in the last scene with like this one now, that maybe this is not actually Eva's like inner monologue. It could be just some sort of spirit that's taking a different form, but I don't think so, but it could be. Should keep that possibility burning a little bit, or that's what we're trying to be led to think. Maybe if I'm reborn, maybe Father will change the opinion of me. Maybe I can find my own lifestyle just as Nissan has found his. And anyway, I just can't imagine my stubborn father choosing a woman like me as the head, especially if it means skipping over Kraus. You don't believe? I was just thinking, maybe I can't succeed the headship, but as a woman, I can have a child, and Nissan still isn't engaged. If Nissan isn't able to father a child and I gave birth to one, then wouldn't that make it my child the next head after Nissan? In other words, wouldn't that mean the same thing as stealing the headship from Nissan? Are you serious? Yes, I'm serious. True, I'll be very sad to abandon the resolve I've had since childhood. It pains my heart to betray you, my younger self, but this is my most realistic option. Are you throwing away your dreams? And me as well? I'm not throwing anything away. I'm an adult, and the day has come for me to part ways with you. That's right. Eva's already become an adult. She's even forgotten how to use magic. And now she's the mother of a single child. She forgot all about how magic can grant one's own dreams, and now she's forcing those dreams onto her son. Even though Father and Kraus ruined your life, you're still trying to push your dreams onto your son, ruining his life. Is that what you call being an adult? Did we skip over some crucifixes here, or did we just seamlessly like jump forward a bit? I guess George is a son. Like I'm digging it, but I just want to make sure I'm not confused. George is a son I'm proud of, one who won't embarrass himself no matter where he goes. The dream I wasn't granted might come true for George. Jessica's a delinquent. Yeah, there we go. Okay, Jessica's a delinquent in both her grades and her behavior, and she's a woman. If only Jessica would step down, George would become the heir. Even saying it was painful. Am I just forcing my own regrets onto George? It's not like I have any right to look on Jessica with scorn. And then you do the same to Shannon later on. Wow. Wasn't I just horrible for hitting her with the same words that didn't cause me so much suffering? I understand. I understand. The desire to triumph over my brother is a part of my own personal revenge. I can't use George for that. So I'll take revenge myself. I have a plan to cheat Nissan out of some of his money with Rudolph and Rosa as my allies. I'll surely be able to get back at him. In any case, I'm sure that Nissan is embezzling Father's assets. And if that doesn't work, I'll just kill him. What a boring plan. Why don't you just give up on that and cry yourself to sleep? We will become the Ushirmiya family head. Don't mistake what your dream is, and believe me when I say it'll definitely come true. Believe in my magic. If I believe, I wonder if any power will dwell in that magic. It will. My magic can grant any wish with certainty. I'll believe. I'll believe. So create a miracle with that magic. If you don't, the hole in my heart will never heal. Okay, then listen. Well, man, I'm sitting here like, okay, so this is two people in a row. Sorry, 2 episodes in a row where it opens up with someone being seduced by magic, and maybe it's the witch this time, maybe it's not. So my brain goes, okay, so who was it the first time, and we just didn't see it that time? And then I go, isn't that just buying into her bullshit at that point? We stand battler in this house. Like, no. Is it a fake magic seduction? Like, can I still theorize? I feel like just the act of trying to push it together is like betraying the whole entire premise and perspective that I'm trying to go into this with. Okay, then listen well. Listen to my magic words, abracadabra, and understand. If we can solve the riddle, we can become the Ushirmiya family head. So lend me your ears and listen carefully. Behold the sweet fish, river running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the golden land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. Kairi's back. Kyrie's back. Guess who's back? Thank you, Reed247. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's almost a year. Thank you, Reed247. Thank you, Fentyrus for the resub. Loner Archon for the resub. Dalmec for the bits. Honestly, Joe, it's so impressive the kind of community you managed to cultivate with such a diverse range of talents and skills. Some of them are so impressive, they even managed to backseat Weeb PowerPoint. Thank you, Dalmec. Thank you. Thank you, community. Thank you. And thank you, Bibong, for the new sub. Thank you very much. Welcome. Eva Nissan. Break in 10 minutes, by the way. You know what? This is the end of the scene, and I already need to pee. We're in a new scene right now. Let's take a break right now. Be right back. You've been sitting the whole time? Get up and walk around, please. Go get a drink. Shouldn't be sitting for too long. Oh, it went through. I listened to that Amazing Devil song you mentioned. It's really good. I love that song. That song, Battle Cries by the Amazing Devil, is a duet where the two singers are singing two completely different songs with different meanings about their relationship. And every so often, like, they like meet back up and sing the same lyric for a bit, but because of the context provided by the rest of the song that they've been singing on an individual level, the meaning is completely different. It is even though they're saying the same thing. I love that song. It's such a great song. I don't know how hard that must have been to perform. Interesting. You call it a Cliff Bar, yet you eat it while reading Peak. When will the lies end, Dragon? Oh, Jelly, we're gonna get along just fine. What song? Battle Cries by Amazing Devil. Let me type it. Battler's favorite song. Someone in chat was saying during break that the Umineko is being unsubtle, and then someone said that, but considering some of the reactions that it's getting, maybe sometimes you need to be unsubtle. Yeah, there's something said about that. There was a part in the Witcher 3 script that I have to change about the books because this is a sensitive topic. I'm not going to get into discussion about it, but it is. I just want to mention it as what is being discussed. There is a part in the Witcher books that is pro-abortion, and it was very out of nowhere and very on the nose to me, to the point that it was kind of awkward. And I originally was like, I don't know about this. It seemed too blunt, and I wrote that in the script. And then after I wrote that in the script, Meteor happened in the States, and I went back and changed what I wrote. So sometimes you do have to be unsubtle and blunt. So yeah, but yeah, who knows? Oh no, the meteorites. Yeah. Crazy how that meteor just straight up happened. Yep. Baby in the oven? No, it was in the books. It was in the books. Oh no, Witcher 3 spoilers. Anyway, let's go. Eva Nissan, looks like we're about to arrive. When Kyrie shook her shoulders, Eva jumped and awoke from her doze. Ah, I'm sorry. I was half asleep. Was that a dream then? Sorry to scare you. Aunt Eva, you were out cold. Wait, you went down into the ship? Aunt Eva, you were out cold. Did you get up early this morning? Maybe. I let you all see something embarrassing. I'm sorry. Well, I'd say it's pretty impressive that you were relaxed enough to sleep. Battler kept saying, we're gonna fall, we're gonna drown. Can't get bored with this guy around. Beatrice? Shut up. All humans have at least one thing they're weak against. Battler and Jessica came in, messing around. Rudolph also made a face as if asking, are you okay? So the next tea party's gonna be on a boat. Get a hold of yourself. When you see Dad and the rest, all that sleepiness will go right out the window. Let's give it our best, okay? That's right. We have to keep it together, especially this year. That's it. Let's all tighten our assholes and go. Rudolph said these strict words in a small voice that only Ava could hear. Failure would not be tolerated in this year's family conference. All of their companies were hanging in the balance. I still don't think that someone would kill. I don't think they're that cutthroat. But maybe? Even Rudolph's face looked a little tense. Eva's expression probably looked tense as well. Mom, I have our luggage. Let's go up onto the deck. Thank you. You really are considerate, George. Why are you thanking me so suddenly? It's not like you, Mother. Eva, George, Siggy, Fido, we're there. Grab our luggage. Ooh, we're there, giggle. Hey, Maria, stop running or you'll trip. I see Maria was already getting excited. She ran circles around Hideyoshi, escaping from Rosa, who was trying to catch her. What is it, Mother? Do you feel sick? George. Georgie! Take our luggage and go on ahead. Your mother's probably feeling anemic, so I'll lend her a hand. Really? Okay, I'll head out first. Something odd in Ava's expression told Hideyoshi that it hadn't been a pleasant awakening, so he made George go on ahead. Ryul's family and Rose's family also went up onto the deck, leaving only Ava and Hideyoshi inside the boat. Ava had a vague expression on her face, as though she still hadn't been able to escape from her daydream. Daydream? What's wrong? Why the meek face? I wonder if I'm using George as a tool for my own revenge. I wonder if my childish hostility towards Nissan has caused me to treat that child's life like a toy. What have I done? What have I... That isn't true. George is our wonderful son, and he'll always perform admirably wherever he goes. Eva, even if you let your own hopes get in the way a bit, everything turned out okay in the end, hasn't it? You haven't done anything wrong. In fact, George is grateful for the strict discipline you gave him, right? Really? Hey, really? George doesn't think I'm a terrible mother, does he? Does he? Wow, okay, different side of these two, and her especially, okay. He's never said anything like that, not even once. You're just worrying too much. Hideyoshi-sama. Everyone has left the boat, so get out. Oh, did you lose something? Did you need a hand? Kumasama had come to check on them when they hadn't gone up the deck. Fucking hell. Kumasama had come to check on them when they hadn't gone up to the deck. Hideyoshi hid Eva behind his back so that her expression wouldn't be seen. Yeah, sorry. My necktie pin just got a bit crooked. We're fine, and we'll be out in a sec. Wait outside for us. Is that so? Oh, then I will wait outside. Even though she didn't really understand, Kumasama realized that something had come up and disappeared so that she didn't trouble them further. If they stayed here any longer, they would probably make everyone else worry too. It's about time to go. We'll make George and the rest worry. George really doesn't despise me? Yeah, nothing of the sort. In fact, he's very grateful. Did you have a nightmare? Again? Yes. Hideyoshi knew that Eva was often tormented by nightmares. Okay, so a lot of parallels between Rosa and Eva is that they're both, especially now that we've seen more of Eva, both very sympathetic situations, but they still have a side to them that is completely inexcusable. You can understand how they got there, but it is inexcusable. And like Rose's is a lot more easy to see. Eva's is also not hard to see, but Eva's is like the way that Eva treats Natsui because she hates her older brother is cringe as fuck. It's really entertaining, but it's still cringe. And the way that she seems to treat other women as well, especially with Shannon, and how what she said just eviscerated her when it came to like when she found out that George liked her or anything like that. Yeah, so they both have some bad sides to them that are pretty extreme. Natsui deserves it? I don't think Natsui deserves it. Inexcusable is a bit far. Okay, Rosa is inexcusable. What Rosa does. I don't know, man. Like, the way that Eva treats Natsui and what she said to Shannon is really harsh. I don't know. And Eva has been doing that to Natsui probably for, I don't know, a decade? I don't know, man. I feel like that long-term aggression over a long period of time that just never lets up, take every shot you can, try and drive a wedge between mother and daughter, like that Eva was doing, I think it's inexcusable. Rose is worse. But, I still think Eva is not acceptable. Anyway, let's keep going. Hideyoshi knew that Eva was often tormented by nightmares, and they always grew more marked on the days leading up to the family conference. Hideyoshi knew that Eva's relationship with Kraus was still full of antagonism to the point of being traumatic, and that she still couldn't let go of the feelings she'd had as a child. That was a dream. I'm with you now. If I grasp your hand like this, that dream will go away. Right? Look, I'm holding tight. Aw, man, he really does love her. Okay, that hurts. Thank you. I'm fine now. Let's get off the boat. Yeah, let's get off the boat. Everyone's waiting for us. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I yelled at you about the smoke from your cigarettes just now. Come on, you normally wouldn't apologize for that sort of thing. You're all frail after having that dream. Don't worry about it. I was wrong for not realizing that the smoke was affecting you. Have you started to hate me? No way, no way. Wahahaha. If I hated you after something like that, we wouldn't have lasted 3 days. Come on, stand up, stand up. Let's get off the boat. Okay, I really like those two all of a sudden. What the fuck, Hideyoshi-sama, Iba-sama. Kumasawa-sama sent me to get you the fuck off the boat. Is everything alright? Are you not feeling well? This time it was Goda. It looked like they kept everyone waiting too long after all. Even Eva had to stand up without grumbling now. She had to stop forcing her bad mood onto her husband and causing him any more trouble. Because that wasn't something a good wife would do. Is everything okay? If it's a matter concerning your health, shall I call Dr. Nandro? Thanks. But I'm just feeling a little anemic. I'm fine now. It's a woman's disease. Don't worry about it. Wahahahaha. Come on. Don't say stuff like that in front of people. It's embarrassing. Oh, sorry. Eva elbowed Hideyoshi in the gut. By that time, her normal expression had returned, which allowed Hideyoshi to relax a little. Can we get Nanjo in the other corner? What do you mean the other corner? Oh, shit! I'm sorry. How about this one? The bright sunlight outside almost made her dizzy. A small plank for getting off the boat was lowered, and Goda was waiting there, smiling and ready to lend them a hand. Please, Eva-sama, your hand. Thank you. Welcome to Rokkinjima. Welcome back. Welcome to Rokkinjima, Island of the Witch. Please make it back and enjoy your stay. Welcome. Huh? When she left the boat, it seemed to Eva as though she heard the voice of her young self. No, it hadn't seemed that way. Someone had told her, welcome back. After becoming a shameless adult. The voice of her young self was distant. Okay, so far this is like easily the best opening of all the episodes. Which means that it's probably going to be shit after the halfway point to make up for that. But easily the best opening of the 3 episodes. What am I living for? What can I do to release myself from this obsession? Hideyoshi heard her talking to herself. When Hideyoshi held on tightly to Eva's shoulders, his firmness alone told her that there was no need to say any more. Maybe it was because the typhoon was getting closer. The lively cries of the seagulls, which usually greeted them when they arrived, couldn't be heard at all. Killing them all in the chapel with their stomachs out like that and all the candy is a lot of work went into that. So that's an art piece. That's definitely, you don't start killing and then decide to pose them that way. That's definitely premeditated. Someone planned to do that before any of them were on the island. Meanwhile, the first round of murders in the first set, 6 people and then you just dump them in the shed. That's probably premeditated, but not as planned as the other one. Either way, how do you kill 6 people at the same time? The game's brought up poison. Maybe it is poison. I don't think you could kill 6 people that quickly. Unless there's another... Even that, it would be a brawl. Their faces were bashed in. There's definitely some, like... I think there's definitely some, like fake corpse shenanigans going on in episode 1. Episode 2, they're definitely all dead. I don't think you can fake that. Although Battler didn't go and check, right? He went close. How could you possibly fake that? I think it's a given that all 6 were actually dead in episode 2. But that is, again, very, very highly premeditated. Like, a lot of work went into that. That would have taken a while to set up, even. And you have to know that you're not going to be disturbed, set it up, like, have all the candy prepared ahead of time. Unless the witch was directing it, and by the witch I mean like Featrice, that was in the chapel with them. Unless she directed it, I don't think any of the Ushiramiyas and their spouses would have done a group murder like that, just on a whim after being told to do it by Featrice. I don't think that's something that could happen. So either they were being directed, or why would they be directed like that? Why would they listen? What happened in that chapel scene? Or it's premeditated. Is it the same person that did the first murder in episode 1, and it was just dialed up a bit on the presentation? Closed room, shed. They're still on display. They were bashed. There's a lot of brutality there. Second one, it's just like a dialed up version of the first one. So that feels like it might be the same killer to me. So if it's the same killer, then it can't be whoever killed them in the first set. It can't be these 6, because they were dead in the second set. And in the first set, it was you, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's if someone was a fake corpse in the first one, based on the premise that I'm working on right now, it would have to be one of you 3. That's not true, actually. Could you disguise one of these guys as a corpse? To mask something else? No, that wouldn't work. Because these 6 were... Yeah, hold on. My first thought was right. These 6 are dead in the second episode. These 6 were dead. These 6 were dead. These 6 were dead. If there's a fake corpse... Who died after that? Who's the next one to die? Jessica, and Cannon were the next to die. But Cannon wasn't found. And there was a red statement that said Cannon died in this room. But just because Cannon died in the room doesn't mean that he can't have been brought back to life afterwards, like he was resuscitated. How could he have died though in a manner that he could have been brought back to life afterwards? Like his heart stopped, and then Nanjo resuscitated him, maybe? Resuscitated him? He killed Jessica, and then he died of sadness. I don't trust anything that happened from the perspective that we saw in that scene. I just know that Jessica died and Cannon was meant to be there. And I think the red statement was that Cannon died in this room too, right? Wasn't that the red statement? Maybe I should keep track of the red statements. Cannon died in this room. Beatrice wouldn't fuss about names, would she? Would she do that? It was Sayo and Kayo, like as a servant he died, but you know, because he loved Jessica at the end, he just became Kayo in that moment, and then he just I think that would be really bad of her to do that. I don't know if she would do that or not, but I guess that's a possibility. Other possibility is that he died and then he was brought back to life afterwards. Again, not by magical means, but by just he came around or something like that. Or and then would Nanjo be on it? Someone else found him? Is there an accomplice? Maybe the first time it was you? And the second time it was you? Episode 1, because you are one of the 3. And the second time it's you. Because you are like servants and you're kind of brainwashed at the same time. You can see where the witch is. How did you get out of the room? Were the windows locked? Could he have like solid snaked out the window? And gone out, opened it, climbed out, closed it, and then hung down and dropped out? Could he have done that? Or was it specifically locked? Were the windows locked? I'm gonna have to go back and collect the red statement. Shit. Fuck. I didn't want to have to do that. I wanted to remember them. Fuck. I'm gonna have to collect the red statements. Shit. Shit. Were the windows locked? I can't remember now. Because that would explain how Cannon appears in the back door. But we can't trust that. That's untrustworthy. I'm sorry if this is tedious, by the way. I just felt I had that thought while we were talking there, reading that scene about how the Halloween, Happy Halloween Maria was a very like grandiose thing. There's no way that could have just been like on a whim. It had to be premeditated, and that premeditated kind of got me like thinking about all the different things. What? Who was dead at that point? Who was dead after that? So after that in episode 2, dead, missing, but also air quotes dead. But body missing. And then who died next? Next it was Goda, Shannon, and George. They died in the room when all the goatmen attacked, and she did some weird fucking magic spell dome bullshit. And then when we went in there afterwards with Battler, it didn't look like what had happened there at all. She was like kneeling in front of the mirror or something, right? And they have the stakes in them. Oh, the stakes are really difficult. Hold on, aren't the stakes like they're corkscrews and they need to be like twisted in, and it looks like something that you need to have some sort of device to do it at the same time? Like someone with physical strength couldn't do it alone or something like that, wasn't it? Aren't they like they're embedded pretty far in? Wasn't there one that wasn't in though all the way? Wasn't it on was it on her leg when she disappeared? Wait, hold on. When the fuck did she disappear? Fuck, I can't remember that one now. Shit, I'm losing some of episode 2, and we just did it too. Hold on. What was the next murder? The next murder was next ones who were killed. Was it Nanjo and Kumasawa both had their necks slashed when they were in the servants' room? Was it those two? It was definitely Nanjo. Was it Nanjo and Kumasawa? And then Genji was throwing knives at Fanon, who had Shannon against the... No. Who was it? Goda was attacking, and Cannon was trying to kill someone. Fanon was trying to kill someone. Shannon was already dead in the other room. Sorry. So it was Goda was holding him against the wall, and Genji was throwing knives because he's an Elden Ring player. But Nanjo and Kumasawa had their necks slashed at that point already, and Goda was holding Fanon against the wall while Genji was fanning knives at Fanon, and then they fought him off. And Shannon brought the spider web. Shannon brought the fucking spider web. She was there, right? I'm confused. Shannon brought the spider web. Okay, I'm getting the timeline in my head mixed up a little bit. There was also some jumping back around with the chronology, to be fair, at the same time. And also, I shouldn't even trust that because Battler wasn't there. So all I should assume from what I know of that is that Nanjo and Kumasawa might have been killed in the servant quarters, and there was some blood on the floor, but now their bodies aren't there and the door was locked. That's all I can think of. That's all I can take from that. And then who else was killed? Okay. Okay, maybe I should start taking some notes. Let's see if I can get it straight in my head eventually. Sorry. We're moving on. What do you mean 6 years ago? I mean, I was still in elementary school back then, right? It's pretty unfair to expect me to remember everything, don't you think? True, especially because we were so young. We've grown a lot in these 6 years. If I hadn't been introduced, I might not even have remembered you. Really? I figured he was Battler right away. When he opened his mouth, I was sure. Ooh, I just met him for the first time. Didn't know him 6 years ago. That's right, Maria-sama was only 3 years old then. Well, the same goes for me. I only knew Maria when she was 3 years old, and since she's grown so big, of course I wouldn't recognize her. After lunch, we had all gone out to the beach to walk around, talk, and take it easy. Our parents were apparently having a suspicious, complicated discussion, so we ended up leaving them behind. Well, just as I'd guessed from the start, the conversation focused on me since I've been away for 6 years. Still, you've really gotten tall. I wouldn't call myself short, but your height really surprised me. It's 5'9", by the way. That's right, I remembered well that what Battler was like 6 years ago, but I was surprised even so. Yeah, seriously, I can hardly believe this is the same Battler we knew back then. I'm surprised at how much everyone remembers about it. My memory's all hazy. Yeah, mine too, apparently, Battler. Yeah, fucking Jodler over here. Yeah, I'll bet. Looks like it's taking you a while to remember us. No, that hurts a bit. Come on, this was 6 years ago, right? I'm the one who has it bad, being forced to remember. Are you saying that you can't remember well because it was 6 years ago? I can remember it as clear as if it happened yesterday. Well, your memory's great after all. You remember the kind of things Battler did and said back then pretty clearly, don't you? What are these boobs? What are these boobs? Come on, come to think of it, that's right. Shannon's memory can be incredible when you least expect it. Ooh, I'm horrible at remembering. I remember fun things, but can't remember boring things at all. Ooh. We all laughed, saying that everyone was like that. Shannon. By the way, what was Battler like 6 years ago? Remember any interesting episodes? Let's see. I'm sure he said something like this when he left. I'll be back. See you again. I'll surely come for you riding a white horse. Yeah! Stop it. It's so embarrassing. Is it? Yeah. Sounds just like something you'd say. Yeah, I remember you always used to be full of those stupid lines, Battler. Wahahahaha. It really does sound like something Battler-kun would have said back then. Ooh, embarrassing? Is that embarrassing? Yeah, horribly embarrassing. Maria, I'm sure that when you're in middle school, you want to say embarrassing stuff like that. When that happens, make sure you write it down and read it 3 times before saying it out loud. If you don't, you'll definitely regret it. Still, everyone has to pass through that pitiful period. That's right. That's how you learn your place, learn shame, and become an adult. Yeah, it's one of those bittersweet things everyone does in adolescence as they transition to becoming adults. A memory you just want to forget. That's so true, yeah. Thank you, Pitch You Up, for the resub with the message poop. Pitch you up. Thank you, Yeetsy, for the resub as well. Loving the Umineko streams. Me too, actually, me too. Thank you, Scrafta, for the new sub too. Thank you, Scrafta, and Quathern. I think Quathern for the new sub also. Thank you very much. A lot of new subs, thank you. After all, this was all stuff I'd let slip out without thinking, so I didn't remember the words exactly. But now that those words were being recited to me, they were as embarrassing as all hell. I only recently came to understand this weakness and was working hard to avoid such careless outbursts. But I guess I was just born with the habit of speaking without thinking, and there's nothing I can do about it. Shannon, do you remember any other embarrassing stuff? Yes, well, I remember a few other things, but since it looks like the person in question wants to forget them, I think I'll refrain from saying any more. To be brutally honest, I don't remember this at all. Please, don't make me remember... Ooh, Shannon's bullying Battler? Ooh, you can't. You shouldn't bully people. She isn't really bullying him. Let's leave it at that, okay? Shannon, you'll have to tell me about it sometime. Battler isn't around. Sounds pretty interesting. Yes, certainly. What was that parry noise? No, you can't, Shannon-chan. For a while, George and Nikki laughed at me as though warming up for when Shannon-chan would tell him about more of my embarrassing misspeaks. I have them too. Yep. George looked like he was flirting with Shannon, but he seemed somewhat open and frank about it. He was always that way with his cousins. What? But he usually took on a reserved, gentlemanly attitude when he came in contact with the servants. When I thought about it, I got the feeling he was being a bit overly friendly, which seemed strange. Maria started scribbling in the sand with a stick, and George and Nikki and Shan joined in. I love a stick, man. When you're out and you find like a really good stick, it just uplifts the whole journey that you're on. Fucking a good stick, man. This left me and Jessica off to the side, so I asked her secretively, "Hey, Jessica, is George and Nikki going out with Shan?" Oh, what the? How'd you guess? Battler, you've got a keener eye for people than I thought. Huh? What? So this is also different from episode 1 and 2. I was just kidding, but they're actually going out? Shh. Your voice is too loud. It looks like they're keeping it a secret for now. Okay? It's a secret. It'd be better if nobody found out about it, especially Aunt Eva. I see. I love with a servant, huh? Yeah, but since when? Phew. I guess a lot can happen in 6 years, but yeah, and Nikki's an amazing person, and Shan seems to be kind and brave. Okay, we're waiting for Battler. So they might make a pretty good match. Actually, 6 years ago, I remember taking notice of her just a little bit. I see, she really fits well with George and Nikki. Nothing I can do about that. Goodbye, my fleeting first love of 6 years ago. Which means that the collection of embarrassing lines Shan had just held back on probably had something to do with that. Arrgh, I can't take it. How long have they been going out? That depends on what you call going out, but I think it's been at least a year. But if you count the time they both had one-sided feelings, it'd probably be several years. Before I'd realized it, the two of them had separated themselves from the group and were walking down the beach, talking about something. They looked calm, and rather than a light relationship between two lovers, it looked like a more serious one, as though they were already engaged. 6 years ago, huh? That's a long time. What did those 6 years mean to me? Okay, so last episode, it was a lot about Shannon and George's relationship from Shannon's perspective, a lot about Rosa and Maria, and a little bit of Cannon and Jessica, but not really. So it seems that we're having like an Eva arc right now. I wonder who the other person or pair is going to be. Is it going to be more Cannon and Jessica, or... Jessica's had some time. It was also Goda last time too. Oh, okay. 6 years ago, huh? That's a long time. What did those 6 years mean to me? I've just gotten taller. It was just a waste of time. 6 years I spent obstinately fighting with my dad. What about you, Battler? You got a girlfriend? I wonder. There's a few girls that I have fun with. 7 to be exact, and then sometimes 8. But there's only one. Guess I'm just a kid. I think it's more fun to be noisy with a large group of people than being alone with one person. Ah, that's so you, Battler, but take your relationship with your female friends seriously. When girls get wrong impressions or form a group, it can be scary, you know? Yeah. If that's on purpose, that's really good. They might be having secret feuds over you behind your back with people getting hurt or crying. That's so weird. I think I remember getting the same bit of advice from one of the girls in my class just last week. What's all this about? Why can't everyone just have fun together? Do people really want to couple up that much? It's probably because you've never found a partner like that, Battler. Well, you might run into someone sooner or later. You've just got to wait patiently. What? It almost sounds like you've already found a partner like that. What about you? Have you gotten a boyfriend? Huh? Me? No, come on, that reaction's so easy to understand. From the looks of it, there's some boy you're thinking about. You haven't been able to confess to him yet, something like that. No, that's not, shut up, who cares about that? If you're the one who brought up the subject, why are you yelling at me now? Women are creatures who always ask questions and yet almost never answer them. What? What cruel creature, seriously? Well, I did try to confess once. Well, I struck out pretty badly. Did you get an I'm sorry? No, my feelings were seriously one-sided and they didn't really know how to respond, I guess. It was like they didn't view me that way at all. Well, I can understand that. You talk like a man, after all. If you don't act a bit more graceful, you won't be able to catch a boy's interest. Okay, Kinzo. Is it really... Is the way I speak really that bad? Well, how you talk isn't everything, but when people like you, who usually have a rough style of speech, suddenly start working hard to talk more normally, well, there are guys out there whose heart will skip a beat when they see how determined you are. Is that really true? I see. Yeah. Okay, that wasn't that bad. Jessica suddenly started talking more meekly, and then her face instantly went slightly red. I see. Even though her confession didn't go well, it looks like she still hasn't given up. But still, I get it. After seeing how close George and Nikki and Shannon-chan have gotten, I also want to find a girlfriend. 6 years. 6 years of puberty are pretty important, and they went by pretty fast. God, did they? What's that like, Battler? As the typhoon approached, the clouds grew steadily grayer. But even so, I had this really refreshing feeling. Maybe I'll try thinking more seriously about the opposite sex, more than just the size of their boobs. Size of their butts. By the way, it looks like George and Nikki's going out with a servant. Don't tell me it's the same for you. What? Why do you think that? Come to think of it, that kid Cannon-kun who greeted us in the rose garden. You were covering for him pretty intensely, considering he was just a little awkward at talking. No, that's not... Wahahaha, now you're getting paranoid. Then tell me just one thing, right now. Is the boy you're after within 1 kilometer of the spot? Well, about that, I wonder... Cannon-kun was the only boy on this island now who could possibly become her boyfriend, so judging by her reaction, I was right on. I didn't think of the Ushiromiya family as a noble family, but love with a servant. I wouldn't have dreamed that 2 pairs of Romeo and Juliet would be right next to me. Aunt Eva would probably become an obstacle to George and Nikki and Shannon-chan's love. If Aunt Eva ever learned that Shannon-chan was the partner of her only beloved son, she'd probably scream at her for trying to steal away her precious George. And a relationship between Jessica and Cannon-kun would probably be just as full of difficulties. Aunt Natsui was also very strict about that kind of thing. After all, Jessica's husband would probably become the head of the Ushiromiya family in the future. If that person had once been a servant working for the family, well, things would get complicated. Nah, well, love is different for every person. As long as you're with someone who's fun to be around, does anything else matter? When 2 people pair up, they don't need anyone's permission as long as they accept each other. Worrying about what your parents or family will say means you've already lost. Don't forget that. You'd better not go out with someone with mixed feelings. What is this wisdom? Where's this coming from? I can't believe you're saying something so philosophical sounding when you haven't even been in love. Don't treat love like a matter of profit and loss. It's about heart. That's all I have to say. Well then, my curfew approaches. See you again. Have a nice day. Listen, listen. This guy, he said another one of those lines. I didn't see anything. I didn't say anything. Wow, don't make fun of me. Don't make fun of me. Ooh, I heard it. Oh yeah, Maria's here. See you again, see you again. For a while, we forgot that the wind was getting stronger and played around on the beach. And then they died. I grew a lot these past 6 years, and being able to celebrate my youth and meet with all my cousins was truly refreshing. It was a bit late now, but I realized that I should have gotten back together with everyone a lot sooner and returned to the Ushiromiya family. It sure is nice to have all the cousins together every once in a while. Ooh, I like it too. It's really fun when all the cousins get together. That's right, we're already old enough. It's not like we couldn't meet each other when our parents aren't around. It might not be a bad idea to gather the cousins together and play every once in a while. That's a good plan. Maybe we should set up something like that the next time we get a chance. Yeah, I agree. I hope we cousins can stay friends forever. Hey, if you make such a big deal of it, you almost make it sound like relatives usually end up hating each other. George and Nikki and Jessica laughed, but it felt just a little strained. Did I say something wrong? Judging by how our parents made quiet expressions and tired faces, it is kind of... Wait, have we ever heard these two talk without Battler? They do get along enough because she likes Shannon and she's encouraging Shannon to go... Wait, hold on. Is this sabotage? Oh... No, I don't think so. I think they all get along. I think they get along. Judging by how our parents made quiet expressions and tired faces every once in a while during the boat ride in the airport, maybe I should have kept that to myself. You're right. It's just like Jessica said. Let's always be friends to each other. Ooh, me too. We're all friends. That's right. Yeah, we'll always be together. We'll always be friends. Man, we've been saying some pretty embarrassing stuff. I feel kind of awkward. Okay, let's hard cut to the first Twilight, please. But I think it's very important. People are creatures who find it very hard to stay together, much less remain friends, unless they truly desire it. That's right. You really can't take everyone being friendly for granted. Ooh, a witch I know said it. Happiness won't be granted unless everyone believes in it. That's true. Maybe some magic exists in the power of belief. If we all believe in that, I'm sure it will bring us happiness. Alright, well, if we're doing embarrassing stuff already, let's all swear to believe in this together, okay? That will always be friendly. That will always be happy. Like hell will end up like our parents. As if we'd ever search for each other's weaknesses, going after grandfather's fortune. Okay, we'll always be friendly and happy. Let's all believe in that. No matter how much we cousins tried to nostalgically have fun, dark clouds continue to approach for Kinjima. I wonder if the typhoon will pass and let us see the clear skies before we leave this island. Who cares about what our parents are planning? Who cares about the inheritance and the honor of our old family? As youthful as we were renewing our old friendship, and we all believed together we could find happiness. That's why it sucked when we started dying. I want this pair of days to end without anything weird happening, right now, in peace and happiness, and calmly. No, I don't just want them to end. Please, let them end. Let them end. She's back. She's back. Damn it. Don't show up. Don't appear. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Sorry to keep you waiting. I finally prepared a new game. Come, let us begin this tale of tragedy. Come to me, winds, rain, typhoon. Cut this island off from the real world. Throw a Kinjima into another realm, into the spirit world, into a world of fantasy. And so, the tale repeated for the third time. However, to an endless witch, what did it matter whether it was the first, second, or third time? Is it even the third time? Fuck, who knows? Maybe we've been going at this even for longer than that. It probably didn't matter at all. After all, this was a tale of fantasy, endlessly repeating until the match was settled. Why did Rudolph say he was going to die tonight? Would Battler surrender first, or would the witch? Did he fake his death, and that was just like trying to, like, he was emotional about it, and he was telling his son, you know, like, I'm probably going to die tonight, let me prepare it for you? Is that like some kind of clue he was trying to give him without giving him a clue? Would he kill Kyrie? I don't think so. So did those two fake it? And they killed the... I don't think Kyrie would do that. Then the sky grew dark and cloudy, and the rain and wind were summoned together and became a typhoon. Maybe she still went along with it, and when they left the shed, she got up, like you know, pulled the Mission Impossible bloody mask off her face, found her teeth, put her back in, and said, me and you are going to have a really long talk about this when we get off this island, but for now, you know, I'm ride or die. Let's go. What are we doing, Rudolph? I don't think so. Nah, I don't think so. And I don't think Rudolph would sacrifice Kyrie for money. Then the sky grew dark and cloudy, and the rain and wind were summoned together and became a typhoon. Maria could be seen in the rose garden, paying no mind to the rain that had started falling, going around in circles, searching for that single rose that should have been marked. Oh, this time the rose happened. Not here, not here. My rose. My retinas that we marked isn't here. Ooh, ooh. Maria definitely remembered it. That rose had been in the flower bed right here, and yet it wasn't anymore. She didn't know what to do with her irritation and not being able to find something that should have been there. And, moaning bitterly, she couldn't help but keep going back and forth in circles around the same spot. She was acting almost as though she'd be able to see it if she looked at a different angle, but even though she did that, there was no way to find something that wasn't there. Oh, it's me trying to solve a really hard puzzle in The Witness. Here we go. The wind grew increasingly strong, and the rain turned into cold, large drops. There was no way even Maria would fail to notice this. However, if she didn't find her rose here, it would surely disappear forever. Maria believed that. That feeling spurred her on to keep searching for a rose that she had no chance of finding. Just then, the cold drops of rain tormenting Maria was suddenly blocked. Maria raised her head. When she did, she saw an umbrella there protecting her from the rain. And the one holding out that umbrella was... Okay, what was with the other outfit last episode? I mean, why do so many people in this game have the same blue eyes? Fucking hell. And the one holding out the umbrella was the witch she admired, Beatrice. Beatrice, what are you doing so frantically in the middle of all this rain? You could catch a cold like this. Even witches have to care for their own health. I can't find it. My rose. Ooh, no matter how many times I search. Even though it should have been here. I can't find it. Maria told Beatrice about how there had been a slightly unhealthy, pitiful rose, and that she was sure they had marked it. Oh, so you can't find it. If you are a witch's apprentice, you should use magic to search for the rose. I believe that searching with just your eyes won't be nearly enough. Ooh, I can't find it. I did my best and tried to search with magic, but I can't find it. I think practicing your magic is a very good thing, but it might be a little too much for you with all this wind and rain. Allow me to lend you some special power. Concern for one's disciples is also one of a teacher's duties. Thank you, Beatrice. Maria's face, which had been full of sadness until just now, split open into a grin. Maria knew. She knew there was nothing Beatrice's magic couldn't do. So she was sure that Beatrice would be able to find the rose easily, even though Maria couldn't. Beatrice closed her eyes lightly, acting as though she was listening for something in all this wind and rain. Then she heard it, opened her eyes, and spoke. All things in this world are transitory. Fucking hell. Too bad, Maria. It seems your rose couldn't withstand all this wind and rain. Ooh, then my rose? Yeah, it's fucking gone. It was uprooted by the wind and is no longer of this world. Ooh, what Beatrice had said was quite reasonable. There was nothing odd about the flower being broken off the stem in the strong wind. However, Maria couldn't accept this and bitterly gave a low-pitched moan. No. Oh? No, no, no. It's my rose. My rose won't come back. No. I'll bring it back to life with my magic. Beatrice, teach me how to revive a rose with magic. Huh. It's much too early for an apprentice like you to learn the hidden art of endless magic. Know your place. Ooh! Maria wiped the tears from her eyes, full of regret. Meanwhile, Beatrice was like, you know what? I understand Rosa more and more every day. Surprised Maria's like talking back, actually. Beatrice shrugged her shoulders and chuckled at Maria's pitiable expression. Very well, I will lend you my power, the hidden art that can revive a rose. Really? Indeed. Well then, concentrate the power of your heart. Close your eyes, forget the rain, forget the wind, and search for the soul of the wandering rose with the eyes of your heart. Oh, she's doing it. Okay. That's nice. Ooh, Maria closed her eyes. Then she repeated Beatrice's song-like words. Come, try to remember. Rose, what form did you have? Come, try to remember. Rose, what form did you have? Don't look. Don't listen. And believe. Release the power of your soul from the cage of flesh that imprisons it. That's it. Good. Around Maria, who was concentrating her power, her eyes tightly shut, small golden butterflies began to dance. Was this the manifestation of the magical power Maria had? Man, I could just finish my favorite food and then look at the plate and be like, come food, Putin, remember the form that you had. And then I get to eat it again. Damn. That would be such a good power. Lost soul of the rose, gather into one and remember your form. I'm hungry. Come gather, remember. The glitter of the gold butterflies began to strengthen and their numbers increased. Then Beatrice raised a finger up to the skies and they began to gather at the tip of that finger. Any clue how much longer we are going today? At least 2 hours, I think. This was the miracle of the golden magic. The gold butterflies began to condense into a single dazzling grain of gold. It was a single glittering gold seed. It rode on the tip of Beatrice's finger, budded into a golden sprout, and opened into a golden leaf. Then it then slowly fell from that fingertip, sank into the mud of the flower bed, and began to grow steadily. Maria, who admired magic and the width, really wanted to see this fantastical sight. However, as an apprentice, Maria was still not qualified to see it. No, she was probably afraid that if she opened her eyes to look, the power that she had concentrated in her heart would be cut off and the magic would be lost. Meanwhile, Beatrice frantically looking for a rose that's going to be the same color and a ribbon to tie around it. Therefore, Beatrice, as the only one permitted to witness this golden miracle, was the only witch, the sole master of many miracles. Then, the fully grown rose bloomed, creating one golden flower, and when Beatrice poked it with her finger in just the right way, the gold-colored sparkle scattered, just as if a golden soap bubble had popped, and what remained was a single beautiful rose. Looks like you've remembered a splendid rose. However, if we just leave it mixed in with these other roses, you won't be able to tell it apart. Excuse me, shall I perform one last service? Beatrice, for the sake of her cute apprentice who is moaning even more now in concentration, decided to use one more bit of magic. When she snapped her fingers, a single gold butterfly appeared, flying around and landed on the flower that had just been revived. Then it suddenly burst open and disappeared, becoming golden lace and marking the rose. That will do. Maria, you may open your eyes now. Ooh, where's the rose? It's not here. Not here. Not over there. Over here. Look, I've marked it with golden lace. Wow, you did! Awesome, 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 awesome! Thank you, Beato. Beato. Thank you, Beato. I want to become a witch quickly, a great witch like you. Great witch! And you can. Long ago, I too wished for that innocently, just as you do, and I have attained that level. Maria was ecstatic over the revived rose, clapping her hands and jumping around in joy. Watching that, Beatrice also smiled, looking fairly pleased. She just put some lace on some random rose lameo. Yeah, that's exactly what she did. By now, I can break and repair any soul if I try, not just that of a rose, but and kill and revive and as I pleased. Come, the barrier of the storm has now sealed Rikinjima off from the natural world. Now is the time for the Golden Witch Beatrice to descend as an endless witch. Beatrice pulled from her pocket an envelope with the family crest, the one-winged eagle, and gave it to Maria. Maria frolicked around at being selected to be the witch's messenger. So, Kinzo, I've come to join in on your fun once more. My preparations are already complete. What of you? Have you prepared enough coins to bet in tonight's game? Of course, I'm fully prepared, Beatrice. I've assembled a plethora of pieces. I'm ready both physically and mentally. Wait, what? So then, let's make the ante. Make the ante? I've heard up the ante. I've heard ante up. And I've also heard ante up. I haven't heard make the ante. All that you have given should be returned to you in the end. Come, take it. Kinzo flung the window of his study open wide, took off the valuable golden ring that had been on his finger, and threw it into the darkness of the raging wind and rain. After Beatrice already had the letter? How'd she do that then? That ring was struck by lightning, and after twinkling gold for an instant, disappeared. Shit, Kinzo watched it go, grinning broadly and fearlessly. I don't think I'll lose. You are mine. Forever. Excuse me. The ring that Kinzo had thrown became a single gold butterfly and fluttered around in the wind and rain. It headed for the rose garden, almost as though it was being guided there. It then found the figure of the golden witch and fluttered down. When it came down right in front of Beatrice, it burst open and returned to its original form, flying through the air. The way it was going, you would have expected it to fall into a puddle, but it stopped suddenly in midair, almost as if some transparent person had caught it. Apparently, even Beatrice hadn't expected this. However, she realized who it was, and grinned broadly at it. Snake? As she did, the shadow of the person who had caught the ring began to fuzzily appear. It was the figure of a young man wearing a butler's uniform, embroidered with the one-winged eagle crest. There was no man like this among the servants of the Ushiromiya family. Even so, Beatrice laughed as though it was someone she remembered fondly. Ronov, is it? It's been quite some time. It seems you have remembered me. You were always a man who took loyalty seriously. What is this pose? What are these eyes? What is this stash? It's a... evolved canon? What's going on? It's been quite some time since your last correspondence. Not for a single day have I, Renault, forgotten that I served you, milady. I was afraid more that you had forgotten about me. After all, you can be quite forgetful. Cackle, cackle. I see, yes, I certainly am forgetful. I've forgotten even your sarcasm until I heard it again. Milady, take this. 1 second. 1 second. Hey, how do I pronounce Renault before I lock this weird version in? That's probably wrong. Okay, Renault, milady, take this. With an exaggerated yet elegant gesture, he bowed respectfully and held out to Beatrice the head's ring that he just caught. How did she fucking put the fucking seal on the envelope then, or has she not done that yet? It is the Ushirimiya family's head ring returned to you from Ushirimiya Kinzo. It is now once again in the possession of its master. Indeed. This is Kinzo announcing the start of the game. Of course, I accept it. Ronove. Ronove. Okay, sorry. Alright, Ronove. So how shall we play tonight? Shall I prepare the roulette immediately? Or shall I prepare some black tea first? I can't decide which, but first I need you to greet someone. I'm sure that guy's got his mouth hanging open and can't shut it. Right, Battler? Wait, what? Ronove can come in here too? Greetings, allow me to introduce myself. Ronove. Ronove. Okay, I am called Ronove, and I serve at the side of Milady Beatrice. It is truly a pleasure to meet you. See? His mouth's hanging open, he can't shut it, right? Time to get it in the coffin? Yeah, no shit, another incomprehensible guy just showed up. First I grumbled about goat-headed people doing the Bond dance, and then goat heads start showing up in swarms. And since then, not only have those 7-ass Nissans appeared, but now there's even a butler. It doesn't make sense, cut it out. By the way, Battler, did you notice? Did you realize that meeting him is a true devil's proof? A devil's proof? What do you mean? He may not look like it, but this guy's one of the 72, a genuine demon. In other words, I've brought a demon right in front of you, which truly proves that they exist. Cackle, 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 cackle. Well, can he prove that he's a demon? Ronove holds a noble rank in hell, the 27th highest rank great demon. He's a pretty useful man. I thought he was a demon. I summoned him at high cost and made him serve me. It is an honor to meet you. While my name is amongst those of the nobles of hell, I now serve as the head furniture of Beatrice Sama, who despite being a vulgar human is a great witch of such caliber that demons flee before her. And the side slaps the table. You got really hot waffles. You just been hanging out with Ronove to learn drip this wet. Cackle, cackle, cackle. He's a very useful man, but he's impudent with his words. Wet, isn't that? It's drip and wet, isn't it? Frustratingly enough, he sometimes forgets to respect his master. Nothing in my contract specifies the manner in which I am to speak. Would you like to change the contract? It keeps me entertained, so it's fine. Cackle, cackle. Beatrice turned her back to him, cackling. After bowing once to her back, Ronove turned back to Battler and stuck out his right hand, showing off an innocent smile. Normally this would mean that he was asking for a handshake. What is this supposed to be? I am another who has been subjected to the milady's whims. In that sense, I am sure we could become good friends. This is a handshake of friendship. Of course, this in no way implies your entry into a contract with a demon, so fear not. Sorry, but I'm right in the middle of a big fight with your master. I only shake hands with an enemy after we've beaten each other up in a rainy schoolyard and are all worn out, like something you'd see in a teen drama. Or a hit Netflix show, remember that. I see. To shake hands with you, Battler-sama, I must create a fitting atmosphere in a suitable location, exchanging sweet words and physical language with you that rings true to your heart. When the opportunity arrives, I shall arrange for such an encounter. I must say, I simply love situations like that myself. Coo. As Ronove laughed tauntingly, he whispered to Battler, bringing his face so close that their noses were almost touching. Sorry. Battler, his face turning red after getting so close to another of the same sex, pushed him away. You're a creepy bastard. I see. Just right for Beato's butler. It is an honor to receive such words of praise. I'm very confident in my tea brewing abilities, so please look forward to tea time. Baking cookies is one of my hobbies, so please feel free to request any snacks you may desire. Just what I'd expect from a pair of the same gender. You've started getting along well right off the bat. I'm jealous. My. I apologize for making you jealous, milady. Here's a coffin. I shall not sneakily snatch your guest away from you. Well then, I will leave for now to retake my post as head furniture and greet my subordinates. Please forgive my short absence. So you're the Genji of Beatrice. Okay, indeed. Only the common goats and the 7 sisters used for the ceremony have manifested themselves. You'll be able to finish greeting them in no time. Oh, those lively 7 sisters are here? I wonder if those naughty girls have grown a little more graceful. If that's graceful, I'll have to doubt the definition of the word graceful. Oh, fucking, I am Arthur, said Arthur. Can we fucking, like, oh my god. I need to go over the whole story when we're done. Is that so? Then I suppose you've already had the opportunity to play with those sisters. Judging by your expression, it would seem they're just as naughty as always. Even though I am always telling them to act more fitting as servants of Beatrice-sama, what troublesome kids. If that's your problem, don't worry. They actually act perfectly fitting for their master. Ooh, cackle, cackle, cackle. Now even you have begun to say it. However, conversation means that you accept your partner. The fact that you started to respond to my idle chattering proves that you are gradually starting to accept my existence. Heh. That's because even if the sun starts rising from the west, I will definitely, absolutely never accept that you're a witch. You might want to try a more positive approach, like crying and kissing my shoes. Even if Battler was bluffing, he still spoke forcefully, a fearless expression on his face. The witch and her butler snickered together, realizing that their guest had regained more than enough of his power to attend to a new game, and that preparations were complete. After Ranove exchanged a few words with Beatrice, he bowed silently to Battler, scattered into several golden butterflies, and disappeared. Cackle, cackle. It is truly pleasing to have such a boisterous atmosphere. How boring were the days when I was trapped alone on this island, unable to regain my power and lacking anyone to talk to. I get how that unpleasant guy is really fitting as... I get how that unpleasant guy is really fitting as your butler. Oh, unpleasant? What? But tell me, why has that butler only appeared now? You said something about how only the goats and the Nichans of the 7 stakes had manifested themselves. What did that mean? Indeed. You still resist, but I am a fully fledged witch. I am in contact with several non-human entities in the spirit world. I'll bet no sane people would hang out with you. First some goat monsters, then those ass Nichans, and this time a demon butler showed up. I hate to think about it, but the way things are going, I wouldn't be surprised if even more weird people appeared. Ha 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 ha! Among the furniture that work at my great golden mansion, how many demons do you think want to come over and play? They will keep coming. Many of them will appear. When the door to the Golden Land is opened, I will call back all of my furniture and build my new castle here on Akinjima. Then I plan to invite all my old friends, and we will drink and dance together for 3 days and 3 nights. Of course, I also plan to invite Kinzo's family, you see? You too, if you wish. Cackle, cackle. So is this what you mean? That since you lost your power for a long time, you couldn't summon them? And then, since your magic power has been gradually increasing, you've become able to summon more and more monsters. How did you lose your magic power? If your magic power was enough to give Kinzo all the gold, were you already dormant? Has that been said and I've forgotten it? Huh. It is as you say. You stopped a hair's breadth before crumbling, but your heart is already wavering and you are unable to deny that I am a witch. Was it that you had enough power to summon the gold and it was like another one of your miracle gambits that it like the interest will come back later on and you'll be like much more powerful? Like, I don't know, what was it, like 60 years later or something like that? That wavering in your heart has been slowly restoring my power as a witch. So, are you trying to say that creepy butler appeared because I started to surrender? That's right. Bit by bit, you are surrendering to me. Isn't all that humiliation you suffered in the last game a result of you submitting to me so deeply? Wasn't it great when you had to sacrifice your back for the sake of my feet? Cackle, 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 cackle. Yes, don't. Damn it. I thought I'd be able to keep things as they were as long as I didn't accept you. But it looks like that was wrong. Correct. The closer you get to surrendering, the more the game will swing in my favor. Isn't chess the same? In the process of cornering each other's kings, we trade several pieces. Of course, I still haven't cornered your king. And furthermore, you're giving it everything you've got just to help your king escape, and have lost several pieces to me, as well as a large advantage. It is only natural that further developments will tend to turn in my favor. Damn. From now on, you will probably be frantic as you try to avoid my checkmate. However, as you do, I will steal your pieces from you one by one. In the end, you'll have lost everything but your king, and you won't be able to escape no matter how much you try. Then you will receive a true checkmate. You were talking big last time, weren't you? Something about how you'd never accept me and would torment me with eternal torture. Only witches who have reached the endless level can talk about eternity. That's been beyond you ever since the very beginning. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Oh. Can I get the Kumasawa, recap from the corner, please? Already kind of need to pee. Sorry, chat. Thank you, the Blackjack21 for the resub. And he yap that fool. Is it yap that fool? I thought it was F that fool. And he Battler gets fooled. Nice. Thank you, the Blackjack. Thank you, Henry Wyatt, for getting a sub to Ronaway. Is it Ronaway? It's Ronove. 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 Thank you, Parnik, for the bits. It turns out that Umineko is feminist literature as well as gay literature. No, you can only be one or the other, as we learned from Disco Elysium. So I think right now the story and plot has given up feminist literature to become gay. And thank you, A2H Live, for the new sub as well. Welcome, welcome, A2H. Kinzo-sama had already publicly displayed the location of the hidden gold within the epitaph under my portrait. The rules apply equally to all those who can read the epitaph. How is this Maria talking? This does not sound like Maria. If you discover the gold, I should return everything to you. Tonight, I asked... Oh, okay, alright. Tonight, I should ask you to enjoy your battle of wits with Kinzo-sama to the fullest. I sincerely pray that this night will be both intellectual and elegant. Beatrice the Golden. Makes sense. Okay. When Maria finished reading the letter that Beatrice had handed her, everyone was at a loss for words for a while. And then, they all broke the silence at once. Ridiculous. What a worthless, vicious prank. Okay, this is very much like episode 1 so far instead of episode 2. I feel like maybe in episode 2, someone was cheating. Seriously, there's no way Father gave up the head's ring. Beatrice? Ha. What a transparent prank, hoping to confuse us just by bringing up that name. Hey, who filled this dessert up with a little too much punch? I want to applaud and praise you, so come clean, okay? Rosa? Of course not. I wouldn't pull a prank by assuming Father's name. Then Aniki? Aniki? Me? Are you an idiot? It was Nissan, right? Only he could plan something this vulgar. Are you trying to mock me? I'm the one who wants to question you. Who is behind this ill-natured prank? Cross beat the table and stared at everyone. Since that included the children too, he scared most of them. A letter from a mysterious person who claims to have been given full rights to Father's assets. Considering that the whole point of this family conference is a discussion of that subject, I think it's too hasty to call this a mere prank. We can't be sure. Maybe it really is one of Father's shady pranks. He might have planned this to shock us a bit since we've been discussing the distribution of his inheritance without him. If Dad was the one who planned this, then we can't take what Maria-chan just read aloud as a joke, right? That's right. If you interpret the contents literally, then this is a test from Father. The epitaph of the witch has been displayed in the hall for quite some time now, so that any of us could solve it. There was plenty of notice. That means he was saying that the first person to solve it would be handed the inheritance along with all of his wealth, right? Sorry, I'm drinking some water, chat. See, my magic granted your wish. Oh. Okay. So, On today's episode of Witch or Insanity... Huh. Nothing so foolish could possibly be the case. It's an unshakable fact that my husband is the successor to the Ushiramiya family headship. Man, I really felt for her in episode 1, but now I'm feeling for... This is great. Oh, I love it when I don't know who to side with. Oh, I love it when I don't know who to side with. That's so good. That's so good. Good. Well, doesn't this letter shake that? This is a message from the person who was given full rights to all the father's wealth. Nissan's right to become the head has returned to a blank slate. The person who solves the riddle, the person who finds Beatrice's gold, will become the next head of the Ushiramiya family. Ridiculous. Do you think we can trust the meaningless words in that letter? That the seal was the real thing? There's no way we could trust that. Then let's try and go and ask Father directly. At this point, you can't get away with saying he's grumpy or feeling bad, right? The sealed wax clearly shows that this is from Father's representative. If you doubt that, then show some proof, Nissan. Show that this letter does not contain Father's will. Very well. It is just as you say. It no longer matters whether Father's in a good mood or not. Let's go up and ask him directly. Let's do it. We'll ask Dad directly. Dad is Dad, so why would he act in such a roundabout way? Then again, I guess that would be like him, would it? Dad, the Domino's driver came back. He forgot your garlic bread and wings. I'll send them in. We tricked you. I wonder if we really should continue this discussion on the assumption this letter came from Father. Stupid Rosa. Isn't it obviously from Father? That letter is Father's. It exists. Isn't it obvious that he's given the four of us an even chance to become the successor? Die, you brainless idiot. Rosa really is dumb. If only she'd just give up and die. I'm sorry. That's right. I'm sorry. In the beginning, the adults had all doubted the credibility of the letter, but after realizing that this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance in the inheritance struggle for the three younger siblings, Eva changed her position, claiming the letter was authentic. Rudolph and Rosa caught on and agreed. Outrageous. How can adults like you take such a worthless prank this seriously? I don't need to be Father to understand his contempt. Whoa, 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 Natsui-san, all we've got to do is ask Father and we're done, right? Won't everything be fine if Father just tells us that he doesn't know about any letter? Nissan, take responsibility and just get him to say that he doesn't know about the letter. This is no time to get scared just because he's in a bad mood, okay? He's still scared of Father at his age, that idiot. If only he'd just give up and die. Okay, was there like a subconscious witch in someone else in episode 1 and 2 as well? Yeah, let's get this settled clearly. He's probably eating in his study right now. Let's have him set down his chopsticks for just a moment. Eats pizza with chopsticks? It's decided, let's go. Kyrie, wait here a while. We'll go to check whether it's true or not and come back quickly. Thank you. I'll wait patiently for Goda-san to bring in dessert. I'm gonna eat my dessert! It's time for dessert! The four siblings, Natsui and Hideyoshi, all rose from their seats. Love you so much, babe. Oh, so good. Forcefully into the hallway with a clatter. Afterwards, only the children, stunned completely speechless, Nanjo, who looked uncomfortable. Afterwards, only the children, stunned completely speechless, Nanjo, who looked uncomfortable, and Kyrie, who just shrugged, were left. In the middle of all this was Maria, who looked a little scared at the adult's sudden change. However, judging from her appearance, she didn't look like she realized the full meaning of what she just read. What in the world was that all about? I don't get it. They're all bastards. Do they really want the inheritance that much? Everyone, this is our parents' problem. It has nothing to do with us, so you mustn't worry about it. Even if you say that, they were so blatant about it. I can't believe them, showing off their greed like that. Ooh, everyone has to believe together that we'll be happy. Ooh, ooh. That's right. We all did promise. Come on, Battler-kun, Jessica-chan, you too. Ha. I feel horrible. We couldn't accept it all, but we all lay down our arms for the time being. We'd been vaguely aware of how filthy this family conference was going to be. However, after that 6-year blank, I couldn't help being shocked. When he saw that the children were completely dejected, Dr. Nanjo cleared his throat uncomfortably. So who should I kill tonight? It's an adult matter. It has nothing to do with all of you young people. Let us forget about it. I would if I could. I know it's hard, but forget it for now. All your parents are fighting frantically to make your futures just a little brighter. Please, don't look at your injured parents with cold eyes when they come back. No matter how much you ask us, Kirie-san, that'll be tough. If we could be happy with an explanation like that, we wouldn't be kids. Ooh, everyone, be happy. Can't get dark. Believe. If everyone doesn't believe we can be happy, the happiness will get away. Everyone has to believe. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I like the sound of that. Do you? I'll believe too. I'll believe we can find happiness. Ooh, and Kyrie, thank you. Battler and Jessica, you believe too. Beatrice is also always saying that magic won't have any power if you don't believe. Ooh. Kyrie-san rose from her seat quietly, went over to Maria, and crouched down so that their eyes met. Ooh, and Kyrie believes. Now Battler and Jessica have to believe. Those two are strong. They'll feel better soon, and then they'll believe. Yeah. Kind of bright outside for a typhoon, huh? More importantly, I want you to tell me something. When Kyrie-san said that, Jessica, George, Iniki, Dr. Nanjo, and I all listened closely. It looked like our parents were so concerned with the inheritance problem that grandfather filled their minds. But we wanted to ask Miri about something simpler. Ooh? What? Who gave you the fucking letter? Yeah. Beatrice! The witch drawn in that portrait? Ooh. She gave me this letter and an umbrella, and she used magic to fix my rose that was broken. Beatrice is an awesome witch who can do anything. Could you tell us about that in a bit more detail? Whoa! I really like Kyrie. That was sudden. Without even being allowed to wait for dessert, we were chased out of the room. What time are we at? 3 hours and 15 minutes? Okay, it's not time for break yet, but I just need like a minute. I need to go. Our breaks are going to be like off schedule, I think, today, chat. Sorry. Especially considering I might have to go do the cat drops at some point too. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I'm not going to be gone for like a full 5 minutes or anything like that. I'll be there and back. Unless I get intercepted. So, be right back. Yeah, I'm back. I How is your sink pissing? Non-existent. It does not exist. Okay, are we continuing? I think we probably should, right? Oh, thank you, Wabby, for the new sub. Welcome, Wabby. Thank you, Ironwrath, for gifting a sub to live Nanjo reaction. Thank you, Saracen6 for the resub. Hey Joe, I'd like you to know that stream memes are even starting to impact watching Dota as a player on one of the best teams. As a player on one of the best teams is named Collapse. It makes the games he is in significantly funnier. So thanks for that. Do any of the casters say collapsed as a joke, and then it's not funny anymore because they do it every single match? Thank you, Professor Asker. Professor Asker here for the resub for 2 years. Thank you, Professor Asker. All right. Without even being allowed to wait for dessert, we were chased out of the room. I heard that in the end, our parents were unable to get grandfather to respond. How is that possible? Is he deed? Well, I hate to say it, but I feel like giving grandfather a high five right now. Really? He was probably pretty satisfied with how his strange letter had given his children a good shock, since they had been so infatuated with the inheritance problem while grandfather was still alive. I also felt like our despicable parents had gotten what they had deserved in all this confusion. But I couldn't really say that I was feeling great. I felt all sulky. Apparently, grandfather hadn't seemed concerned with the whole thing, but he also hadn't denied anything about the letter either. Okay, I'm confused if like was it stamped with the ring wax before she got the ring? Is that a clue, or did she do it afterwards, or does it not matter? Like, I'm I'm confused about the timeline there. When talking about the witch's letter, grandfather's name kept popping up. If grandfather knew that someone was stealing his name, then considering his character, he'd probably be mad with rage. But even though grandfather now knew the contents of that letter, he coldly ignored it. So, did that count as a silent yes? Aunt Eva and Dad were trying to interpret the letter in their favor, their greed clearly visible. It wouldn't have mattered so much if that was all, but the adults had now started focusing on Maria, who had received the letter. They kept pounding her with questions about who had given it to her. Maria repeated over and over again that she had gotten it from Beatrice, but there was no way such a mysterious person could have sneaked onto the island. After all, this island's small, and there's no one living on it outside the Ushirimiya family household. Maria kept repeating that she'd gotten it from Beatrice no matter how many times she was asked. The adults seemed to think she was trying to trick them, so they didn't hold back and just questioned her until she broke out in tears. When Maria was released, she sobbed, all worn out from crying. After our parents ordered us to go to the guest house and take Maria with us, they shut themselves up in the dining hall and started getting louder and louder as they discussed the inheritance. Like, you could hear them from the guest house, or is it like a figurative louder and louder, or just like omniscient narrator louder and louder? Okay, if this is going where I think it's going, episode 3 is gonna be in death mode for a hell of a lot longer than episode 1 and 2. Like, we're like rapidly approaching the first Twilight, like fucking like 4 hours ahead of schedule. It seemed that because of the strange letter, Uncle Krause's chances of becoming the next head might have been reduced to a blank slate. And in exchange for accepting him, my dad and the rest were trying to swindle Uncle Krause out of a lot of money or something like that. Disgusted as we were, Jessica and I were happy to move over to the guest house. We didn't want to be under the same roof as those filthy adults, their heads so filled with thoughts about money. George and Nikki pleaded on our parents' behalf, saying that he wanted us to understand them. I understood his reasoning. No matter how filthy this talk of money was, it wouldn't go away if you just closed your eyes to it. But even so, how could they sink so low as to overtly fight over the money of the dead? Can't believe they're not single. Maria had cried herself dry and was hiding in her bed. She hadn't even twitched for a while, so she was probably sleeping. Who in the world gave that letter to Maria-chan? George-san, you can't ask her that anymore. Isn't it fine to say that Maria got it from Beatrice and leave it at that? After all, we don't want to make her cry any more than this. Even though we said that, we couldn't clear away a gloomy feeling. There are only 18 people on this island now. The thought that, somewhere in the rain, a 19th person gave Maria-chan that letter and is now hiding somewhere doesn't seem realistic at all. Most likely, somebody got Shannon or someone to put on the dress from the portrait and cleverly got Maria to go along with their story. Okay, right, exactly like episode 1, okay. Though in Maria's case, just seeing the dress would probably convince her that it really was Beatrice. Maybe it doesn't really matter who handed her the letter. The important thing is who sent it. Okay, you know what's interesting? Was that the first time that Beatrice summoned us to the room? Like, Battler wasn't even in that scene. And Beatrice was just like, you're here now. I don't know if the microphone's picking up my finger snaps anymore. Right? Because every other time, when Beatrice has yoinked Battler into the room, or Battler has gone into the discussion room, Battler has already been in the scene, or Beatrice has been in the scene too, right? But it's never been Battler wasn't even in it. So is this version of Battler? There's two Battlers right now. Both are named Toby. The Battler that's on the screen right now is separate from the Battler entity that just takes over sometimes and talks to Beatrice in the room. But it seems like there's some crossover sometimes, so I don't know exactly how that works. Unless he's pretending, or he's like he has to go along with it for the sake of the game, maybe? I don't know. So does that mean that when Battler was yoinked into that scene when Renove was introduced, did he see everything that happened with Maria before that, or was he just suddenly there just to meet the butler and then that was it? I wonder. Because if that's the case, did he see all the other scenes too? The Battler that's in the purgatory room, whatever, seems to me to be like more of an audience surrogate more than this Battler is. Although they function the same way. Wait, no, that's not true. At the very end of episode... No, not the end of episode 2. At the end of episode 2's intro, Beatrice made Battler appear in one of those discussions, I think. And said, you know, the stage is set, here we go. I think she did that, didn't she? I think she did that. I can't remember if Battler was in that scene or not. It's not really all that important, but... I wonder if you can see those scenes. Is everything that we've seen also something that Alter Battler can see? Huh. I wonder if they're gonna talk about that or confirm that. Okay, I can see a bunch of +2s out of the corner of my eye. Are they safe? Are they safe? I try not to look in chat when I'm looking. It's a pin. Is the pin safe? One is feminist Battler, one is gay Battler. They are fighting for their place in the narrative. There are two wolves inside of you. One is feminist, one is gay. Maybe it doesn't really matter who handed her the letter. The important thing is who sent it. The point is that grandfather wanted to cause an uproar by assuming the name of the witch. Seriously, that old geezer's good at rounding people up. The most likely answer is that our occult-loving grandfather was playing around, handing the letter over to Maria, who shares the same hobby as he does in such a dramatic way, though he failed to give any thought for what Maria would have to go through, making it a pretty shitty thing to do. Seriously, messing around with Maria's pure heart, it doesn't matter who handed the letter over. Maria says she got it from Beatrice, so let's treat it that way. I agree. Let's do that. To Maria-chan, Beatrice is kind of like what Santa Claus is to most kids. Whether we're dealing with some non-existent 19th person or Santa Claus, as long as we all acknowledge them, they'll at least exist inside Maria. I see. I guess it can be important to lie to a child to protect their dreams. What's up, Jessica? Are you still angry? What do you mean Santa Claus doesn't... Jessica had her hand on her chin as though there was something that she just couldn't understand. When I called out to her, she came to her senses. Ah, sorry. Well, actually, I was wondering if Maria might have actually met Beatrice. What do you mean by that? Are you saying there's a 19th person on this island? If you truly take Maria Chan's words to heart, then you would arrive at that answer. No, that's not what I mean. I'm talking about the story that someone we don't know has been living on this island since long ago. Living, you say? Where? In the forest. Eating what? You can have the mountains. You can have the snow. It's way too cold. Persona 3 Radio has been living rent-free in my head since Wednesday, by the way. Or was it Thursday? Persona. The adults were gathered in the dining hall, spending a very long time continuing the discussion that had been started by Beatrice's letter. Kraus strongly claimed that the letter was a simple prank, but he couldn't overturn the claim that Kinzo's failure to deny the letter was the answer enough. Judging by Kinzo's character, if he knew that a letter had been written in his name, he would be mad with rage. Since all the siblings knew that, Kraus had no choice but to withdraw his claim. Without even having to summarize it, the contents of the letter were simple. The person who could solve the witch's epitaph would receive the headship and assets. This did a lot of damage to Kraus, who had been sure that he would receive the headship, and was better news than the rest of them who had already given up, could have hoped for. However, there were some points that worried them. The person who solved the epitaph was not limited to a member of the Ushiromiya family. Taken literally, anyone, no matter how doubtful their origin, even if they were the streamer, might receive the headship. And furthermore, this meant that there was a chance that all of the Ushiromiya family's assets would be stolen by some unknown person. In that sense, it was definitely not a situation where even the other siblings could afford to lower their guard. Had this letter come from an assassin sent by Kinzo calling themselves Beatrice, or was this a scheme of some unknown person trying to steal the Ushiromiya family's wealth? They still didn't know the truth, but they could say one thing for certain. Maria had received this problematic letter today on this island. In other words, someone planning something to do with that letter was on this island today. Had it been set up by Kinzo, one of the four siblings, or maybe some unknown person, no matter how much they suspected each other, they couldn't reach a conclusion. After getting tired of bickering with each other, they finally reached the extremely obvious conclusion that doubting each other was just a waste of time. I wonder if they all collectively try to solve it, and then when they get close, someone's like, alright, I think I can figure it out myself from the end here, and just kills the rest of them, and then they're like, oh shit, I'm stumped. Wait, have we ever seen the conversation they have after the kids go to the guest house? We've made no progress, we've just been spinning our wheels. That's right, and the mere fact that you've realized it means we won't have to waste any more time. It is not certain that father sent the letter. My husband is merely exasperated by your inability to hold a conversation. Who's unable to hold a conversation? You keep yelling at me every time I say something. Do you truly think that such shameful behavior is fitting for a member of the Ushiromiya family? Would you give it a rest, Eva? You too, Natsui-san. That topic's finished for now. Shall we all cool our heads off for now? Go out in the typhoon? Let's have some cool drinks brought over. That sounds good. It would probably be wiser if we cooled our heads. Don't you want to take a short break too, dear? Aneki looks like she's in a bad mood, so I'll pass on that break. But I agree about the cool drinks. Rosa, have someone bring some water. A whole pitcher. Yes, understood. Rosa headed over to the extension telephone in a corner of the room and called the servant room. She then passed on what Rudolph had told her to the person on the other end. Okay, so the phones are still working at whatever fucking time it is right now. The vicious bickering up until now vanished as though it had been a lie. That silence continued until Goda finished setting the table and retreated from the room. Is there anything else that you require? No. Please leave us. Yes. Then if you will excuse me, if you need anything, call me at any time. Time for crossword. Oh, I didn't do connections today! That's why I'm in a good mood. Fuck. After listening to the sound of Goda's footsteps disappear off into the distance, everyone took a deep breath at the same time to break the tension. It sure is raining hard. I wonder if this 19th person is taking shelter in the Rose Garden Arbor about now. I wonder. Let's look. And there she is in the dress. They might be able to escape the rain there, but it would be quite cold. A mysterious 19th person as a visitor. It sounds pretty interesting, just like a mystery novel. Normally, that kind of story, it's a safe bet that the person doesn't exist, or that one of us 18 would be faking it. I suspect Genji and the others. Just as I thought, it would have been better if we had dismissed all of the servants of the one-winged eagle, no matter what excuses we have to make. Come now, don't say that. We must be grateful for their long years of service. Of course, we can't let our guard down. I'm sure you agree too, Nissan, that whether or not Father was behind this, the person who handed Maria the letter was a servant. Indeed. In any event, we were all being friendly in our big happy circle until dinner, weren't we? All the siblings have alibis. Only a servant could have handed Maria that letter. But all of the servants said that they were too busy with the bed making to have any spare time during which they could go to Maria-chan in the Rose Garden. Hey, what are you trying to say then? You aren't saying that the Witch of the Forest, Beatrice-sama, came over and actually handed Maria that letter, are you? Rosa, you used to believe in that so much, it really frightened you, right? Don't tell me you still believe it at this age. In the Witch of the Forest, and then her fucking, like, imaginary witch friend goes, haha, she's so pathetic for believing in magic and that, right? If she did exist, I'd love for her to appear, but no matter how much I wished, she didn't appear before me even once. She didn't save me from my crisis. Of course not. I just thought that since all 18 of us said we didn't do it, there might really be a 19th person. That can't be. In the first place, we were the only ones who came in on that boat. We didn't see any mysterious stranger riding with us. I don't know, did you check underneath? You don't think they could have swam across this rough sea, right? I can't really imagine it. Logically, that's true. It is difficult to imagine that there's a single hidden uninvited guest on this isolated island. I mean, other boats exist, Kyrie. However, it looks like some of us still can't abandon the possibility completely, right? Hideyoshi had laughed it off, saying there couldn't be a 19th person, but Kyrie had sensitively picked up on the delicate atmosphere among the four siblings. In a normal situation, there shouldn't have been any uninvited guests on this small, isolated island. How would they have come here, and from where, and where were they hiding? And why hadn't they appeared openly, even though they had sent a letter in their name? Nothing could explain that. But not only had the four siblings not joined in on Hideyoshi's laughing, they also seemed unable to completely deny in their hearts the possibility of a 19th person. Kyrie-san, please don't misunderstand. It's not as though we believe in anything like that fairy tale legend of the witch. Is this another topic to insult Father? Simply speaking of such a thing is a betrayal against him. Okay, I like you a lot more when everyone else is dead. Giggle, giggle. I wonder. However, this is Father we're talking about. It could be possible, right? I wonder why she's like that. Is it, like, so highly strung because of, like, what Ava and the other ones have done to her because Kraus is always a target, or what? Or is it, like, what Kinzo has done to her? I don't know anything. What's this? What's this? It's called constructive criticism? What's this? Why has everyone gotten so gloomy? What are you talking about? In short, the legend of the witch isn't a joke, but a fact? That's ridiculous. Of course, nobody believes in some witch riding a broom and flying in the sky. But the woman in that portrait, Beatrice, might really have existed on this island. Hideyoshi-san, it looks like we aren't talking about a witch, but something a little simpler. So, it must be something like this. Everyone suspects that Father had a mistress named Beatrice secretly living somewhere on this island. Is that it? Father was always exemplary at keeping strictly to the rules. It is completely inconceivable that he would bring something so filthy onto this island. Natsui snapped at them immediately, but it looked like the four siblings, including Kraus, didn't agree. How are you not even one of his kids, the biggest Kinzo simp in the whole island? On the contrary, they appeared to think Kinzo wouldn't even have hesitated to do something like that. From the beginning, it had been whispered that Kinzo had built a mansion on this island specifically because of the existence of an entrancing mistress. Fucking hell. I'm sorry, Natsui-san. I know how much you respect Dad, but that rumor's been around for a long time. All the buildings on Rakinjima were built by Dad on his own. No. People have always guessed that he had some contraptions or secret rooms set up in this mansion that only he knew about. And it's always been whispered that hidden somewhere on this island there's a secret mansion none of us know about. The hidden mansion! Look out for it, I see. This island might look small on a map, but it's quite large for just the Ushiramiya family to live on. So people have suspected that he built a secret mansion somewhere in the uncivilized forest for his mistress to live in. That would be quite a large-scale scheme. In the beginning, people thought it might be somewhere inside this mansion, that there might be a hidden basement with a fabulous hidden room where the witch in that portrait was secretly hiding. After seeing that intricate auto-lock on Dad's study, it isn't too hard to imagine, right? After all, Father did spread the rumor that a large amount of gold was hidden somewhere by some mechanism. I wouldn't be surprised if there existed some hidden room inside this very mansion that none of us knows about yet. When Mother was alive, well, that painting has a river on it. Wait, the backgrounds in the original were too fuzzy for that. No, I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that. Okay. When Mother was alive, she would often scour the entire mansion searching for Father when he wasn't anywhere to be found. Mother also suspected what Rudolph just said. She believed there was a hidden door or stairway somewhere, and that his blonde-haired mistress was hidden behind it? So there's a different portrait somewhere then, okay. It's hard to believe, but there are some actual examples in other countries of people cheating with someone over a period of several decades by making them live in a hidden attic room. What? Furthermore, Kinzo had a mansion this extravagant. It was possible to suspect the existence of a hidden room. From what I've heard, the legend of Rokkenjima Witch was just a fairy tale made up to scare children away from the uncivilized forest, but it's starting to sound like there's a little more to the story. Well, as you know, this is a lonely island without anything but the Ushiramiya mansion on it. Lonely island? When Rosa and I were little brats, on stormy nights we got so scared by the sound of trees rustling in the direction of the forest. We had this crazy delusion that something weird might be looking out at us from between those trees. It's only natural for a brat to think of stuff like that. But when Rosa and I complained about it, some people figured it was more than a brat's imagination. Isn't that right, Eneki? Yeah, Nisa and I thought you might have coincidentally spotted Father's mistress living in secrecy on this island as she went out for a walk when no one was looking. Of course, Mother felt the same. Even among the older servants, you often heard that ghost story about how the witch of the portrait wanders the mansion at midnight. Outwardly, I laughed it off as just a ghost story, but on the inside, I suspected very much that it hinted at the existence of a hidden mistress. Oh. They're taking this... Did they have a conversation like this before? They definitely have discussed something like the mistress before, but not... I don't think not this in depth, and definitely not about like hidden rooms and shit like that. Okay. Okay. In that case, you're saying that the existence of a 19th person might not be completely ridiculous, but there might actually be somewhere around here? Sounds like one of those devil's proofs Rudolph's always talking about. Didn't we get a red statement about the amount of people that are on the island? Or, no, it might be possible to prove that there is a 19th person, but it's impossible to prove the 19th person doesn't exist. There we go, more devil's proofs, here we go again. Should we continue this discussion under the assumption that there's a person named Beatrice hiding somewhere on this island? That's a good plan. From the perspective of risk management, it's probably much more prudent to say she might exist rather than saying she couldn't exist. I see. Sorry, I was a bit careless. Rosa-san, sorry for laughing just now. Huh, it's fine, I don't mind. Hideyoshi apologized deeply for taking the worst case scenario lightly, despite calling himself the president of a company. Silence fell again. Preparing for the existence of a 19th person would mean, in effect, acknowledging the presence of some unknown person hidden on this island. And since this person might be planning something shady, it was only natural that the conversation would turn in an ominous direction. Ominous. Jominous. In the past, father would sometimes suddenly disappear without telling anyone where he went. After all, he is a man who values silence. It wouldn't have been out of the ordinary for him to shut himself up in some library room after purposefully not telling anyone where he was going. However, when the witch theory was slowly refined into the theory about his mistress, people eventually whispered that he was secretly going back and forth to see her. Mom was totally paranoid in her last years. She'd sometimes suddenly start making a fuss, asking the servants to start looking for Dad immediately because of some urgent situation. Yes, that did happen sometimes. Mother was always doing things like that in her later years, and that frightening atmosphere still hasn't gone away. You know what? I'm surprised we haven't seen the mother in like a flashback or a portrait or something like that. I can say it for certain now, she was a person to be pitied. So then, what happened with those large-scale searches of the house? Did they find anything? No. Father wasn't caught foolishly in a hidden room even once. Always, after a long time had passed, he would suddenly show up somewhere, like the Terramorphs in Starfield. They just showed up, then he'd say that he'd taken a nap in some library room, or that the wind had summoned him to take a walk on the beach. But it was always some place where the servants had already looked. We never knew where father had gone. Even at that time, grandfather was famous for his occult inclinations, so some of the servants exaggerated, saying that he might have turned into butterflies and danced around the rose garden, just to fuck with the wife. So in short, father frequently disappeared, and no one knew where he went. Yeah, since we couldn't find him no matter how much we looked inside the mansion, we got more and more sure that Dad might have been somewhere outside. But the area outside the mansion isn't large at all, which leaves only the forest. And if you tie that in with the legend of the witch, you get a theory like this. Father actually built a hidden mansion somewhere in the forest, inside of which a mistress by the name of Beatrice lived, and he sometimes went to see her. Yeah, but she also needs like food and toilet paper, and you know, like some of the servants must have been in on it. I was also young at the time. I was so eager to find where father was having his affair that at one time I followed him when he went outside. Of course, it was a failure. Every time father went out, he was oddly intent on avoiding places where he might be seen and was extremely careful to prevent anyone from spotting him. And he was extraordinarily earnest in his attempts to do so. But that actually made me sure he must be going out for some reason that the members of his family couldn't know about. And that be going to meet his mistress. Probably trying to avoid being seen. After seeing Hideyoshi nod and say yes, yes, as though this was quite obvious, Ava got a little sullen. Well, anyway, this island was like a sketchbook in which father, with his Western obsession, could draw out all of his dreams. Everything about this island was exactly how father wanted it. It wouldn't be odd at all if there was a hidden mansion somewhere for his mistress to live in. Alright, let's go find it. Eva's words spoke for what all of the siblings had come to think. For a while, the room returned to silence again, and everyone listened to the sound of the wind and the rain. Was there a hidden mansion on this island, and had Kinzo's mistress been living there in hiding for a long, long time? Everyone thought they were being too suspicious, and they hesitated for a long time without speaking, but everyone shared a common opinion. Kyrie, who had been listening the whole time with her eyes closed, spoke to no one in particular. No, that's wrong. How long has this rumor about father's mistress been around? As soon as we moved to this island, about 30 years ago. After all, it probably would have been impossible for him to have a hidden mansion built while we were here. Okay, so the mansion was built after you were born. Okay. People in its materials would have to be going in and out. It would have been exposed quickly. So if it was possible, it happened before we moved here. It probably could have been built along with this mansion when we were still living in Odawara. Since father had to set up a double life with his family and his mistress, it's probably reasonable to assume that he had it all planned from the beginning, and his relationship with that mistress probably went back to the days when we lived in Odawara. Probably, if, as father says, she is the source of the vast amount of gold he used to gain the funds that resurrected the Ushiromiya family, we could probably conclude that they had a close relationship since Odawara. A relationship trusting enough for her to lend him a vast quantity of gold. I can't even imagine how old that relationship must have been. Perhaps father gave her some kind of valuable advice for succeeding in business. It's natural to think that, out of a sense of gratitude for that, this person gave father the gold. If you think about it that way, it's obvious that they would have a close relationship after that, rather than a festering relationship with the mistress. It was probably a relationship of gratitude to the person who saved the Ushiromiya family from its crisis. Natsui, shut the fuck. I don't know if what Natsui's saying has a ring of truth to it or not, but even in that case, isn't building a hidden mansion and having her live in it going a bit too far? He just really liked her. Doesn't that mean they felt something a bit more than gratitude? Well, this is all just speculation. In the first place, no one's ever found that hidden mansion. And Nikki, you were planning on expanding this island to a resort, right? So that means you had the whole entire thing mapped out, right? To make sure that the best position for expansions, everything like that, right? Right? The whole island's been like scouted out to see where we can build what on, right? As you were doing that, you didn't manage to stumble on it by any chance, did you? Maybe you even bumped into some gold there too. Do you think Rokkenjima is Treasure Island or something? Don't play dumb. We know that, although you say you're opening a resort, you really have been planning to investigate the entire island, right? Judging by all that trouble and confusion we were talking about earlier, you haven't been very successful, have you? I don't know what you're talking about, but it's a misunderstanding. Isn't it perfectly natural that investigating this island would be the first step in turning it into a resort? Kraus tried to play dumb, but it was plainly obvious to his siblings, who knew him so well. Kraus was definitely sure of the existence of a hidden mansion. Wait, what? And under the pretense of opening a resort, he had been closely investigating the island, searching for a clue as to the location of the hidden gold. Just go look for it, Lamayo! They couldn't tell whether that conviction was just him overthinking things, or whether it was based on some physical proof. Still, if Kraus, with all his guile, was sure, that was enough proof for the other siblings to be sure too. The story about a witch living in a forest is obviously a fairy tale, but the story about some blonde-haired girl living secretly in a mansion no one knows about in the middle of the forest isn't much better. That's right. That really would be just like a fairy tale. You like those, don't you, Rosa? Huh? Well, when the mansion was built on this island, Father was at the height of his prosperity. With his money, he could probably obtain anything, make any of his wild imaginings real. A mansion in the forest where a witch quietly waits. It sounds like the kind of situation Father would like, doesn't it? Like something from the occult or a fairy tale. It feels like Dad's kind of hobby. On this island, on which the Ushiromiya family had lived for 30 years now, a hidden mansion that no one knew about had been quietly built to house a witch, about whom nothing was known except for what could be guessed from a portrait. Even this hastily thrown together theory might not be completely delusional, considering all of Kinzo's strange habits and his vast wealth. Does he have an underground bond lair too? It might not have been impossible for Father to build a hidden mansion to satisfy his dreams. However, let's be realistic. Would it be possible to house his beloved woman in that hidden mansion for decades without it becoming inconvenient? Well, if there was love, it could be doable, right? Without love, you can't see the mansion. Think of the facilities needed to let his beloved woman live healthy. Yes, thank you, Kyrie, thank you. And in a way that would satisfy Father. For example, even if it was on a small scale, it would have to be an intricate and pleasant residence. And it would probably need to have electricity, gas, and running water maintained, as well as some people to see to her needs. Even cooking would be quite difficult. She would need clothes and makeup and daily necessities. The needs of a woman aren't simple. Would it be possible to maintain all of that without any of the family or servants noticing? When you say it that way, it sure sounds like a weak point in our theory. But that isn't enough to get rid of my feeling that Dad might have been able to do it anyway. After all, it's Dad we're talking about. That's right. It's our father. If Father wanted to succeed in an endeavor, he would succeed no matter what. Saying that something would be difficult for a normal person and therefore impossible doesn't apply when it comes to Father. Indeed. You should never underestimate Father. Father's madness can't be understood by normal people. There's a whole other mansion full of servants and also a whole other, like, Ushiromiya inheritance squabblers over there right now that are having their own fucking killing game on the island. And every episode, one of them crosses over and you don't know which is which. Battler's gonna have a fucking field day. There could be any amount of people over on that fucking hidden mansion, Beatrice. Maybe some of them have keys. Like, who knows? I wouldn't put it past that, Kinzo. As long as you stick to this phrase, a considerable amount of credibility can dwell in any absurd story. However, that didn't cause the importance of what Kyrie had said to waver. This was different from stealthily raising a kitten in a cardboard box and keeping a secret from your parents. That would be very hard. Taking care of a person in secret over a period of 30 years would be an incalculably massive task. After all, Father's legend of the golds started before he gained possession of Rokkenjima. That means his relationship with his mistress was over 30 years long. Why would he just let the mistress still be a secret even after the mother died? Or did the mistress die before the mother too? What is this in the background, this window thing? How old would that make her? In the worst case, she could be as old as us or older, right? By that age, the body starts to break down. I don't care what the mansion's like. I wouldn't use the word agreeable to describe living in a place where people's eyes can't reach, almost like she was under house arrest. That's right. If what Father told us about Beatrice is true, then that relationship has lasted for over 30 years. She might have been a charming young woman at the time, but it probably makes sense to assume she's an old bag like us now. I can easily imagine that, given the contents of that letter. You should talk? Kraus laughed as if none of this applied to him. Of course, Eva was offended, but she didn't strike back. Not yet. Quit it, Nikki. So if everything we're thinking is true, then she should be joining in on Dad's inheritance problem with her head held high. After all, there's a good chance their love was mutual, unlike with Mom. Even if she knows she's his mistress, she might also be proud to be his true wife. That is an insult to Mother. Yeah, sorry. However, everyone knows that it was a political marriage decided on by the elders among his relatives. Because of that, it definitely wouldn't be strange for Dad to have a mistress. The family sank after the Great Kanto earthquake, and Father was set up as the Ushirimiya family head against his will. However, in the beginning, the elder relatives treated Kinzo like a dummy and influenced him powerfully, almost like he was a puppet. He wasn't permitted to decide anything by himself, not even his marriage partner. Ever since he met that golden witch Beatrice in those distant days, Kinzo's legend of the gold was quickly embellished into something dramatic. In other words, it could mean that Kinzo really did find a woman he loved. If she also knew the whole story, even if they weren't marriage partners, it wouldn't have been odd for her to consider herself his true wife inside her heart. And now, the person registered as his true wife was already dead. Which means she might feel confident staking her claim, not just... Oh, okay, not just for the rights to his assets, but regarding the battle over the headship too. I see. I'm starting to see the purpose of this letter. The headship goes to the one who solves the riddle of the epitaph. Is that what it means? Even if that mistress was added into the family ranking system, she isn't a direct relative of Father, so she'd be inferior even to the children. In other words, she'd be the one step below Rosa rank. What? The stakes of purgatory are driven into the people that are killed. And the letter says that she's like she's claiming everything that Kinzo made as her own as payment for the gold, like on this night. So she's staking her claim literally. So the stakes are marked by the corpses, right? And that's what she's going to. Yeah, that's the connection I made there. I don't think that's literally what it is. I just think it's a fun connection. The first 6 don't have stakes either, right? In other words, she'd be one step below Rosa in rank. That wouldn't be a good position. It's probably just a pun or a joke. It wouldn't be a good position to enter the battle for the headship from. I see, so that's it. If someone can solve the witch's riddle, they'll get the headship regardless of rank. In other words, it's the most advantageous condition Beatrice could possibly get, since she's got no chance otherwise. The revival of the Ushirimiya family was made possible by the gold Beatrice had bestowed. That was quite a distinguishing service she had provided. She had built that wealth together with Kinzo, so it was natural that she would think of herself as the one who should inherit it. It would also be natural for her to despise the thought of giving it up to the children of the wife of Kinzo, the children of the wife Kinzo never loved. How could she be so impudent? Even if such a mistress actually exists, joining in on the battle from the rights to the head's inheritance would be a reckless action far above her place. What disregard for her own position! Natsui turned red, her fists quivering. She had also come into the Ushirimiya register due to complicated circumstances. Those who knew that understood more or less why she was so angry for the sake of Kinzo's dead wife. Well, thanks to that reckless action of hers, we all have an even chance now, right? Father has even given it his silent approval. Will the person who succeeds the Ushirimiya family be his mistress Beatrice, or one of us, the relatives he doesn't love? Maybe he wants to make a struggle over that to see who's worthy. As Eva giggled roguishly, Kraus shrugged his shoulders and looked away. However, since she's the one who brought this rule to light in the first place, maybe that means it gives her a significant advantage. That's right. In the first place, if Beatrice meant that letter literally, then she's Father's alchemist. In other words, she's the manager of his gold. It wouldn't be strange at all if she knew where it was hidden, would it? Isn't that harsh? It's like she's giving us a riddle she knows the answer to. She'll probably show up rudely and say, "Hey, here's the answer. I'll take the headship now," and snatch everything away from us. That's right. Oh man, we better start killing people on Twilights before she can. That's right. The person who brings up a riddle always knows the answer. There's a good chance that this is all a trap to steal everything from us. If you think about it like that, don't you start to doubt whether she really had any gold in the first place? Why would she tell us about it? All she has to do is keep quiet and embezzle it. It really is strange.
That certainly was the case. If the epitaph showed the way to the hidden gold, why would she challenge them to try and solve it? If they actually did solve it, wouldn't the gold all be stolen from her? Could it be that this person was trying to stir the siblings up so they'd solve the epitaph, and then plan to steal it away at the last second? It was an extremely logical possibility. No. If you spin the chessboard around, there might be a pretty good chance that they actually do have the gold. Why are you so certain? Wait, Aneki. Kyrie, please keep talking. Why do you think that? After all, did they really think we'll let go of the Ushimiya family headship just because someone tells us the answer to the riddle in the witch's epitaph? That we'll be so impressed by their answer that we'll just give up? Well, that's true. He was considering it. No way they're so naive that they assumed we'd just give up after being told the answer to a riddle, that we just say, here you go, and hand it over. Of course, the headship of the Ushimiya family is not something that can be handed over so easily. That's it exactly. No matter how Beatrice might one-sidedly propose a game like this, even if she were to spectacularly show us the answer, there's no way we'd obediently hand over the headship. In other words, unless she has compelling force in the form of challenging us to a game with equal conditions for us all, this truly won't count as a game. I mean, even if it does, who gives a shit? You're right. You're right, unless the losers have no choice but to give up on the headship, because of a compelling force, this won't really count as a game. And what might this compelling force be? Would they bind us in chains and threaten us into handing over the headship? I see. I get it. They just have to do something to make us want to give up the headship willingly. Yes, I see. To do that, Beatrice would have to own 10 tons of gold. I see. I get it too. In other words, it's a trade. Huh? Well, what do you mean? A trade? Trade what? The Ushimiya family headship for the hidden gold. Beatrice surely plans to tell us the location of the 10 tons of gold and use that as a bribe to gain the Ushimiya family headship. Ridiculous. They want to trade the headship of the glorious Ushimiya family for money? That's blasphemy. Blasphemy against the Ushimiya family. Please listen without getting mad. About how much wealth does this glorious Ushimiya family have right now? Are we really that affluent? The definition of affluence is not dependent on property. It is about heart. Our financial situation has nothing to... So we're dirt poor. Kraus interrupted Netsui as she started to go on and on emotionally. In this situation, the more she went on like that, the worse it would actually sound. Me aside, I hear your current situations are quite unfavorable. Oh, so you guys didn't have the parlor conversation. Oh, really? I've heard that your financial situation is really bad too. That's a big difference. Offering up more and more as collateral for new money to gamble with, repeatedly dabbling in new gambles, unable to accept your losses. If we count what's going on behind the scenes, you're in even bigger financial straits than the rest of us. Just how much money have you lost, Nissan? You have no talent. You have no grace. This Ushiriya has a funny face. Who are you saying has no talent, and what do you mean, financial straits? Oh, thank you, Actric, 234 for the resub. Thank you very much. Ranove. Natsui became indignant once more, but Kraus raised his hand again and interrupted her. It seems you are making a small mistake. Business is not something that can be judged based on current progress alone. For someone with a long-term outlook on business such as myself, it may sometimes appear at a glance that I have suffered significant short-term losses. Aniki, we've been collecting evidence. Your position right now isn't one to be proud of. So this is what Kyrie's trying to say. Every one of us has got money trouble, and Beatrice has 10 tons of gold. How quickly we all believe that she has the gold. As the only person who knows the location of the 10 tons of gold, Beatrice is planning on using it to force us to sell the headship. About how much is 10 tons of gold worth? At a rough estimate, let's say 2 billion yen? No, 20 billion yen. That's a big difference. With that much piled up, we'd be ecstatic to accept her as the successor. The scene returned to silence. In fact, the rain and wind felt even noisier now. It was probably the sound of the windstorm racing through the inside of their minds. This isn't funny. To think we'd give up the headship to some woman of doubtful origin just because she had a little money stored up? Little money? Don't be stupid. The headship wasn't even yours in the first place, right? We've got nothing to lose and money to gain. We'll have to calculate our profit and loss, but it's something worth listening to. They knew that Kraus had eaten up much of the Ushimiya family's assets, so it was dregs that remained of that inheritance versus the cost of being accepted as the head that Beatrice would pay. It was a shame, but honestly, the former was less enticing than the latter. Well, it probably wouldn't end up as 4 equal portions. Since Aniki would be giving up his position as successor, his portion would have to be larger. Makes me feel kind of jealous, you know? Dear, the amount of money isn't the problem, right? Your cowardly younger siblings are trying to sell the glory of the Ushimiya family for money, don't you see? Why aren't you displaying your dignity as the oldest son? Natsui, stay quiet for a while. Dear? This is a dizzying proposal. We were each planning on getting 250 million yen out of Aniki. If the witch treats us with 10% of those 10 tons. That's 2 billion. Yeah, that means she's treating us with 10 times our original goal. That alone would be more than enough for us. It's not like I've got any attachment to the Ushiromiya name. I'd be happy to sell it off. Even if the 10 tons is a slightly optimistic figure, yes, it'd still be a fascinating prospect for us. We were trying to form an alliance among the siblings to kick this outsider called Beatrice out. But if this is her plan, it'll tear apart the unity between us. Yeah, by this point we can state it clearly. The goal of Beatrice's letter was to disturb our alliance. Okay, did this conversation happen in the chapel and then she was there and then showed them the gold and said, yeah, and if you let me be the head, I'll give you the gold, but also you have to say like, hey, I'm real, I'm the witch, and that's it, and then you can have it. That's part of the deal. And then they did, and then she's like, he, okay, contract done, and then it's like time to go killing again. That seems like something that could happen. That seems kind of likely to me right now. If the 3 younger siblings, because they're in the same financial situation in all the episodes from what we know so far, if the 3 younger siblings who had never had anything to do with the inheritance were paid enough money to satisfy them, they would happily accept Beatrice as the next head. A moat had been dug all around Kraus. In that case, the negotiations would be one-on-one between her and Kraus. He tried to look strong, but Kraus's financial and political situation was extremely weak. He might bluff in front of his siblings, but on the inside, sorry, 1 second. Alright, I don't know if you can hear me, the heat pump, but it got cold in here. He might bluff in front of his siblings, but on the inside, he was considering entering negotiations, depending on the sum of money involved. In order to bury his losses, Kraus had taken advantage of the fact that Kinzo had shut himself up in his room and had embezzled Kinzo's personal assets. Therefore, when Kinzo died and the inheritance was distributed, Kraus's situation would probably be investigated. But if he gave up his seat as the head to Beatrice, she would also receive rights to the assets, and as a result, the distribution of the inheritance to the siblings would not occur. In other words, Kraus's embezzlement might not have to be made known to the other siblings. Of course, the siblings were frightened of Kinzo, but it was doubtful whether they still actually respected him as a father. By this time, they each had their own families, their own wealth, and their own lives. If they were paid enough money in exchange for Rikijima, the wreckage of Kinzo's dreams, there was a significant likelihood that they'd relinquish the Ushimiya family name. Chat, I know nothing about anything. Is embezzlement does embezzlement carry a prison sentence? I'm just googling it real quick. Yes, embezzlement can result in a prison sentence in Canada, apparently. Depends on what it is. Alright, so it's not just like teehee crime, that was kind of shitty of you, it's like actual crime. Okay. In other words, Beatrice's victory was already guaranteed in this game, not as the winner of Beatrice's game, but as the winner of Kinzo's game. Kinzo once ordered that the epitaph be put on display, and until today no one had solved it, so Beatrice solved it. In other words, this is less a game and more like Beatrice's declaration of victory. However, Kyrie still thought there might be a catch. I wonder if one of them here solved it and they're like role-playing as Beatrice now. If this was a declaration of victory, Beatrice would only have had to display the gold openly and state her intent to buy the inheritance. And yet she had gone to all this trouble telling the siblings to try and solve the epitaph. Why did she set up this new game where she agreed to hand over all the gold and the inheritance to the epitaph solver? Kyrie tried spinning the chessboard around several times. She searched for a sort of ideal strategy Beatrice might be after, something that could lead to this kind of thinking, but in the end, she just forgot what color she was. In the end, she reached a single conclusion. Could it be arrogance? Or maybe she's playing? What are you talking about? The witch sent us a letter of challenge, forcing us to try and solve the epitaph. She might be taking us lightly, thinking we can never solve it. However, at the very least, there ought to be an extremely small chance that we do solve it. After all, we have here 4 of father's children by blood, right? The questioner called together 4 blood relatives who, if they tried frantically to work together and avoid having those assets stolen from them, might come across the answer of the riddle by chance. The reason the witch had a superior position in negotiations compared to the siblings was that she only knew the location of the hidden gold. But if that hiding place was exposed to someone other than her, the witch's advantage would crumble. Like my reading ability right now. In short, Beatrice gains nothing but risk by writing this witch's letter of challenge. Of course, it might have had the effect of splitting apart the siblings' alliance, but if that was her only goal, why would she take this risk, however slight it might be? That seems reckless to me. But if we keep in mind a certain type of emotion, that risk becomes comprehensible. She just wants to fuck with us. And you're saying it's arrogance? Yes, that's right. When people have an overwhelming advantage, they tend to get arrogant. And when they do, they want to show off that advantage to the losers, so they sometimes take on small risks. A moderate amount of risk adds a little spice to the joy of victory. It'd be boring to win without any risk. I understand. I like that kind of thing too. Yeah, I understand it well. I thought of a few plausible explanations for the true motive behind Beatrice's letter, but I think this really might be the truth. The emotion hidden behind that letter was arrogance. Arrogance. Never experienced it myself. She's trying to throw her weight around, looking down at us as if there's no way we could figure out such a difficult epitaph. It might even be possible, if surprising, that the epitaph wasn't written by father, but by her. Sounds great. Solve the riddle of the epitaph, she says. If only I solved it, I would be made the head, right? I'll solve it. Sorry, big stretch, big stretch, big stretch. Okay, I think we should take official break right now. And I'm gonna see if I can continue reading. We'll see. Be right back. Get up and walk around if you need to walk around. If you've been sitting the whole time. Be right back. Alright, I'm back, chat. How's it going? How are you feeling? Pretty good, I think. Pretty good. Pretty good. Go for a bit longer. There's a lot of good in-character intrigue here. I'm just tired of the Japanese visual novel closed room mystery setting. Maybe better if it was about a young witch in the Alps looking for their battler. Wait, what? Is this a Homestuck thing? Cat in 34 or 5 minutes? Yeah. It's Disco Elysium? Is what someone said about Disco Elysium once? Okay, I don't understand. I don't understand. Okay, let's continue. I'll solve it. I'll accept the witch's challenge. As if those other idiot siblings could solve it. I'll solve it by myself, and then I'll prove that I'm the one who's fit to succeed the Ushiromiya family. I'll take that challenge. I will. Solve the riddle. Oh, what? Okay, sorry. 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 Where are we going? I see. So she's not a witch, but a mistress named Beatrice who lived on the island. So there can be more than 18 people, which means I can defeat the line of reasoning that says any crime impossible for all 18 people must involve magic. That's a big scoop. Renove, pardon me, Bado-sama. Would you like some black tea and cookies? Beato's butler, who called himself Renove, appeared out of nowhere. A plate set on a silver tray that he held was filled with delicious-looking, steaming black tea and cookies. I really don't like this guy's smile. For some reason, it doesn't look like a smile used to warmly greet a guest. I think it does. It feels like he's mocking me somehow. I don't know if he really takes me for an idiot, or if it's just a joke or something, but it's really irritating me. I don't need any. I'm busy now. Leave me alone. Oh my, such a shame, and the cookies were so delicious too. Cooked so wonderfully that they would be wasted on a mere human. I'll eat some when I feel like. Just set it down somewhere and get out of here. Will that be acceptable? Then I shall do so. You may eat them when they get cold and stale, and then regret to the fullest that you did not eat them while they were fresh. You really are annoying. Well, you're a lot better than that Beato who keeps doing that creepy cackle right next to my ear. Yes, that is quite true. There are times when Milady's laughter becomes quite undignified. Every time I hear it, I find it painful to comprehend why such a noble demon as myself must serve such a master. Cuckoo. Man, you're weird. If you don't like it, then couldn't you just not work for her? And yet, to continue serving is furniture, is furniture's joy. If we do not serve, we would hardly be furniture. Setting that aside, the furniture pose? How has the game been proceeding? Just now, you seem to have found some useful information that quite pleased you. Well now, I wonder what your shallow wit has conjured up. That's confirming that he actually does see scenes where he's not present in it. Okay, alright. That's a big get. Okay. As Renove mocked me and giggled, he followed in my earlier words literally and placed the black tea and cookies in a random spot nearby. In any case, it appears you are now more confident in the existence of a 19th person, yes? Would you be gracious enough to allow me to hear your opinion? Yeah, sure. I'm just going to say it again in front of Beato anyway. No reason to hide it. Basically, it looks like there's a hidden mansion somewhere on this island and that grandfather had his mistress living there, so the question that's been torturing me about whether there are 18 or 19 people can be easily resolved. You have driven yourself into a corner because of the dead end that you yourself have created. Even though you deny the witch, Battler-sama, you hold a double standard and refuse to accept that the culprit is one of the 18. The easiest way to deny the witch would be to suspect one of the 18. It is easy to gather alibis for every one of them. You always find at least one person with a fragile but not that fragile alibi. I could probably continue to deny the witch forever if I just used that person as a scapegoat. However, I refuse to do that. It's useless. It's all useless. Every one of those 18 people is either a parent, a relative, or a cousin to me, and those reliable servants who are sometimes serious and sometimes fun to be with. I won't let myself use any one of them as a scapegoat. In the past, my resolve wavered. That's how Beato hit me where my heart was weak. Ah, accepting and understanding one's own weaknesses. It is not something that can often be accomplished. Battler-sama, you use this theory about a 19th person as a spear, or should I say, a shield. In any event, in contrast to how unprepared you were in the previous games, the fact that you now have a compass bearing on how to fight is a dramatic leap forward, let us say. With this, you can suspect the 19th person and pursue your theory that the culprit is a human without having to doubt any of the 18 you love and respect. That's it exactly. Like in the first game, when Canon-kun was killed in the boiler room, there were plenty of tricks I could have mentioned without hesitation, as long as the 19th person existed. In the very first game, Canon-kun was killed in the boiler room. One might think he was attacked by Kumasawa-san, who had gone down into the boiler room with him, or maybe that someone who had appeared to be dead earlier was actually faking and had ambushed him. Either way, it was a move that forced me to suspect one of the 18. However, by simply proposing that a 19th person existed, there was no longer any need to suspect one of the 18 for that murder in the boiler room. In short, I can at least deny the line of reasoning saying that, if something is impossible for every one of the 18, therefore the culprit is a witch. Using this argument, it's easy to explain, for example, the problematic case that has already occurred in this game. Who gave Maria the letter? Even if all 18 people have alibis, I could easily explain everything by saying that a 19th person must have visited her and given her the letter. I'd say that's quite a good move. Now, how would I strike back against it? You still have plenty of weak points, even if you are aware of them. Maybe the 18-person attack would be an effective move. To judge the strength of your defense, it may be amusing to contest that point again. Then how will you do it, Demon Butler? Ooh, I believe it would be appropriate to ambush the piece representing this 19th person that you mentioned. Battler-sama, you have never met this 19th person, yes? Would you please show some proof that this 19th person exists? How naive, so the chessboard's really flipped now we're being like, no. Well, it's a devil's proof. I believe they exist, therefore they do. How naive. Of course, I knew you'd probably try that move. My, please respond to it. Witches and demons and the like, there's no more fitting move for you guys to use. It's one of those devil's proofs. When you try to make some claim to humans like us, we always counterattack by telling you to show some proof, because that's a human move. But I'm fighting with a witch. I'm taking part in a battle with someone who isn't human, and some moves exist that can only be used in the game against a witch. There are cheat moves, and that's what this devil's proof is, because it's impossible to prove. Let's assume that there's a hidden mansion on Rokkinjima separate from the Ushirimiya family mansion, and that a woman named Beatrice lives there. In order to prove this, one must find this mansion and actually bring Beatrice out of it. That's called actual proof in the human world. However, if we follow the rules of the devil's proof, you can't deny that she exists, even if there's no proof that she does, because it's impossible to prove that something doesn't exist. That's right, I'm finally able to turn the tables using this devil's proof, which tormented me so much before. Those guys were always trying to force me to accept the existence of the witch with it. After all, it was physically impossible for me to show any proof that witches don't exist and deny Beato's claims. That's why I keep getting hit with the reckless argument that witches do exist and was unable to counterattack. And that's why I'll spin the chessboard around right now. If I can't disprove the existence of witches, then that means, if I suggest a 19th human exists, you can't deny that either. In other words, because this problematic and mysterious mistress is craftily hiding herself, it'd be perfectly natural if you never found her no matter how hard you looked. So you can't say that your inability to find this 19th person proves that she doesn't exist. Therefore, it's impossible to deny the 19th person's existence. Beato used the devil's proof to make denying her own existence impossible, but this time it's become my weapon. If we can get away with this argument, then forget just a 19th person. This island could be full of people we don't know about, and even if there were 10 or 100 of them, she still can deny that they existed. In the last game and the one before that, among the murder scenes that showed up, there were several that were extremely intricate and must have taken a lot of effort to set up. It's really hard to imagine a single culprit setting up all those, sorry. However, if not just a 19th person, but 10 or 100 people were hidden somewhere, that wouldn't be any problem at all. If they all split up the work, they could handle any job in a short period of time. Of course, doubts will naturally arise as to whether a large group of people like that could sneak around the mansion without being noticed, but those are all settled by the devil's proof. You can't deny that even 100 people were just there because they weren't seen or noticed. Even though I'm saying it myself, it's such a stupid argument that it makes me want to throw up. However, because it's such a dirty move, it's a perfect one to use against a witch. Well, this is just my imagination, but what if about 100 suspicious men wearing goat masks were hiding in the shadows? Something like that's worse than laughable. Okay, almost like they're cockroaches. If you see one, it means there's 100 more hiding somewhere. Well, I do think it's a ridiculous argument that's horribly twisted. If my opponent were human, I'm sure they'd yell at me like I was out of my mind. But my opponent is a witch. And after all, that's the kind of competition we're having, isn't it? I'll use any kind of reckless argument to explain it using humans and deny the witch. Anyway, with this move, I won't have to doubt any of the 18 people who are close to me again. I won't suffer a defeat like last time again. I see. You have learned from your previous defeat. That is good. It's no surprise that you've become so devious now that you're in your third game. You first strengthen your own defense. That is truly a solid first step. Quite a spectacular move, I would say. Well, even if we do assume that there's a 19th person, there are still a few tricks left that I can't resolve, like the actual number of master keys, no matter how many humans I add. Still, it isn't bad as a first step for the time being. Battle-sama, your trump card is the important piece called the 19th person. You countered my move of asking where the proof was by using the devil's proof. A good skirmish. Although I must apologize for making a move by myself when Milady isn't here. I find that I too am growing slightly interested. I wonder if you allow me to make yet another move on Milady's behalf. Let's have it. I've got no shortage of opponents, be they witches or demons. This move you presented called the devil's proof. It's a specialty of us demons, but there are also various other moves available to us. Do you know of a move called Hempel's Raven? Hempel's Raven? What are you talking about? Just then, that enraging laugh I've heard so many times started echoing. The room was filled with dazzling golden butterflies, and in the center of that whirlwind, the golden witch appeared. If it isn't Milady, good morning.
I thought you might be doing something interesting while I was away. Hempel's Raven, was it? Such a familiar old move I could almost laugh. To think the day has come when I get to show it off to Battler. It's a classic move to use against a devil's proof. Run away, I will make this move. Don't get in the way of my fun.
How's sound, chat? We good? She's really loud. She's a bit loud. Okay, I can turn down a little bit. Do you have the boost on Discord?
No, I don't. No,
You don't?
I don't. You can just turn it down. Yeah.
I'll turn it down a little bit then. Okay. You're down to -4. Let's see how that is.
Okay. All right.
Okay. So you've finally shown up, you guffawing witch. I see you're laughing like a freak just as usual. This guy was talking behind your back just now, telling me how undignified you look when you do that, right?
How rude. Is that true?
Nonsense. Why would I speak such gossip about Milady, whom I regard with such sincere respect? I can't believe you'd say something so shameless. Doesn't look like we'll be getting along well together.
Well, that's fine. Let us return to the point at hand. Hempel's Raven is used to show actual proof using the contrapositive. In other words, it's a move like this. What must you do to prove that ravens are black?
Huh? What are you talking about? Prove that ravens are black? Wouldn't you just have to catch a raven and check to see if it's black?
That's right. You must simply prove that a raven equals black. Do you see that if you instead prove that birds that aren't black equals not ravens, you would reach the same argument? If you go throughout the world and examine all birds that are not ravens and prove that none of them are black, then as a result, you can claim that, therefore, black birds are ravens. This is called an argument by the contrapositive. Is that too difficult for you?
Yeah, no kidding. I have no idea what you're saying. Battler-sama. What about this example? Let us say that you have 2 boxes and one of them is a winner with a cookie inside. Of course, the other one is a loser and is empty. For example, here are 2 boxes. Banana in a box, where one has a cookie inside and means you win, while the other is empty and means you lose. At this moment, it has a cookie inside equals you win, which implies that you do not win, it had no cookie inside. When such a relationship exists, the latter is called the contrapositive. When if A then B is true, then if B then not A is also true. Sorry, if not B. Well, that's obvious. If the one you guessed was the loser, then you'd automatically know that the other one was the winner. In other words, if you choose the box at random, whether it's the winner or the loser, you'll be able to figure out which box has the cookie in it after your first move.
That is correct. If the cookie is in the box you open, then the devil's proof is satisfied. You can directly prove that this box is the winner equals this box has a cookie in it. However, if the box you open is empty, then the reverse, Hempel's Raven, is satisfied. In other words, this box does not have a cookie in it equals this box isn't the winner. And as long as we accept the premise that there are no more than 2 boxes, the contrapositive shows that the other box is automatically the winner.
Well, I think I'm starting to see your reasoning. Only poison can stop poison, and only twisted logic can stop twisted logic. Then what? How does that overturn my claim that because there's definitely a 19th human hidden on the island, even if all 18 people have alibis, I still won't have to accept witches?
Very well. I will teach you about my move. First of all, you're stating that the culprit is not among the 18 equals the culprit is a 19th person. So if you use the contrapositive, it ends up like this. In short, the culprit is not a 19th person equals the culprit is one of the 18.
Huh? What do you mean?
Only that I've countered your move. Let's try and keep things simple. Runaway, explain. It seems you've made things easy enough for Battler to understand with your cookie in a box analogy.
Then forgive my presumption. Allow me to explain my earlier example once more. Allow me to repeat my earlier story about 2 treasure boxes, one of which has a cookie in it. In this situation, you have an 18-person box and a 19th-person box, so the cookie represents the culprit. Battler-sama, let's say you open the 18-person box. Because the cookie is not there, you have paradoxically proven that therefore the cookie is in the 19th-person box. Then that lets us make an even more paradoxical claim. In other words, if it was first shown that the 19th-person box was empty, it would prove at the same time that the cookie is in the 18-person box. Battler-sama played this move in order to avoid having to doubt any of the 18, but it's now being used to prepare an 18-person attack. Ugh. What the hell?
If I go first and prove that the inside of the 19th person box is empty, you will automatically have to accept that the cookie is in the 18 person box. All I've done is say it the other way around, yes?
I smell a red statement coming on. Is there a way that she can say that sneakily that, oh. So that move I was so confident in was actually a double-edged sword?
That's right. As soon as you played that move and attempted to explain everything with a 19th person, you'd already taken on a risk that you might be forced to accept that the culprit was one of the 18.
I see. Hempel's Raven. So this is a countering technique. Wait, if I really think about it, this counter is really disadvantageous for me. This isn't a cookie we're talking about. If I imagine that the loser treasure chest actually had a bomb in it, it gets even clearer. And there aren't just 2 treasure chests, but 18 plus 1 more for the 19th person. If you think of it as a total of 19 boxes, it gets even easier to picture. First off, one of the premises of the human culprit theory is that the bomb will definitely be in one of the boxes. I didn't want to place the bomb in the boxes for any of the 18, so I used the devil's proof, and created the 19th person box so I could throw the bomb in there. That much was fine, but then Beato struck back. Now, if the contents of the 19th person box are empty, that'll automatically mean that the bomb's in one of the other 18 boxes. If I could examine what's inside all 18 of those boxes, then as long as I can show that the bomb isn't in any of them, I'll be able to safely show that the 18 are innocent. If that were possible, I'd have nothing to fear. However, in reality, that'll be almost absolutely impossible. The police wouldn't come here in this typhoon. We don't have access to scientific investigations or experts or anything. In short, we can't prove anything decisively. It'll be impossible for me to find any proof other than simply gulping down whatever alibis each of the 18 give. That means I personally have to prove their innocence, and I have to do it perfectly, like by staying with them the whole time, never letting them out of my sight for a second. By doing that, I could probably be sure of that person's innocence. Sure that the bomb isn't in their box. However, in practical terms, that'll be impossible. In other words, I'd have to expend an incredible effort just to check the contents of one box. And there are 18 of them. In other words, unless Unless I bound all 18 of them in chains and watch over them, it'll be impossible to prove that all of them have empty boxes. However, Beato only has to open one box, the 19th person box, and show that it's empty to prove that the bomb's in one of the other 18 boxes. Furthermore, there's no need for her to show which of the 18 boxes has the bomb. I've got 18 times more work to do to explain my pet theory than Beatrice does for hers. In other words,
Tsumari. When a devil's proof exists in the world, it takes a vast amount of effort to argue against it, and there are many cases in which it's impossible to do so because of the situation. However, Hempel's Raven turns that problem around and makes it possible to prove things easily.
By using Hempel's Raven, various reckless arguments become possible to prove true or false. For example, let us say I make the proposition all humans except me equals foolish. Normally, I would have to examine all of humanity except myself and show that they are all foolish. However, in reality, it would be impossible to investigate billions of people. It's just the same sort of effort you need to open all 18 boxes.
However, by using Hempel's Raven, the contrapositive of that proposition would change it into this. If you, to use your phrase, spin the chessboard around on the claim that all humans except me equals foolish, you would have to do nothing more than prove that not foolish equals me. And what do you think that means? As soon as I know the fact that I am wise, I will be able to show in an instant that every one of the billions of people in the human race is foolish. In less than a second, I could finish proving that the entire human race is more foolish than me. It truly is the strongest and fastest QED in the world. This Hempel's Raven.
What a ridiculous argument, I agree with Battler. To the surprise of no one. It is a very, very convenient move. Not only demons, but gods also use it. When they propose that the... Wait, Beatrice agrees with me? Wait, what? When they propose that the blessed equals servants of a god, the contrapositive is a human is not a servant of a god equals he must not be blessed. So in order to prove that servants of gods are blessed with divine protection, they only have to bring ill fortune down upon those people who don't receive such protection. So, by bringing misfortune down upon those who don't believe in them, they prove their blessedness.
An enormous cost is required to give humans happiness. However, it takes a lot less to bring humans misfortune. So, by using Hempel's Raven, gods are actually giving believers the joy of divine protection for cheap.
You demon. It's a demon's argument. That's crazy.
It seems we've gone off topic. Let us get back to the point. The move for my counterattack is complete, and now, in response to your claim of the 19th person is the culprit, therefore, the 18 are innocent and the witch doesn't exist, I say, therefore, if I can prove that the culprit is not some 19th person, we can be sure that the culprit is either one of the 18 or a witch, right?
Or the 19th person is a witch. For a while, I just stood there shocked, completely forgetting to close my mouth. Just when I thought I'd countered one of their strong points, their counterattack had been this reckless argument that I couldn't possibly have anticipated. Is this gonna be impossible after all? To continue denying the witch on an island with no more than 18 people, and still believe in the innocence of those 18 people? Is that just a delusion? Am I just trying to escape reality? Not yet. Don't give up this desperate struggle yet. Who cares about whoever's Raven? They're just trying to confuse me by bringing up weird bits of trivia. I use the devil's proof. Don't feel uncertain about something you've used once. Believe in the spear you've drawn, and then forcefully gouge it in.
We're still in the opening part of the game. Do you plan to keep thinking on this level?
Wait a sec. I want to be sure. I'll admit I talked about a 19th person to keep it simple, but if we're going to use the devil's proof to raise the number of people above 18, then we'd have no way of knowing if it were 10 people, 100 people, or an indeterminate number of people. There's always one more than you assume. Get it? They countered my twisted logic with something even more twisted, so the only thing that could counter that would be an even crazier twisted logic.
I see. Even if I somehow prove an alibi for the 19th person, as soon as I do, you'll think of a 20th person and claim that they're the culprit. By repeating this endlessly, you would make it so I kept searching for their alibis for all eternity. I see, I see. Just like a demon king summoning a plague of locusts. I wouldn't expect anything less from Kinzo's grandchild. It looks like you've been gifted with a talent in summoning.
In short, it's impossible to always prove an alibi for each person X outside of the first 18. How do you like that, Beato? Now that I know we're having a battle with twisted logic, I won't lose.
How foolish! Who do you think I am? I'm the Endless Witch. The thought that you could challenge me endlessly is just absurd. Endless control means I'm able to kill endlessly. When your 19th person folds, you'll summon a 20th. And when your 20th person folds, you'll summon a 21st. And when your 21st person folds and your 22nd person folds, you'll summon a 23rd person, a 34th person, a 64,358,000 whatever person. Did you think you'd have me at your mercy for all eternity? I laugh at infinite regress. The infinite doesn't work against me.
Well then, how will you kill my endless? Just try and show me. What was that?
I have the power to speak the truth in red.
Ugh. Here it comes.
When I speak in red, it will contain absolutely no illusions. If I say once in red that there are no more than 100 people on this island, you will no longer be permitted to create a 101st person. See, battler? What truth shall I tell in red this time? Where shall I strike for the kill and force you into hopelessness? Come, show me your usual frightened face.
What? Oh, I read your line, I'm sorry.
What? Why are you laughing?
I wonder what kind of creepy look I had on my face as I laughed right then. That red sure is scary. Every time it jumps out, I'm driven into the depths of hopelessness. But I've already realized something. There's no need to be overly afraid of the red. You've brought out your trump card again. So, how and for what will Beatrice-sama use the red this time?
Oh, what do you mean by that? Suddenly looking so relaxed.
Sorry, but I was waiting for you to take out that blood-red treasured sword of yours. Let's see, what'll you proclaim in red this time? You aren't going to say the culprit was one of those 18 people, are you? Be careful, since that means self-destruction for you, right? That'd be the same as throwing away your own witch theory yourself. A complete resignation. That's right. The red wasn't always a weapon that worked in Beato's favor alone. It was the other way around. If she used it the wrong way, it was dangerous enough that she could bring about her own death. And we just helped her. If she used it carelessly and said something that ended up denying herself, that'd be exactly the same as self-destructing. Of course, it'd be sad and difficult for me to accept if you told me in red that one of the 18 was the culprit. No matter who the culprit actually was, I'd definitely have to deal with some tough emotions. But before that, it would mean your defeat. Saying in red that the culprit is a human is equivalent to your proclamation of resignation. If you wanted us to finish each other off in a simultaneous clash, I'd say that's a pretty interesting move. However, this particular battle will end in my victory. Beatrice's red was her true trump card. When that person speaks in red, it's definitely the truth, and no amount of proof or counter-arguments can change that. Until now, she's used that to severely wound me, and each time, the tiny foundation supporting my heart gets split in half. However, if she uses it carelessly, then I can also glean a little information about the truth. In the last game, I used that to my advantage, especially during the chapel's closed room trick, and almost completely got her boxed in at one point. But she was pretty sly herself. She learned from experience, and since then, she started using discretion in the timing of her red. This feeling of tension was almost literally like a battle with real swords. This is a high-level intellectual battle. No, not an intellectual battle. This really is twisted logic. This was the world's craziest and worst battle of twisted logic. Okay, now it's time to hear your plan. That's right. To use your Hempel's Raven, first you'll have to confirm in red how many humans there are other than the 18. And after that, if you proclaim in red that none of the people in this group are the culprit, that's right, that might be a fatal wound to me.
I'm surprised that you no longer have even an atom of fear for the red, which once terrified you so much. You're quite resilient.
Try taking it out. That treasured sword, that trump card of yours. This time, you might be able to make me surrender with a single stroke, right?
Interesting. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Agitate her, challenge her, drive her into a corner and make her speak in red. Of course, her red's always wiping out my only rays of hope, but don't be afraid of that. On this island overcome with falsehoods and illusions, the only thing I can trust is the information she speaks in red. It's my only way across the chasm of hell. Just a single tightrope. Her merciless blood-red blade is the only way I can survive. This isn't just walking on a tightrope, it's like literally walking on the edge of a blade. Of course I'm afraid, because my victory condition is the denial of witches, then to use her contrapositive logic, the culprit must be a human. But I didn't want to search for a culprit amid the 18. That's what made me stick to a weak position, since I had to claim both that it couldn't be a witch and that it couldn't be one of the 18. Last time, I was unable to understand that, so that's where she hit me, leaving me tattered and defeated. But that's okay. Let her hit me. Let her attack. No problem. Someone said it once in an old sword-fighting movie, that a good fortress has one and only one intentionally weak point. The enemy would gather there, they would be lured there, and that would be where the actual battle took place. As long as I understood my weak points, and as long as she wanted to attack those weak points, it was as if I were luring her into launching an attack there. Gauge the distance between us with care, retreating step by step. Make them move forward. The more she recklessly flourished that red, the more chances I would get to strike back. Don't be afraid of the red. Keep her cornered so that she'll have no choice but to refute me with the red. No matter how oppressively she speaks in red. That's right, that red itself is the same as fresh blood leaking from her wounds. So, what's wrong? First of all, why don't you tell me how many people are on the island total? If you don't, your raven can't cut me up.
How surprising that you can be this desperate and yet this difficult. One cannot make light of someone putting their life on the line, no matter what the era. It's no surprise you're Kinzo's grandchild. The more cornered you are, the bolder you become.
Renove also has thoughts. Am I saying his name right, by the way? Renove?
Renove.
Renove cleared his throat. Renove. It appears to be a stalemate. That black tea I worked so hard to make is getting cold. Milady. Renove, who was supposed to be her ally, roguishly rushed her into making her next move. I wonder whose side this guy really is on. Beato probably thought she'd managed to smile back and appear confident, but she couldn't hide the sweat building up on her forehead. By now, she had completely lost the confident feeling that had allowed her to turn her nose up at her worthless opponent. Of course, she probably wouldn't be cornered by something like this. She's just being cautious. Until now, I've been inexperienced. I didn't know how to fight, and I wasn't strong enough to be her opponent. However, now that we've reached the third game, she's realized that I'm starting to become more skilled, and she's grown more cautious, thinking every move over carefully. Sure, that's just fine, Beatrice. Sorry to keep you waiting. Are you happy now? Ooh. Now it's starting to get interesting, huh? Hee.
Battler.
This isn't getting us anywhere. Then, should we get to the heart of the matter and go with the usual?
Oh, the usual, you say? Then by all means. If I don't hear you say that, I guess I just won't feel like starting.
The first move was mine. Here I go, Beato. Repeat it. On this island, there are only 18 people. If I hear you say this in red, I'll have no choice but to suspect one of the 18. I won't be able to say a 19th person did it, so all doors will be closed to me. However, I believe the culprit definitely isn't one of the 18. There's no way any of those 18 could commit such brutal murders. I'll say it again. Repeat it. On this island, there are only 18 people.
I refuse. I won't say why.
Oh, really? I thought she was gonna say it. Wow. Okay, phew. I'd avoided what would have been the worst red for me. If she repeated that, I'd be faced with those two worst choices of accepting the witch or suspecting one of the 18, like last time all over again. But Beato hadn't proclaimed my ultimate and greatest weakness in red. She refused to repeat it, even though there was no reason for her not to strike. Even though it was a weakness she should have been drooling at, she hadn't sliced me up with red by using that move, which should have been as good as forking a rook and the king. This was a big sign of my advantage. I think she's going to follow up with something devastating here, Battler. That's right. The culprit isn't one of the 18. I won't suspect anyone. And since the culprit isn't a witch either, it means a 19th person exists on this island. And that's you. A person who, as grandfather's mistress of 30 years, has been secretly living in a hidden mansion in the forest for a long, long time. The human Beatrice. That's right. You aren't a witch or anything like it. You're just a human who's been living on this island in hiding for several decades.
Did you just call me, the endless witch who has lived for over 1,000 years, a human?
For a while, Beatrice continued to laugh unpleasantly and gloatingly, or maybe spitefully. Are you ready? I'll keep going. Again, repeat it. There are 19 people or more on this island. Beatrice fell silent once again. She'd probably remain extremely cautious as long as confirming the number of humans on this island might give her some large disadvantage, depending on the situation. The red has already become a foothold for my counterattacks. Now that we know this, it makes the red very risky for the witch. But if she couldn't repeat this, her Hempel's Raven wouldn't be effective. To break my devil's proof, she would need to settle the existence and number of people outside the 18 in red. That's right, she couldn't break the existence of a 19th person unless she used red. I've closed Beato in, giving her no choice but to speak in red. There really is a way to fight in this witch's game. It's okay to refuse. If you can't say it in red, that means there's a total of 18 plus X people on this island. That X is a pretty massive piece to lose in your first move, right? After all, from now on, all of the tricks that were impossible for the 18 can be explained with a human X who isn't in that group. This huge piece can break open all the rooms you said were closed because everyone had an alibi. It was just like how a chess bishop can cut a thin line through enemy forces as long as there's a slight gap. It could only be effectively used on squares of the same color, but it was very good at controlling territory on the board. Why did she bring this up if she wasn't prepared to make a statement about it? Is she building something, or It looked like Beato also noticed her current plight. She couldn't just let such an important piece go, especially this close to the beginning of the game. If she pulled out her red treasured sword, it wouldn't be that difficult to save herself from this. But Beato was completely aware that I was expecting it. She was afraid that a careless red truth might end up strangling her own neck. Because, in the first place, a witch is something that ought to be denied in red. Believe. Don't doubt. Witches don't exist. Something like that couldn't exist in this world. They can only exist in the valleys between truths. They have a fragile, but not that fragile, existence, curled up in those cracks, frantically trying to protect themselves from the brutal winds of truth. And they can only barely exist like a mirage by surviving on falsehoods and illusions. In other words, the red, which only witches can use, is the reality that might easily deny their very being. The more they brandish their red words, and they use sword there too, is that on purpose? The more they begin to lose bit by bit that crack in truth inside which they can endure. That's why they don't want to use red words and carelessly lose that crack in truth, which is based on fuzzy information, or illusions, in other words. That's because they understand, whoops. Okay, I have to go give eye drops next break, okay? That's because they understand that they're gradually being cornered. Of course, that bastard will never admit it, because if she did, it'd be the same as admitting that she's something that can't exist in this world, like an imaginary number. Don't be afraid. Stay strong. I know that she's the one who's really been pierced to the bone. After all, her red treasured sword can't be used without a lot of preparation. What's wrong? I'll say it again. Repeat it. There are 19 people or more on this island.
We're pretty close to the end. Do you want to just wait or go now?
If we're close to the end, it can wait. It doesn't have to be exactly on the time. Okay.
Okay, cool. All right. I refuse.
Really? At the end of Beato's worrying, she took a single deep breath and quietly announced her refusal. I thought she'd use it. But Beato refused to speak in red, even though it would cost her victory in the opening part of the game. You refused? Which means that from now on, I can create as many fictional character X's outside of the 18 as I want? Just like you with the goats?
Do as you wish. I've refused to repeat what you've told me. Isn't that enough for now? The reason for my refusal is... No, I won't tell you yet. Anyway, you'll know soon enough.
Still acting tough, I see.
Choosing not to use the red is another way of using it. You called it my red treasured sword. A pleasant metaphor. I will use it too. A treasured sword is at its best when it's sheathed. In fact, there are times it can instill even more fear because it is sheathed.
That's right. As I fight, I always have to keep in mind whether you might spin everything around with those red words. It's some pretty serious pressure. And there are also times when you make things pretty tough by refusing to repeat after me. Those times, I can't tell if you can't repeat because my guess was right, or if you're just misleading me and letting me flounder about. If you think of it that way, yeah, it's a sheathed, treasured sword.
So what? If I'm going to push you off a cliff anyway, best to let you climb a bit higher first. We've still barely begun. Much is left to come. I'll resign from this challenge. Go and get drunk on your faint victory for now. But only for now.
Okay. Okay. Practically speaking, the early part of the game ended with her being a sore loser. Even so, I couldn't relax my guard at all. That tension didn't fade one bit until I was greeted by the sound of Ronave's applause. I don't know if I'm saying that right anymore. Spectacular, Battle-sama. Perhaps you have started this game with an advantageous development. Who knows? I still don't know whether I've taken a piece by my move, or whether she guided me into taking it. After all, knowing you probably know I'm being led into a trap, and that clapping is just you mocking me openly, right? How could you think that? I am innocently celebrating your ability, which has enabled you to take one shot at Milady, even though it is only the first round. In any event, Milady is a person who is quick to become arrogant. I believe that a little encouragement such as this can be good medicine every once in a while. Kiria was right. This butler of yours sure has a vicious tongue.
He does, doesn't he? Sometimes he ticks me off as well.
My, how incredibly rude of me. Well then, milady, Battler-sama, how would you like some more black tea? The game has still barely begun. Please allow me to prepare all the tea and snacks needed to adorn this game. I ask that you continue your game without any reservations. I will. Let's move forward. Now is when it really starts.
Very well. Let us advance the clock. Ronave, black tea, please.
Certainly. How about a cookie?
I don't need one. Give it to Beelzebub to keep her happy. Remain silent for now.
While listening to the sound of the demon butler pouring tea, the witch closed her eyes slightly and fell silent. For some time she was deeply lost in thought, but eventually a roguish glint came into her eyes. Uh-oh.
Very well. Why don't I inform you now as to why I refused to speak in red during that first move?
What? Bring it on. Show me what you've got.
Yes, that piece really was big enough that I'd hate to lose it. It may be hasty, but allow me to make my move. I won't use the red, but from here on, Rosa will explain on my behalf. Listen. Of course, I think the same way. Rosa does too, right? Rosa? Huh? Sorry. Me too. I think that too.
What's wrong, Rosa-san? You've been really quiet for a while now. Are you feeling sick? From the beginning, Rosa had never been one to cut in on the siblings' fights, but even so, she seemed unmotivated, and has said almost nothing during this night's conference. The whole time she hung her head and appeared to be thinking of something else.
You've been in a daze for a while now. Do you think you can protect the inheritance like that? You're also the mother of your child, so get a stronger hold on yourself. I'm sorry.
Did you wake up really early in the morning? If you feel sick, you shouldn't overdo it.
The beds in our guest rooms have been prepared. How about taking a rest? I'll guide you. No, I'm fine. Thank you.
What is it? Is there something you're worrying about?
No, not really. Is that so? It feels like your mind has been elsewhere this whole time. I wonder if that has anything to do with what we've been talking about.
At those words, everyone stared at Rosa together. As if in response, Rosa's shoulders quivered. Apparently, Kyrie's guess hadn't been wrong. Rosa couldn't deny it either.
No,
She swallowed whatever it was she had been trying to say and went silent again. Of course, the other siblings also began to realize that something about her appearance was different from usual. What is it? You've been weird for a while. Did you think of something? We all just swore to remain united, didn't we? Don't hold back worrying by yourself. We said we'd talk. Rosa, tell us. The men pressed her one after the other, and Rosa confessed, resignedly and nervously. The atmosphere made it seem as though she was confessing to some modest prank, which had inadvertently brought about a serious situation.
no, this mistress of grandfather's, this Beatrice, I was wondering if she's still alive. Huh? Isn't it obvious that she's alive? After all, she was able to send that letter to us.
Whether she's in good health or not is a different story, though. The woman in that portrait must be getting up there in age by now. I'd say she's healthy. People who are crafty when it comes to money stay healthy no matter how old they get. Her evil plan might even be the best rejuvenating agent. Wahahaha.
She shouldn't be alive. Huh? What did you just say? Beatrice is dead. I killed her.
What did you say?
What do you mean, Rosa? But it wasn't really me who killed her. Though I did bring her to a place like that. No, I did kill her after all. I tried to make myself believe it was a dream. But it wasn't really a dream, was it? Which makes this a letter from Beatrice's ghost. Wah!
It was so sudden that everyone was lost for words. Rosa kept on talking, unable to stop holding her head as her hair flew all about.
Calm yourself, Rosa-san.
I have absolutely no clue what's going on. Already dead? What do you mean?
I think it means two things. First, its literal meaning. And second, it backs up our earlier guess.
Which means Rosa has met with Beatrice, right?
I've never heard Rosa mention anything like this. Rosa, when was it? When could you possibly have met Beatrice? Long ago. Long ago. We just moved over to the island and I was still young. It wasn't my fault. It's not like I killed her. Wah.
Wah, calm down. Nobody's blaming you for anything, right? First, drink some water, okay? Natsui-san, the pitcher, please.
Yes. Here you go, Rosa-san. Please, calm yourself.
Until Rosa was able to calm her ragged breathing, no one was able to speak a word.
That's it.
That's it? Wow.
That's it.
Okay. Well, we got to the cliff, chat. We got to the cliff. The cliffhanger. Oh, damn. Oh.
Thoughts? Speculation? I got yelled at last time because you didn't speculate enough. What do you got to say?
I did speculate enough. I just didn't know how to dig into it because like her attack was so strong. I'm really surprised. Oh, here's Kinzo. I'm really surprised that they went with Hempel's Raven or whatever and didn't have a follow-up for it. So I don't know if they didn't, if Battler like outsmarted them there with like forcing good questions to repeat or what. But that opens up so much. She's right, it is a really big piece. So Rose is probably going to tell a story about how she found someone outside when she's wandering the forest and then she fell down or something like that, I'm guessing. That's the cliff. Huh. I also don't know about the butler guy, whose name I'm going to get wrong forever and ever and ever. If he's on Battler's side or Beatrice's side or both sides.
Perhaps his own side.
Maybe his own side, yeah. Because he probably wants to be out of the contract that he's stuck with Beatrice, right? Can't wait for the next stream with Greg Chun and Jalia's all-male voices and Mouse's all-female voices, starring Joseph Anderson as Chandelier. I don't know. Do you have any speculation?
Do I have speculation? I'm not allowed to do that. It's against the rules.
Do you remember what your speculation was at this point?
Good question. My speculation at this point had to do with actually had to do with things I can't tell you. I'm sorry.
What do you mean? What do you? I had all the information you had. So how is that different? Oh, okay, all right.
It's against the Jad's rules, okay? We've had a big problem with people who know what happens in Umineko going into the Umi stream channel and pretending and sandbagging people by saying things that's fake on purpose. They think they're clever, okay? I'm not gonna set a bad example by doing it live on stream. I'm not gonna say something that I might have been right about and inadvertently tip you off to the truth. I'm higher than that. I'm better than that, okay? I'm just here to be the witch, okay?
Okay, all right, okay. The width.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for tolerating me, chat.
We're cool. Thank you to Bongo Cat Feynman for the resub. Pincerata for the bits. Loving the Umi streams. My 22nd birthday is next Sunday, so I'll be around the age George was when he decided to date a 15-year-old. No, we don't talk about that. Pincerata with 200 bits with a message for you. Thank you, Luigi Sly, for the resub. Kill Colin for the resub too. Parnick also with a message for you. Thank you, Tick Dickler for the bits. 7 pegs of purgatory. Pegatory? I don't have it.
Yeah, I don't think so.
And then a follow-up too, another 500 bits. Joe, thank you for Ushi no Mia Maria the other day. I burst out laughing at many inappropriate places.
Did you get to ooh for them this stream?
I think I did, yeah. That's important apparently, right?
It is, yeah. They love that.
Thank you, Con5654 for the gift subs as well, and Fluffy Mutant 2 for the resub. And that's it, I think.
You should give them one more ooh. Come on.
Ooh. Does Ron and Avon have a tip? I don't know. Let's see. It's probably gonna be on the second page, right? He does. Ronave, one of the 72 great demons, works for a master in exchange for various forms of compensation. He currently has a contract with Beatrice as her butler, head furniture. He's become proficient at housekeeping after serving in many households, so his ability as a butler is very high. Surprised he has the golden eagle. What's that all about? In the high society of witches, employing him has become a kind of status symbol. Furthermore, the cookies he bakes are superb, and witches often form a line demanding them. He must possess tremendous magical power, but since he always stays out of the spotlight to further boost his master's reputation, his combat capabilities are unknown.
Runaway has what the kids call aura.
Yes. Yeah. I'm not going to pretend I understand what aura is, but, you know.
He's got it.
What's the difference between Riz and aura?
Aura is more like swag.
Okay. Aura is unspoken, says chat. Would you agree with that?
Yeah. Riz has to be exercised. Aura is a passive buff.
Two boomers discussing the Zoomer term. Say it in red. Okay, these streamers are declared in raid. Simply Allegra, Mitsuru VA, Germa playing WoW. Really? Okay.
Oh.
Aura is the drip that's wet. Riz is when you say that drip is wet. Bullied. Just keep getting bullied. Bullied. All right. Well, it was simply Allegra. Simply Allegra, right? That was it.
I think so.
Let's see. Okay, I think that's it. Okay, Brady's going out. All right. Thank you for cackling, Mouse. Thank you.
Absolutely. See you guys in 2 weeks.
See you later, chat. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Managed to get like another 45 minutes with you helping me read. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, see you later, everyone.
Bye.
Raid is out. Okay, and anyone who didn't go for the raid, see you later too.